I do appreciate it. All right, good morning. We're going to call the regularly scheduled Planning Commission for September 8th, 2022 to order. If you would, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I got it wrong. Thank you. All right. We have a pretty heavy agenda this morning, so we're going to try to get right into it. So first thing is, Ms. Lydar, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Advertise public hearing presentations open request. Item number 6, ordinance 22-46, Gateway North, DRI number 21. And item number 7, PDMU 9101, GR9, Gateway North, GDP amendment, Taylor Withdraw Communities LLC owner. There is a public comments attached. Item number 8, PDR 22-06, CG, Rodland Plant Development, RDC Rodland 1 LLC, and it's a public comment attached. Advertise public hearings, presentation schedules. Item number 9, LDCT 2202, Ordinance 22-26, Land Development Code Text Amendment, County Initiated Agrotourism, and its public comments attached. Item number 13, PDMU 2203CG, State Road 64, Sherja, LWR Investment, LLC, and its public comments attached. All of the above changes are in the update memo and has been attached to the agenda management system.
Very good, thank you. Ms. Shank, is there anything from the County Attorney's Office?
No changes.
Very good, thank you. All right, next on the agenda is citizen comments. This is an opportunity to speak on items that are not on today's agenda. Should you wish to speak to an item that is on the agenda, you'll have an opportunity when that application is being heard. So with that understanding, is there anybody who wishes to speak to items not on today's agenda? Okay, seeing no one come forward, we're going to go on to the next item. The next item is advertised public hearings, but they're presentations upon request. These are applications that typically don't have a lot of unusual circumstances, or if there are if they're perfunctory. So what we're going to do is open up each item. I know from the speaker cards I've received, 2 of the items, I believe, that are presentation upon request, yes. Items number 6 and 7 are going to be pulled, and those are going to be heard as a regular presentation. So with that understanding, again, we're going to go on to the first item, which is that quasi-judicial? Let me see. No, it's legislative.
It's item number 1 is LDCT 2212, Ordinance 22-68, County Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment, Recreation Amenity Center. And it's a legislative case, and the case manager is Mr. Bill O'Shea. I'm going to be continued to October 13, 2022.
Okay, all right. Item number 1 is being continued to October 13th. So if you're here for that presentation, understand it's going to be continued. But with that, we need to open it up for public comment. Is there anybody in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak to this item? Anyone at all? Okay, seeing no one come forward, we're going to close public comment, and Chair will entertain a motion to continue.
I can make a motion, Chair. I move to continue the public hearing for LDCT 2212, Ordinance 2268, to October 13th, 2022 at 9 a.m. or as soon thereafter, as same may be heard at the Manatee County Government Administration Building.
Very good. We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Smock, second. Any discussion? Chair's going to call the matter to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. Chair votes aye, motion passes 6-0, with Mr. Ron not being present, who had to resign from the Planning Commission. So, next item is item number 2. Ms. Lidar, can you please introduce item number 2 into the record?
Item number 2, LDCT-22-03, Ordinance 22-33, County-initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment, Chapter 2, Definitions, Manufacturing Buildings and Use Accessory. And the case manager is Mr. Bill O'Shea, amending the Manatee County Land Development Code by adding the definition of manufacturing building, modifying the definition of use accessory, and by deleting the terms and definitions of dwelling, modular, and modular unit in Chapter 2, Section 200.
Very good, thank you. Mr. O'Shea, again, presentation upon request. Can you just provide a brief summary of the ordinance?
Is this on? Okay, sure. For the record, Bill O'Shea, I'm Principal Planner with the Development Service Department. So we're here today to change the definition, or add a definition and change a definition. The first being manufactured building will be added, and it will have the same meaning as Florida statute, so the actual text is not in the text. But basically, in this new definition of manufactured building, it clearly shows the differences between mobile homes and other types of manufactured buildings. So that's a big change. And since we're doing that, there's no need for dwelling modular unit or modular unit anymore, so we're deleting those definitions. The second change is to use accessory. Generally, accessory uses are supposed to be on the same property as the primary use. Quite frankly, staff did not realize that there was a different provision under use accessory, which allows it to be on the same lot as the main building or on an adjoining lot under the same ownership. And that creates future problems with nonconformity should that property owner decide to sell that lot in the future. Additionally, we talked a lot about that when we did the ADU ordinance. I was not aware of this provision under this definition, and we had discussed in lengthy detail the fact that it would be on the same lot as the principal structure. So we're requesting to make that change as well.
Very good, thank you. And I believe you indicated that now the Manatee County Land Development Code is consistent with state statute?
That's correct.
Okay, very good. All right, any questions for staff?
No, sir.
All right, seeing none, we're going to open it up to public comment. So if there's anybody in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak to application number 2, ordinance 22-33, please come forward. Okay, seeing no one come forward, we're going to close the public comment portion of the hearing, and the chair will entertain a motion.
I'll move to accept the ordinance as read.
Very good. Motion consistent with the,
This is,
So, Mr. Chair, the motion would be, I move the charter motion of approval on the staff report.
okay. Mr. Rutledge, is that,
that's what
is that what you meant? Very good. We have a motion. Is there a second?
second.
Mr. DeLesline, second. Any discussion? All right, chair's going to call the matter to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Chair votes aye. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you. Item number 3.
Land Development Code, LDCT 2208, Ordinance 2265, County-initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment, Section 531.1, Agriculture Uses, Pot-belly pigs, and is amending the Land Development Code by amending Chapter 5, Part 4, Standard for Specific Uses, Standard for Accessory and Specific Uses and Structures, Section 531.1, Agriculture Uses, by reorganizing and rewarding the allowance for one purebred pot belly pig on certain properties with a single-family detached residential dwelling unit. And the case manager is Mr. Bill O'Shea, and this is a legislative case.
Very good, thank you. If you could, just please provide a brief introduction.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Bill O'Shea for staff. So this is actually to kind of correct a Scrivener's error. When potbelly pigs were allowed in the code, they were placed under a section that is talking about agricultural uses. And as it's written, one potbelly pig may be considered a domestic pet as long as it meets certain criteria. So it's being moved out into its own section under 531. It's technically like an exemption for that first pig. And then we kind of cleaned it up a little because it talked about pedigrees. So we referenced the organization that issues pedigree for potbelly pigs. And we also took out A1, and PDA zoning properties from the requirement of odor at the property line, because we can't regulate agricultural odors from normal agricultural operations, so it didn't make sense not to have those included. So that's essentially what we're doing with this amendment.
Very good, and believe it or not, I do have a question.
Okay.
I believe you said, or Ms. Leiter said, it was one potbelly pig per residence?
Correct.
Does that include, if there's some additional stuff we've discussed, the accessory dwelling unit, is it?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know that for a fact. I would say probably no,
Okay,
because that's supposed to be under the same ownership.
okay,
So I would say the answer would probably be no.
okay. Just interested, not that I,
Not that you have one, but you're from Arcade.
yeah.
I had one question. So with rental properties, the concerns about size of dogs and breed of dogs, and it gets pretty, they get kind of dogmatic about how they want to approach and how they set the standards. So my question is, who determines the certainty of potbelly pigs versus small domestic pigs?
The certification, is that what you said?
I'm asking, how is the county going to determine whether it's a potbelly pig or not? What is the standard?
They would have to have papers from the National Potbelly Pig Registry.
Okay.
Got to be certified. Very good.
All right, if that's a standard that you can defend, because my concern is there are a lot of comfort animals, and potbelly pigs are certainly one of them, but we've seen a lot of variety. So you're comfortable with defending it?
Well, again, it's not really it's just more clarification. It just said certification before, so it didn't say where it came from. So we did add the association, so it was clear where that certification had to come from.
So a veterinarian couldn't do it?
Pardon me?
A veterinarian could
No.
not do it?
No.
And Mr. Chair, it's my understanding this is already in the code. Way back when, a number of years ago, there was a big thing about potbelly pigs and the Constitutional Amendment, and then, so all local governments got this potbelly pig section in their code. And Mr. O'Shea is just trying to, work with it to make it as clear as possible.
No, understood, and to just one of Mr. Rutledge's points, I think the comfort animals, I think, have exemptions regardless of what they are.
We're not covering that here. This is-
Okay, sorry.
Very good. Any additional questions regarding potbelly pigs? Very good. With that, we're going to open it up for public comment. Is there anybody in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak to this ordinance 22-65? Anyone at all? Actually, I think I made, that's the right one, 2265. Anybody at all? All right, seeing no one come forward, we're going to close the public comment portion of the hearing and open it up for a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
I
DeLesline.
move to recommend adoption of Manatee County Ordinance 2265 LDCT 2208, amending the Manatee County Land Development Code.
Very good. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Ross, second. Any discussion? Chair's going to call the matter to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Chair votes aye. Motion passes 6-0. Item number 4, Ms. Lidar, can you please read item number 4 into the record?
Item number 4, LDCT-22-07, ordinance 22-54, county-initiated land development code text amendment, acute care medical facilities, and assisted living facility is a legislative case, amending the Manatee County Land Development Code by amending Chapter 2 definitions, removing the definition of acute care medical facilities, Chapter 4 zoning, Table 402, 403, and 412, removing superscript from assisted living facilities, large and small, nursing homes, and hospital uses, and removing the content from footnotes, amending Section 403, Section 403.8C, Section 403.8D, amended Chapter 5, Standard for Accessory and Specific Uses and Structures, Section 35.1.35E, and amended Chapter 5, Standard for Accessory and Specific Use and Structures, Section 535.45D. And the case manager is Nicole Knapp.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Nicole Knapp, Comprehensive Planning Division Manager from the Development Services Department.
Thank you.
In short, this amendment is a cleanup and for consistency with the comp plan. Back in 2019, we amended the Land Development Code. Quite a few amendments that we were labeled as, we labeled them as process improvements. And at that time, a definition was added, which was called acute care medical facilities. And in that definition, it included ALFs, assisted living facilities. Prior to including the term ALF in the definition of acute care medical facilities, ALF already existed in the Land Development Code, and it still does today. So adding a separate definition back in 2019 for acute care medical facility that included, which by the way includes hospitals, nursing homes, and assisted living facilities, was redundant because each of those uses in their own are already defined in the LDC. So, and then I mentioned that it was for consistency with the comp plan. If I can recall you back to the amendments from this past spring with the peril of flood. At that time, we amended the comp plan, one of the policies, to limit acute care medical facilities in certain locations as opposed to a prohibition. There were some inconsistencies in the comp plan. We did that cleanup back in the spring. So this kind of ties that all together. And this proposed text amendment removes the definition of acute care medical facility from the LDC because each of those uses that are under that umbrella are already defined. And then there's some other minor strike through and underlying corrections just to do with footnotes mentioned in the use charts, and removes two prohibitions for acute medical care facilities because they're no longer needed. And that summarizes the changes.
Very good. Any questions for Ms. Knapp?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Knapp, I do have one question. I've got some experience with rehabilitation hospitals. Do those fall under the acute care definition?
Let me double check here. Well, the definition, if in your packet, is in the staff report. I can read it for the record, just to hopefully answer the question. Shall mean any building or, sorry, you asked if it was included in ALF or acute care?
Acute care.
Oh. Give me 1 second.
I've had experience in about 15 jurisdictions, and this always becomes a bit of a gray area where you might go from a full-service hospital to a rehabilitation hospital for a period of time, and then to an assisted living. The rehabilitation hospital oftentimes seems to be overlooked with regard to specific definition. So
I can tell you the definition. Acute care medical care facilities include medical facilities that provide inpatient care as opposed to ambulatory care, and include hospitals, nursing homes, and assisted living.
Okay.
So,
All right.
sorry.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. With that, any additional questions? Okay, thank you very much. We'll open it up to public comment. Is there anybody in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak to ordinance number 22-54? Anyone at all? Okay, seeing no one come forward, we're going to close public comment, and Chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. DeLesline.
I move to recommend adoption of Manatee County Ordinance 2254, LDCT 2255.
Very good, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a second. Any discussion? Chair's going to call the matter to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Chair votes aye. Motion passes 6-0. All right, item number 5. Ms. Slidar, can you please read item number 5 into the record?
Item number 5, LDCT 2022-09, Ordinance 2266, County-initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment, General Cleanup and Business Process Improvement. It's a legislative case, and the case manager is Mr. Charles Andrew. Amending the Manatee County Land Development Code, Chapter 3, Review Authority and Procedures, Chapter 4, Zoning, Chapter 5, Standard for Accessory and Specific Use and Structures, and Chapter 9, Design Guidelines and Utilities to update reference, address scrivener errors, and provide clarification on standards. Revise Section 312, Section 312.6 to clarify the requirement for pre-application meetings, Section 401.4 and Section 402.A.D.3.C, and Section 402.14.F.6.D and Section 402.17.F to update the calculation for building height, and Table 4-12 to permit the mini warehouses self-storage use under Planned Development Encouraged Zone PDEC zoning district.
Very good. Thank you very much. Mr. Andrews, can you please introduce the ordinance, please?
Good morning, Commissioners. Hi, Charles Andrews, Principal Planner, Certified Planner with the Comprehensive Planning Division with Development Services. The amendment that Ms. Lidar read into the record, it is essentially a Land Development Code text amendment to address the scrivener errors, update references, provide clarification of standards that was done back in 2015. If the Commission recalls, there was a major amendment to the Land Development Code, which was amended and restated in 2015. And some of these items address this amendment addresses those items that are being brought before you for clarification and for cleanup. A few other items here that fall under the business improvement section of the LDCT is to remove a requirement regarding to hold pre-application meetings on administrative items when not in conjunction with a PD or planned development district. This was something that was, like I said, they're administrative items, so it's kind of an extra level that the applicant would have to go through. So we weren't really seeing a benefit with that. So by removing that requirement, it can help move them through and not have that pre-application meeting requirement. And then the last part of that business improvement piece to that is requiring a neighborhood workshop for certain public hearing items such as rezonings or comp plan amendments. So I'm here if the commission has any questions.
Very good, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Andrews?
I have one.
Yes, ma'am.
On building height, looks like getting rid of the feet and just calculating it based on stories.
Yes, ma'am.
Jurisdiction I used to work for had a huge discussion about this, and just that a story could be, if you had a climbing gym on the first floor or something, could be, a crazy height. Is there any concern about getting rid of the feet?
Well, this was done in a previous amendment to go to stories, and this is more of a cleanup to it to switch from feet to stories.
Okay.
And I believe under section 401.3 in there's a graphic, and then there's a discussion of stories and how it's broken down. So it's already addressed, it's just more of a cleanup going from feet to stories to make
Okay, I
it
gotcha.
consistent.
All right, thanks.
Is there any
Yes, sir.
allowance for understory parking in the code, or is that just simply counted as an additional story?
I would have to double check on that. I think it's counted as a story. I believe it's counted as a story.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Chair, I think
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
addressed in the urban corridor section of the code.
Okay, I was going to say, I thought,
Counted on, it's supposed to be encouraged.
Yeah.
That section might treat it differently.
yeah, I was thinking there might be references elsewhere in the code where it might be specially identified where it doesn't count. So I just, maybe for consistency, it might be something to look at. So, all right, very good. Anything else for staff? Very good. Thank you very much. We're going to open the ordinance up for public comment. Is there anybody in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak to this application? Anyone at all? Okay, seeing no one come forward, we're going to close the public comment portion of the hearing, and Chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. DeLezline.
I move to recommend adoption of Manatee County Ordinance 2266 LDCT 2209.
Very good. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
A second, Mr. Roth. Any discussion? Chair's going to call it a matter to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Chair votes aye, motion passes 6-0. All right. Items number 6 and 7 are presentations upon request, but
Postpone.
yeah, we have several speaker cards, so I'm going to pull those, and those will be heard during the next portion of the agenda. Once we get past item number, I think 8 is 8, presentation upon request also? Okay, all right. So Ms. Slidar, can you please read item number 8 into the record?
Item number 8, PDR-22-06CG, Rodland Plan Development, RDC Rodland 1 LLC owner, Nicolas Aparicio, contract purchases, is a quasi-judicial case, and the case manager is Mr. Marshall Robinson. It's a rezone of 3 parcels of more or less 152 acres, generally located east of Wright Road and south of Rutland Road and north of Wright Wilderness Trail, from A, General Agriculture, to PDR, Plan Development Residential, and approving a general development plan for a maximum of 100 residential dwellings with the potential of up to 380 residential dwelling units, and an amenity center, including a schedule of permitted and prohibited uses and voluntary proffered by the applicant, and attached at Exhibit B of the ordinance. And here is, I think, Ms. Alexis Crespo.
All right, this application is quasi-judicial, so as are many of the remaining applications on the agenda. So this means if you intend to speak on an application that's quasi-judicial, and I would advise if you don't know, it would be better to be sworn in. So if you intend to speak on an application from this point on, it would be wise to rise to be sworn in. This includes the general public also, if you intend to speak.
If you could, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that all factual statements and all factual representations that you're going to present to this board are truthful and accurate? Whenever you come to the podium, please state your name, county of residence, and that you've been sworn.
Very good. And you'll have 3 minutes to make a statement unless you've provided documentation that you're speaking for a group, and you'll have 10. With that, one additional point of business. Have there been any ex parte communications regarding this application?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Very good. Ms. Crespo, good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Alexis Crespo with RVI Planning. My county of residence is Lee County, and I have been sworn. I can be very brief this morning. We did have a noticing error, unfortunately, so we would like to come back to your October 13th meeting once the CDD across the street has been appropriately notified.
Very good. Okay, with that, we'll open it up for public comment, just for the, make sure we meet all the proper requirements, and then we'll ask for a continuance. So with that, is there anybody in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak to application number 8, PDR 22-06, paren G? Anyone at all? Okay, seeing no one come forward, we're going to close the public comment portion of the hearing, and I'll open it up for a motion for continuance.
I'll make a motion to continue this item to the October 13th agenda,
Very
Yes,
good.
that is correct. October 13th, Planning Commission agenda.
Planning Commission agenda.
Very, very good. Thank you. Any,
Second.
Mr. Rutledge, second? Before we do that, any discussion or comments? Okay. Motion and a second by Mr. Rutledge. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Chair votes aye. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you. All right. I think that concludes our presentations upon request. So now we're going to move on to the items that will provide full presentations. And as I stated, items 6 and 7 are being pulled from presentations upon request and moved into the full presentation. So question, items 6 and 7 are related items. Would they be heard together or separately?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, they're both quasi-judicial. They're heard together.
Okay. So quasi-judicial, again, requires sworn testimony. So with that, Ms. Lidar, can you please read item number 6 and then item number 7 into the record?
Yes. Item number 6, ordinance 22-46, Gateway North, DRI number 21, as known as Artisan Lakes, and is a quasi-judicial. Marshall Robinson is the case manager, and is amended and restated development order, approving the following changes to map H and the development order. 1, modify the land use equivalency matrix as follow. Decrease the overall minimum and maximum total of commercial uses for 285,000 square feet to 165,500 square feet. 2, increase the overall maximum total of number of hotel rooms to 350. Increase the overall maximum total square footage of mini warehouses to 150,000 square feet. Increase the overall maximum total square footage of mixed uses for 484,200 square feet to 580,700 square feet. 3, add mini warehouses uses to Table 1 and Table 2 for a maximum of 150,000 square feet. 4, add hotel uses to Table 1 and Table 2 for a maximum of 350 rooms. 5, reallocate access point from Bouquet Road to Artisan Lakes Parkway, as shown on map H. Reflect previously granted legislative extensions and make the necessary amendments to map H and the development order to reflect those changes. Gateway North is generally located northwest of the I-75 and Moccasin Wallow Road interchange and is on PDMU, Plan Development Mixed Use, and contains more or less 1,039.2 acres. And item number 7 is PDMU 9101 GR9 Gateway North GDP Amendment, formerly known as Artisan Lakes. Taylor Withdraw Communities LLC is the owner, is a quasi-judicial, and Mr. Marshall Robinson is the case manager. And is amended and restating zoning ordinance PDMU 9101 GR8 to approve changes to Parcel H and Parcel P of the General Development Plan and the ordinance as follows. 1, modify the land use equivalency matrix and reallocation of entitlements. 2, modify the land area and uses Table 1 and land use and phases Schedule Table 2 to reflect the reallocation of entitlements. 3, modify stipulation Q1 in order to establish a standard for mini warehouses and modify maximum building height for hotels. And 4, modify conditions to reflect new standards, language, and delete language no longer applicable, and any other revisions necessary or appropriate during the public hearing process. And again, Gateway North is located northwest of the I-75 and Moccasin Wallow Road interchange and is on PDMU, Plan Development Mixed Use, and contains more or less 1,039.2 acres.
Very good, thank you. And again, these are quasi-judicial applications, so for the Planning Commission, have there been any ex parte communications regarding these applications?
No, sir.
Okay, hearing none. We'll go ahead and, Mr. Robinson, if you would, please present these applications.
I think that's is the applicant?
I'm sorry? Oh, the applicant, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
So for these applications, who?
It's Ms. Lopez.
Good morning, Ms. Lopez, how are you?
Hey, good morning.
If you could just state your name and that you have been sworn.
Yes. I'm Ria Lopez. I have been sworn. I am a resident of Pasco County.
Thank you.
So today I'm here to represent the applicant, which is Taylor Woodrow Communities, the property owner, also known as Taylor Morrison. We are here today to amend the Artisan Lakes project, and this project is both a planned development as well as a development of regional impacts. So we are presenting amendments to both the general development plan as well as the DRI development order. Next slide, please. Or can I do it here? Okay. Oh. So here with me today, we have a representative from our applicant team, Mr. Rob Barber. We have our land use attorney, Mr. Caleb Grimes. We have Alexis Crespo from RVI, who is also a land use planner working with me on this project. We have our project engineer, Victor Barbosa, with the Atwell Group, and we have our transportation consultant, Mr. Steve Henry, with Links and Associates. Next slide, please. So the Artisan Lakes Plan Development and DRI, this is a project that was originally approved back in 1991. So at this point, the project is over 3 decades old. It is a large-scale project which is over 1,000 acres, and it is a master plan community. It is located north of Moccasin Wallow, to the west of Interstate 75, and south of Buckeye Road. Currently, there are several developments approved as well as constructed within the project. We have over 1,835 single-family dwellings, which are within the Esplanade and Eves Bend communities. We have about 562 townhomes in the Edgestone community, 192 multifamily detached units, which are being constructed by Christopher Todd Communities. We also have a 7-Eleven store within the project, which is located along Moccasin Wallow. And lastly, 3-story luxury apartments were approved on Parcel I of this project, which came before this board earlier this year. Today, we are here to discuss the last vacant parcel, which is the 6-acre commercial parcel, Parcel H, and that is the parcel that you see in red to the southeast corner of the property. We will also be discussing a more housekeeping type amendment that is related to Parcel P, which is located to the north in blue. Next slide, please. So coming to Parcel H is the last vacant parcel within this GDP. Parcel P is also vacant, but that is reserved as a school site. So Parcel H, is designated as a mixed-use parcel and is specifically allocated towards non-residential uses. It has secondary access off Moccasin Wallow through Gillett Drive. Further, this parcel is suitable for non-residential uses as it has good visibility from both the interstate as well as Moccasin Wallow Road. It is naturally buffered from existing residential areas. As you can see in the site plan on your screen, there is a large stormwater lake that provides roughly 165 feet of separation between the adjoining Eves Bend community to the north and Parcel H. Further, there's also a horse farm agricultural property to the west. However, that is also separated from Parcel H by not only Gillett Road, but also a county-owned property, which is a lift station. Next slide, please. So currently, in terms of mixed-use entitlements, there are available entitlements for office, warehouse, and commercial uses. We have over 47,000 square feet of office use available, which allows for a maximum height of 65 feet. There is 56,000 square feet of warehouse entitlements available, which allows for a maximum height of 45 feet. And lastly, we have commercial square footage of 285,000 square feet with a maximum height of 35 feet. Our request today is to allow for hotel and mini warehouse uses to be developed on this parcel. Both hotel as well as mini warehouse uses are currently permitted on Parcel H. However, there are no development standards, or we're changing those in the current approval, and further, we are adding the required intensity thresholds for each of these uses. Further, I would like to point out that with the approvals of Artisan Lakes, there was always a land use equivalency matrix approved, and the land use equivalency matrix includes both the hotel and the mini warehouse uses. So conversion to these uses was always anticipated and intended. The project also has an approved certificate of level service and has an approved prop share agreement. The applicant, Taylor Morrison, has paid its proportionate fair share payment for all Phase 1 improvements in the project to Manatee County. Next slide, please. So looking closer at the uses that we're proposing, both hotels and mini warehouses are assets for the surrounding residential communities, especially in Florida, where we see home sizes are continually reducing in size, and so people do not have space. So hotels can provide that additional space to host your visitors and guests. Mini warehouses can provide that additional space for your additional personal belongings and things that you can't fit into your home. Further, these uses are in direct response to the market. We are seeing a lot of developers looking to come in with these uses on this parcel, and that is because of its visibility from high-traffic roadways like the interstate as well as Moccasin Wallow. However, parcel H does not lend itself well to typical commercial uses, which are usually of lower height, and so can't capitalize on that visibility aspect from these high-traffic roads, since parcel H is more recessed from these roads. And lastly, I want to point out that both hotel and mini warehouse uses are good neighbors. These uses are generating lower traffic and noise when compared to your typical commercial uses. And further, they have a grand and upscale appearance, which can add value to the community. Mini warehouse, I know, is typically associated with the warehouse use, but that use has truly evolved over the year, and today their appearance is more comparable to the outside appearance of an office or an institutional building as compared to a warehouse. Next slide, please. So in terms of our detailed request, we are proposing an intensity of 350 hotel rooms and 150,000 square feet of mini warehouse. In order to accommodate this, the commercial use has been reduced to 165,500 square feet. In terms of development standards for hotels exist in the approved GDP, so we are maintaining those same setbacks. We are requesting for the height to be increased to 65 feet, which is the same height that is approved for office uses. Coming to mini warehouses, we are adding setbacks to mini warehouses to the development standards in the GDP. These setbacks are consistent with those that are allocated to all other residential uses, except that we are increasing the side setback from 15 feet to 20 feet, and that is to be consistent with the LDC that requires that mini warehouses maintain a 20-foot separation from all property boundaries. We're also requesting a maximum height of 45 feet for mini warehouses, which is the same as currently allocated to the warehouse use. Next slide, please. And lastly, coming to our amendment to Parcel P. This amendment is specific to the DRI development order. Earlier this year, when the GDP for the project was amended, an access point was moved from Buckeye Road to Artisan Lakes Parkway. As we are amending the DRI development order now, we wish to make the map H consistent with this amendment, and so change that access point location. Next slide, please. Lastly, in conclusion, today we are proposing amendments to add development standards and intensities for uses that are currently permitted in the plan development and DRI. We are also using conversion factors which were approved through the land use equivalency matrix, and have further conducted a traffic analysis and adjusted those square footages to ensure that there is no net increase in traffic. Our request is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan, and is consistent with the Manatee County LDC regulations, and we are requesting for no additional specific approvals. With that, we respectfully request for the board's approval. Thank you all for your attention. I will conclude my presentation.
Very good, thank you. With regard to Parcel P, is the change eliminate a potential connection to Buckeye? Is that the intent?
We are moving the connection point from Buckeye Road to Artisan Lakes Parkway. So there will be, that access point is just moved in location.
No, is there an access point to Parcel P from Buckeye? A direct connection to that parcel?
I don't believe so.
Okay, all right. Also, with regard to the land use equivalency matrix, what is the basis of that matrix?
So, like I said, this matrix was presented with the original approvals, but they are based on traffic generation. So it presents the exact conversion rates, how you can convert for, how much square footage equals one hotel room, and so on and so forth. However, the basis of it is traffic. And so when we did this amendment, we didn't require a large reduction in commercial intensity. However, when we did the traffic study with current rates, since this project is, 3 decades old, we did do a current traffic study, used those current rates, and made sure that we are requesting a reduction in commercial that is commensurate with current traffic.
With regard to the overall traffic, you can state that there is no increase in additional traffic?
Yes, and we also have our transportation consultant, Mr. Steve Henry, here to explain that in detail as well. But there is no net increase in traffic.
Okay, very good. Additional questions for the applicant, Mr. Rutledge?
Yes, I just wanted to kind of clarify. The change in hotels and warehouses has been pretty significant over the last 5 years. And so would you describe the changes that you're making as consistent with the new modules of those kind of products to satisfy that as opposed to just trying to max out the land? I mean, that's kind of one of the questions is what's the purpose of making the change?
Right. The purpose of making the change is to respond to market demand. This project, just because of its location, lends itself really well to such uses because they are, grander buildings which can capitalize on that visibility factor. And the location in proximity to the interstate is always well situated for a hotel as well. And for storage uses as well, when people are transitioning to homes, if they're moving into, say, a rental unit for a short period of time and need to just keep your belongings, you are trying to look for a convenient location. And I think that's what is critical about this parcel. It is a convenient location which is located at the intersection of two major roadways.
Okay,
So
thank you.
that is the purpose. The other intent, which I will specify, is that, like I said, the parcel does not lend itself well to your typical commercial, and that's, again, because of the visibility. While it is abutting these major roadways, it is fairly recessed from the right-of-way lines, and there's also another roadway, Gillett Drive, separating the parcel. So any sort of smaller commercial is really not very intent on going there because of that location and visibility issue.
Thanks.
Very good. Any additional questions for the applicant? Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we're going to go to staff presentation.
Good morning, Marshall Robinson. I'm a staff planner, and I have been sworn.
Thank you.
Between Rosina's introduction and Ria's presentation, I don't really have any new information to offer. I do have some graphics and some maps that might help give a little bit more detail about the information you've already been given. We do have 2 land uses on the property. You can notice on this future land use map here that all the yellow there and most of the north and kind of to the southwest, that's all residential. And then the red area is a mixed-use future land use, and parcel H, which is the subject parcel for where the conversions are being affected for the non-residential entitlements. They're all within that mixed-use future land use designation. Here's the zoning. We've got PDMU zoning. We can see the surrounding zonings for the development pattern of this area along Moccasin Wallow and Interstate 75. Here we have the existing entitlements. There's quite a few uses and intensities and densities that are approved for the DRI and the general development plan and the zoning ordinance. As already mentioned, here the request to use the land use equivalency matrix. We did get an accepted traffic study that accepted the methodology and the request for the amendment per the conversion rates to establish no increase in trips. And then the specific approvals. This is an aerial of the photo. I grabbed this off of our aerial layer with our GIS. I'm not exactly what year it is, but we also see this is where the zoning comes in and lays over the land from west to east to establish that development pattern. And then here, I don't think you can see it very well, but the parcels are lit up so we can see how much residential's been developed throughout the 1,039 acre development. And then here is where we see that non-residential designation for non-residential uses come into play along Gillette Road and Moccasin Wallow and skirting the interstate. Here is where their drawdowns are. I would just add to what Ria said in the answer to the equivalency matrix. It's kind of like it's an accounting exercise for traffic, and so what they did was they made sure that they drew down enough convertible non-residential uses to ensure that they're not exceeding their trips for the proposed hotel and the proposed mini warehouses. and the additional square footages that those brought with the 350 rooms to the hotel. And I believe this is also one of the tables that got marked up to reflect those changes and adjust the numbers. And that's all I have for my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions, if anybody has any.
Very good. Any questions for staff?
No, sir.
All right. Mr. Roth?
So in previous presentations, we've had positives and negatives. Could you just give me the negatives of this project?
Sure. Those positive, negative, and mitigating measures are also found in the staff report that was provided as part of the backup. So I will go to the report, if I can find them. Here we go. Yeah, we didn't have a whole lot of negative aspects for this request to the amendment, simply because of the location. So obviously, one of our negative aspects that can be applied to most development is that a degree of impact to neighboring property may be experienced as a result of the development. But in terms of compatibility, in terms of suitability for the request as it being an appropriate request, there's no land use issues. And being as how the traffic was approved, that we didn't generate any negativity from the traffic analysis either.
Thank you.
Very good. Any additional questions for staff? All right, hearing none, thank you. Hearing none, we're going to go ahead and open this up for public comment. As I mentioned previously, this is a quasi-judicial hearing, so you'll need to be sworn to provide testimony. So I'm going to call, I have speaker cards here. I'm going to call the speaker cards, and then we'll open it up for just general folks to come forward. And when you come forward, if you would, please state your name and that you have been sworn, and you'll either have 3 minutes if you're speaking as an individual or 10 minutes if you're speaking for a group. So the first speaker card I have is Alexis Kalash. Good morning. And you'll have 10 minutes.
Thank you. I would like this for the record. As previously stated, my name is Alexis Kalish. I'm from Manatee County, and I have been sworn.
Thank you.
For the past year, I have been living here in Edgestone at Artisan Lakes on Fairmont Lane, just off of Oakside Drive, which is the townhome community in the Artisan Lakes development by Taylor Morrison. When I came to purchase my townhome here in Edgestone, even over a year ago, I was never once told by the Taylor Morrison salesperson that one day, one of my future neighbors would be a 350-room large-scale hotel. This would tower above our townhomes in our community, and then pair that in conjunction with a commercial warehouse facility. Incidentally, the size of the proposed hotel is 2 to 3 times larger and out of scale than any of the other hotels currently in operation along the I-75 corridor between Sarasota and Tampa. Referencing the attached list of hotels that I will provide at the end of this presentation, there are few hotels in comparable size just north of us within Tampa and Brandon. The proposed hotels that we are looking at in the Tampa and Brandon areas that are in comparable size all include convention centers, entertainment venues, and even a casino. The standard overnight stay hotels are way smaller in size and are actually proposed to be constructed in our backyard would be more comparable. The proposed hotel and even the warehouse facility will sit on Parcel H, which you will also find on page 3 of this presentation at the end of this discussion, is located on Gillette Road, shortly behind our community and along one of our main entranceways to our community. As you will see on page 4 of the document provided at the end, it is in very close proximity to Edgestone, and with Manatee County to soon close off our left turn lane from Gillette Road onto eastbound Moccasin Wallow, we are expecting and fear that many cars will drive through our community to access Artisan Lakes Parkway to get to eastbound turning points. They will do this by traversing Oakside Drive through Edgestone's community, which it happens to be exactly where I live off of. The daily access to our residential streets from vehicles going to and from this proposed hotel and even the storage facility, together with an estimated 550 vehicles from the RCPA apartment complex that was approved by this very board in May, is a major concern to all of us Edgestone residents. This traffic will likely pour through our community, which is only one lane in both directions and has designated on-street overflow parking along Oakside. Obviously, this poses safety and security issues to residents, young and old, who are living alone, such as myself, along with many of our families who have young children and even pets out at play along these roads. Our streets will then resemble those of an urban city center, which is exactly what we all moved to Artisan Lakes to avoid. Parking is a scarce commodity in Edgestone, with residents having more vehicles than Taylor Morrison had allocated in their parking spaces during their design plans for our homes. This forces our residents to park along the streets as our overflow as well. It would become more of a nightmare should any of the guests of our proposed hotel or of the RCPA apartments seek to park in our neighborhood as well or along our streets due to their needs for their overflow parking. Taylor Morrison proposed an estimated 241 cars for this 350-room monstrous hotel, but they were given no indication of how much parking will truly be provided. There's also no indication or clear designations for any staff parking, deliveries, or any on-site services for the hotel or storage facility should it go through with being approved. In short, many residents feel the value of their homes, traffic, safety, and lifestyle will be compromised by the building of this monstrous out-of-scale hotel in conjunction with the proposed storage facility to our development. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Very good. And if you have items you'd like to put in the record, if you could, please provide them to the clerk. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next speaker card I have is Colette Agabetti. Thank you. Yes, you can. Are they a copy for?
For you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Good morning. If you could state your name, that you have been sworn, and you'll have 10 minutes.
My name is Colette Agabetti. I've been sworn.
Thank you.
And I live in Manatee County.
Thank you.
In this packet, at the back, you will see 3 maps provided to indicate the intersection of Gateway Boulevard, which is a big issue in this whole debacle. So, we have 3 maps, 1, 2, and 3, and as I'm speaking, if you would refer to them, you could see what I'm talking about. We purchased our home at Esplanade in Artisan Lakes, understanding that this is a residential community and that some parcels are slated for mixed use. Consequently, additional zoning request changes by Taylor Morrison include some larger scale projects that do not particularly serve our community. Traffic and road issues that affect Esplanade's access to Artisan Lakes Parkway onto Moccasin Wallow Road include the great and grand mess-up that will be at the intersection at Moccasin Wallow Road and Gateway Boulevard. See map 1? Across from the Artisan Lakes development intersection of Moccasin Wallow Road and Gateway Boulevard is 49th Avenue, the entrance to another development, the Woods of Moccasin Wallow. The Woods of Moccasin Wallow sits in front of a shopping plaza adjacent to apartment buildings currently under construction. Presently occupied are a mini warehouse and a charter school, both utilizing this intersection. All of these entities will use the traffic light at the intersection of Moccasin Wallow Road and Gateway Boulevard in conjunction with vehicles from the Artisan Lakes communities, including the apartments on Parcel H to access I-75 and the public shopping center. Approximately 1.5 miles east of Gateway Boulevard intersection, see map 2, an emergency management station will be built on Route 41. EMS trucks driving down a 2-lane Moccasin Wallow Road will be met by vehicles having nowhere to pull over and to get out of the way. Presently, we have anticipated an increase of nearly 1,000 vehicles per day on Gillette Road, see map 3, which is 22 feet wide with two 90-degree turns. As designed by the Department of Public Works, vehicles will no longer be able to make a left turn onto Moccasin Wallow Road, and drivers will be forced up to the Gateway Boulevard intersection to make a U-turn, leading to big city-type backups. Our concern is that the traffic modeling analysis for Moccasin Wallow Road, which was performed by Manatee County in 2018 to determine the traffic volumes projected for planning year 2040, does not consider all of the additional community developments recently approved by the Planning Board. We do not believe that study considered the cessation of the ability for traffic to make a left turn onto the eastbound Moccasin Wallow Road, along with the apartment complex with its additional traffic impact, together with other apartments under construction and or planned for Moccasin Wallow Road near this intersection. We believe that Taylor Morrison's application should be suspended until a new traffic study has been completed and reviewed by your staff. In this regard, as Taylor Morrison is the sole beneficiary of this development, Taylor Morrison should be required to reimburse Manatee County for the entire cost of this updated traffic study as a condition of any approval. I thank you for your time and hope you will give these points some consideration.
Thank you very much. All right, the next speaker card I have is James Wright. If you could come forward, state your name and that you have been sworn, and you too will have 10 minutes.
All right. I also have some handouts for the board.
Okay.
My name is James Wright. I have been sworn, and I am a resident of Manatee County.
Thank you.
So, rather than PowerPoint, we gave you some pictures to look at. The hotel requested presents full view to yards of residence, particularly on Colorado Place and Bungalow Grove. The first 2 pages you're looking at are simply a couple of shots from the south end of those courts, showing the lake that has been previously referenced, the stormwater, and so you can see it from the community side, okay? This hotel will present full view to yards of residence, particularly on these courts, at the southern end of Bungalow Grove Court and Colorado Place, whom all bought into Taylor Morrison's vision of a residential community in Eves Bend at Artisan Lakes. A big part of our reasoning was that there was a large pond which spread across these 2 roads and parallel to Los Robles Court. We were told about the treed area behind the pond, which would provide privacy and add to our house value. If the board approves this rezoning request, what we will see is an enormous hotel. I might reference you to page 3 on your charts there. There is no tree tall enough to block that view. In addition, we will lose our privacy as the upper floors of the proposed hotel will have a full view of the backyards. This will adversely affect our home values. Noise emanating from the hotel's guests and staff will further adversely affect our lives. Of perhaps greater concern, and a point that feeds directly into the Los Robles Court Gateway Boulevard intersection, yes, traffic, is the increased level of traffic that is likely to occur on Los Robles Court and on Artisan Lakes Parkway. This increased level of traffic would be in excess of any expected traffic generated within our residential areas. The additional traffic will most likely be of commercial origin to service the hotel, employees, staff, supply vehicles, etc. And again, with the left turn out of Gillette Road onto eastbound Moccasin Wallow, soon to be closed off, as we have been advised by the Department of Public Works, the only way to get to I-75 or to go to the public shopping center, as previously stated, would be to make a right turn, drive the roughly 3/10 of a mile to the traffic light on Moccasin Wallow, and make a U-turn to get back to I-75. People living in the new RCPA apartment development, as well as the hotel staff and guests, will soon learn to cut through the Eves Bend and Edgestone to access Artisan Lakes Parkway to get to Moccasin Wallow Road. This will endanger Edgestone Eves Bend residents and disrupt the residential lifestyle which Taylor Morrison sold us all. If I can reference you to page 4 and even to page 5 on your pictures there. Los Robles Court to Gateway Boulevard is heavily utilized by Eves Bend residents to go east on Moccasin Wallow to I-75 or go west to access State Road 41 and Interstate 275. And at the current time, with some 400 homes, that's in Eves Bend only, occupied there, and there being at least 2 cars per household, this is already heavy use for a 2-lane road that is accessed by other entities. Eves Bend is largely working couples with 2 cars. Many have additional cars for their high school or college-age children living at home. This entry point exit is also currently heavily utilized by Esplanade residents to exit the community via Buckman Halls Drive to Los Robles Court to Gateway Boulevard. The main entry exit onto Artisan Lakes Parkway is often not used to access I-75 because that would require a left turn onto eastbound Moccasin Wallow Road, where there's currently no traffic light. Even though there is a proposed traffic light at the entrance, along with road widening in that direction, at the entrance to Artisan Lakes Parkway, the timing of all this infrastructure would become of critical importance. If I could direct you to page 6, if you will, briefly. Additionally, this intersection, and it was previously referenced again, Moccasin Wallow and Gateway Boulevard provides egress for the fire station on Gateway Boulevard and will also be utilized by the rental apartments currently under construction behind the 7-Eleven. There's an incredible amount of traffic that a 2-lane road must bear. Not directly a part of the Artisan Lakes development, but directly across Moccasin Wallow Road, Gateway Boulevard, which becomes 49th Avenue East once it crosses, is the entry to another development, the Woods of Moccasin Wallow, in front of which is a shopping plaza adjacent to apartment buildings currently under construction. Also already occupied and requiring access to this intersection are a mini warehouse, a charter school, and all of these entities will be using the light at Moccasin Wallow Road and Gateway Boulevard, which you will recall is where the U-turn for vehicles leaving Parcel H will have to go. Yeah. Our concern is that the traffic modeling analysis, again, for Moccasin Wallow, which was performed by Manatee County in 2018, to determine traffic volumes projected for planning year 2040, does not consider all of the additional community developments. And I'll I'll stop that there because we just heard that from our previous speaker, but all we can see right now is an increase of nearly 1,000 cars per day on a 22-foot wide road, Gillette Road, with two 90-degree turns. And we are looking at this big city backup situation, deterioration within the community, traffic-wise. While the residents of the Artisan Lakes communities pay a fee to maintain Artisan Lakes Parkway, neither Taylor Morrison nor RCPA will be obligated to pay anything towards the maintenance of these roads, despite them being major contributors to the traffic using them. We believe, again, that Taylor Morrison's application should be at least suspended until a new traffic study has been completed and reviewed by this board. As, again, Taylor Morrison is the sole beneficiary of this development change. Finally, this rezoning request with the prospect of added traffic and potential increase in crime is a genuine cause for concern in our community. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker card I have is Margaret Wright. If you could come forward, state your name and that you have been sworn.
My name is Margaret Wright. I have been sworn, and I do have a few handouts forward. So that you know, for the last 3.5 years, I've lived on Los Robles Court in Eves Bend, which is part of the Artisan Lakes community under development by Taylor Morrison. Before that, I lived in the Esplanade section of the same development for just over 3 years. This is my home, this is my community, and it is my concern. The way the group had originally planned or thought this out is that I would start this discussion and that the others would speak for each community.
Sorry about that.
Unfortunately, this hasn't turned out quite that way, but it may serve just as good a purpose. I just have a one-page handout, and that first picture is what you see. This is what Taylor Morrison sells as, you know, this is the Artisan Lakes community. The 3 currently existing communities were notified by the developer, Taylor Morrison, of their intention to ask the zoning board to change the original mixed-use designation of Section 1, Parcel H, to include this enormous hotel and a mini storage facility. This incurred a lot of discussion by community residents as to how our lives would be adversely affected by the change in zoning requests. Since the Zoom meeting of July 20th, during which it was quite apparent that Taylor Morrison's intent was simply to inform residents of their plans for the Artisan Lakes community and that no resident comment was to be entertained, we collected signatures from over 180 residents to show the board the level of concern over the adverse impact of this proposed development on our lives at Artisan Lakes. So our purpose here today was to discuss these concerns with each of the Artisan Lakes communities. You already heard in the beginning with Lexi from Edgestone, and then from Colette, who lives in Esplanade, and Jim, who lives in Eves Bend, all with their personal concerns regarding this zoning change request. So that we are just trusting the board to consider our personal lives in your decision. The 3 main areas of concern, just to kind of consolidate here, which the community members wish to bring to the board, are, number 1, traffic and roadway infrastructure. While the current proposals are just for the parcel under review, we feel that the proposed development on this parcel, which will directly impact the entrances, exits, and overall traffic flow in the communities, requires a full review and a deep consideration for the extent of the impact that the proposed changes will have on the entire area of Moccasin Wallow Road. From the I-75 interchange west to State Route 41, at least 3 zoning request changes have been made by Taylor Morrison and approved by the zoning board since the last traffic impact study was made. The other pictures at the bottom of the page, this is what Taylor Morrison sells to people that they are encouraging to purchase their homes in Artisan Lakes. They're selling a specific lifestyle, which we all bought into. So that when fully developed, the 3 communities at Artisan Lakes, that's Esplanade, Eves Bend, and Edgestone, is going to comprise more than 2,000 residences. Less than 50% of total occupancy at this time. We already experience the lack of service and retail business, which a developer would be expected to provide for the communities. Instead of needed community services, which would not require any change in zoning, things like family restaurants, small retail, daycare, medical and service establishments, we find that Taylor Morrison has determined that the best use at one of the entrances to our community will be an enormous hotel and a mini warehouse. This appears to be a corporate decision, which is contrary to the representations made to home purchasers in Taylor Morrison's rather aggressive promotion of Artisan Lakes as a peaceful lifestyle residential area with amenities benefiting a relatively upscale community. With this zoning change request, the 3 communities feel somewhat like an unwanted stepchild of the developer. Assuming that all appropriate infrastructure is adequately provided, the enormous hotel proposed does not provide the type of facility that one would expect in a residential area, particularly one, as Taylor Morrison represents to his customers, that Artisan Lakes would be. I just want to add here, off my script, that you already heard that there's already existing a mini warehouse across Moccasin Wallow Road, not part of the Artisan Lakes development. And on the other side of I-75, where there's the Publix shopping center, if you look right across from the Publix shopping center, there's a huge sign that's saying hotel. They have got great visibility from I-75, as this parcel H would assumedly have, and it would certainly not have the impact on our community that this 350-room hotel on parcel H would have. The other thing of concern to the residents is safety. The communities in closest proximity to parcel H represent a diverse population. We have residents who are of retirement age or well into their retirement age. We have families with children from newborn through school and college age, empty nesters, and vibrant teens. The proposed hotel, with increased traffic and constantly changing visitors, does not make the Artisan Lakes residents feel the safety and comfort of their surroundings that Taylor Morrison led us all to expect, and which Taylor Morrison still represents as selling points to new buyers. I appreciate that the zoning board has taken the time to listen to our considerations. It's our attempt to keep our community safe and secure within the amenities and lifestyle that we all thought we were buying into. And if at any point the board feels like it would like any additional input on any of the points that have been addressed today, we hope you'll ask. We're here. The board has the power to require Taylor Morrison to develop its property wisely and to service its customers. And as requested before, just looking at this traffic issue, lots of zoning changes have happened since that traffic study, And while on the one hand, Taylor Morrison discusses square footage, we're looking at feet on the ground and cars on the road. And in the last zoning change for parcel I, when what's going in are 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 1-bedroom apartments with only 1.67 parking spaces per unit, we are already talking about road chaos. And this is right at the entrance where all of this new stuff is currently being requested. So please consider us, the residents who have been there, living through all this when you make your decision. We thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. All right, those were the speaker cards I had for folks who signed up prior to the hearing. But is there anybody else in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak to this application? Again, if you could come forward, state your name and that you have been sworn.
Morning. My name is Victoria Strong. I have been sworn, and I'm a resident of Manatee County.
Thank you.
I'll make this brief, as everyone that has come before me has made great statements. On Gillette Drive, where this is proposed, it is already very narrow. There are already very tight turns where there have been close calls of collisions, and this is just going to, it's not going to alleviate these factors. It's going to make it worse. So I just wanted to echo everyone that's come before me on residential safety. I am a resident of the Edgestone community that is going to be closest to this, as well as Eves Bend is also going to be fairly close. So safety of fellow neighbors as well as the traffic concerns. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Again, is there anybody else who wishes to come forward? Good morning, and if you could state your name and that you have been sworn.
Sure. My name is Anna Lichnowsky. I'm a new resident of Manatee County, and I have been sworn.
Thank you.
So I think I'm also a resident of Eves Bend. I signed on to Ms. Wright's petition. I was going to say, is my time up already? My gosh. So I did sign up with Ms. Wright's petition. I am only here 2 months, and I am very taken aback at the fact that where I am on Springmont Loop, which is about 1.2 miles away from this area, even from where I am, I have the potential to be overlooking a gigantic hotel. But at the end of the day, I do have to commend this board because I know what you do is very challenging. You are always balancing commercial interests, both for the county itself and the townships, and community interests. And I think that's what this conversation is about. I think a lot of the residents are very open. In fact, we want small businesses that are catering to the neighborhood. But the hotel, it just doesn't seem like it serves anything other than the financial interests of the builder, obviously the county, because the county can make money on it. And I think there needs to be just a little bit of compromise and more dialogue. I do ask you to consider, Taylor Morrison represented themselves as both a lender and a builder to us. We had less than a good experience, for lack of better words, with the lender. My fiance and I are business owners. We don't have issues qualifying for lending. This is something that we were also warned by people where we came from in New Jersey to watch out for with builders. And unfortunately, they pulled out our lending 2 weeks, before we were due to close. Somebody like us, we were able to scrounge up cash, but I mention this not to paint Taylor Morrison in a certain kind of light, but being a lender and a builder in the real estate market right now, where it's very volatile, I imagine they have some needs to make up for losses. And that's from, I used to invest in real estate too, so I understand where their needs are. I do want to bring to light that recent litigation has been pursued against Taylor Morrison in Hillsborough Circuit Court.
Mr. Chair, we have to stick to topic of land use.
This is about the character of the company that I just want to acknowledge, though.
Doesn't get into a man.
We need to, we need to stick to items relevant to the
This
application.
is about, okay, so at the end of the day, Taylor Morrison does not have an obligation to represent our interest as a community. They're a business, they're looking to make money, and I'm asking this board, who is supposed to be representing our interests, to please do that. We have 180 people in our neighborhood who are saying we don't want this, and we're willing to meet halfway because we do want business. We do want commerce. We want it for us, and we want it for the town of Palmetto. The hotel serves no other purpose except for driving traffic and doing all the things that everybody else has brought up here to discuss. So, again, I'm new. This is the first planning and zoning board meeting I've ever been to, but I am asking you to really consider what it is that we're coming to the table asking you to consider today. So that's pretty much all I have, because everybody else talked about some of the issues I was personally concerned with, but thank you for considering this.
Very good, thank you. And again, is there anybody, now your time's up. Again, is there anybody else who wishes to come forward and speak to this application? Anyone at all? Okay, seeing no one else come forward, we're going to close the public comment portion of the hearing and open it up for some questions related to some of the points that were brought up. Just for the residents and citizens who don't normally participate in these type of hearings, the Planning Commission is a voluntary commission that makes a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. We're asked to do two things. Judge any application based on the compatibility with the Land Development Code and the Comprehensive Plan. So those are, it's a very narrow commission that we have. So the basis of the decision is based on those two considerations. But there are oftentimes elements that are presented in a public hearing that require additional investigation. So hearings, the concerns of the neighbors, there seem to be a very narrow trend of concern, so we'll try to dive a little bit deeper into those. So with that, I would like to get somebody from the applicant team to come forward and just answer a couple questions. And in addition, I'll probably ask some traffic questions too, Mr. Wright, so you might want to queue up. So good morning, Mr. Grimes. How are you?
Good morning. I am Caleb Grimes, for the record, representing the applicant, and I have been sworn, and I'm a resident of Manatee County.
Very good. Thank you. With regard to the application, there was seemed to be a concern that something is being introduced that's new to the application with regard to the use. I understand the use is new, but this site was always intended, specifically, what is it, parcel H, was always intended for a commercial use. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. The site, we're not doing a rezoning. The site is zoned planned development mixed use, and it has always been designed from the beginning 3 decades ago as a non-residential site. Rhea put up on the board the uses that are there now allowed: office, for example, warehouse, commercial. Those are uses that have always been envisioned. Office, for example, at 65 feet high. In addition, in the development order, as I think Mr. Marshall pointed out, it has always had different uses that could be allowed, including hotel, including warehouse uses, are always uses that have been allowed. And the reason we're here today is the design criteria was not done properly for that, but the uses have always been in this development order.
You say always, but it was established at one point. When was the uses established? When was this considered and approved to be used as commercial uses?
To the best of my recollection, and I'm going to ask Alex if I've got this wrong, this was always planned as planned development mixed use, and this site was always planned as non-residential since 1991.
91, okay.
Yes.
All right, I
Since
thought
1991.
I thought it had been a considerable amount of time, so I just wanted to make sure that it was clear that this isn't, it's almost like the situation where it's the same form could have been built there, but it would have been a different use. So if it were constructed as an office building, that office building could be 5 stories, 65 feet.
65 feet.
Okay. So I just wanted to make sure that I understood that to be the case. The other questions I have are probably better answered by Mr. Wright related to traffic. So if I could, Mr. Wright, if you could come forward, state your name and that you have been sworn.
And I will tell you, it's Steve Henry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And
Yeah, I'm sorry, you're going to have to change your name.
Okay, absolutely.
It's on the record now.
Mr. Wright is over here.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure Mr. Wright would like to testify again.
Steve Henry with Links and Associates, so we are the traffic engineers on a project, and I have been sworn.
Thank you very much, and I apologize for.
Not a problem at all.
Called worse.
Yeah. With regard to the traffic, do you have an understanding, or can you speak to the fact that there was previously uses that were identified on this parcel and additional uses are being proposed? Does the traffic for what was previously presented, comparing to the proposed uses that are being heard today, or at least the concerns that were raised, do those uses increase traffic in this area, or is it equivalent, or does it decrease it?
So two things. One, when we put the amendment in, we looked at the trade-off matrix has both hotel and mini warehouse in the matrix itself.
Right.
For some reason, when they did the matrix, they didn't put the mins and maxes in there, so that's part of what the amendment that we're doing. But the matrix has always had those land uses in there. So we used the matrix to convert retail to the hotel and mini warehouse. And we did a trip generation analysis based on current numbers, as opposed to, it was originally done, it was a different ITE. We use ITE, which is Institute of Transportation Engineers. At that point in time, it was probably the 8th edition or 7th edition. We are now using the 11th edition. So we did a comparison to make sure that overall, project overall, with these changes, there's no increase in traffic. So from that standpoint, there's no change. Now, to answer your question, we have approval today for 285,000 square feet of retail. If retail were built on this site as opposed to the hotel and mini warehouse, it would be a significant increase in traffic over what a mini warehouse is. A very, very low traffic generator per square foot, and hotel is a relatively low traffic generator in comparison to retail. So from a retail standpoint, there would certainly be a significant increase in traffic if this were developed as retail as opposed to the uses that are proposed today.
And for development as this parcel as retail, Mr. Grimes, you might be better suited to answer this. Would this require a public hearing or just an application for development since it's already included in map H?
The retail is already allowed on this site and would not require a public hearing. It could just come in at up to the 285,000 feet, and it would not come back to the board.
And the applicant wouldn't be required to solicit public information or input on that application, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Mr. Smock.
Just one thing, I think the biggest misnomer in saying there's not going to be any extra traffic is the matrix allows for certain potential future use traffic. And when you're saying this hotel's going in, the future use traffic is going to be reduced. There's no way you can say there's going to be a hotel here and won't be any extra traffic than there currently exists.
I think for clarification, Mr. Henry.
See if we understood you.
Yeah, and that I was going to dovetail a question into that, so.
So, sure, I mean, the reality is what we're looking at, the matrix looks at what the traffic was approved for the overall project and comparing that. Certainly, whatever you put on that property, today it's vacant, so whatever you put on there, there is increased traffic. But that traffic has already been evaluated and mitigated as a part of the overall project.
That's only
clarification. Sure, absolutely.
And if I could, Commissioner, just add to that, I want to make sure everybody understands that this project did a traffic study to assure that they would mitigate all their traffic that they would be generating. And as a result of that, They are, of course, building Artisan Lakes Parkway all the way through 4-lane roadway. They've done other things, but they paid to the county, I think it's $3.5 million as their mitigation, and that is part of what the county has been using to do Moccasin Walla Road increase, the 4-laning or widening of that roadway. And so they mitigated all of their impacts. They studied it all to determine what improvements needed to be made at the intersections. And that is what has been going on. And then we were very, very careful to make sure when we came in here with this change request that we did it in a way that it clearly would not create more traffic impacts. That was something we knew going in, that we wanted to make sure that we were not putting more impacts on the road system or on the development. And of course, Parcel H, he's talked about it will be reduced there. And Parcel H, which of course is, as you saw on all the maps, is very, very disconnected from a transportation standpoint. It goes in and out of Gillette Road. And so that is something that has been done with this development from the beginning.
Mr. Roth.
In 1990, how many houses were planned for this area?
For the whole area?
Yeah, for this Artisan Lakes.
Oh, for Artisan Lakes, the original development approval? I'll have to ask.
Mr. Roth, can you turn your mic on?
I don't know that off the top of my head.
I think to
believe it-
add context to Mr. Roth's question, I believe this is a DRI that contemplated a large number of units. Is that a?
About 2,900 here on the site plan.
Yeah. Ms. Wright, you can't provide testimony. We have to protect the integrity of the hearing. If you, no, we can't, I'm sorry, we can't do that. You jeopardize the process if you provide additional testimony. Anything you have to say has to be said during the public comment portion of the hearing. So thank you, but you'll have to save it. And again, just for clarification, I believe all the residents know that this is going to go to the Board of County Commissioners and will be heard again. So you'll have additional opportunities to state your concerns and opinions then. So.
What I'm trying to get at is, in 1990, you saying that there was a plan for these commercial developments on Parcel H. The question is, was there the same plan for the number of units of homes, including apartments? Or has that changed by rezone or whatever in the last 30 years?
And as I said to you, I don't remember the exact numbers that were in 1991.
Okay, do we know
But
what the
it was
current
a
numbers
very
are?
large DRI with a lot of units and a lot of commercial allowed.
Well, the question simply becomes, what was planned in 1990 commercial is only relevant if the number of units of homes and so forth has not changed.
Maybe I can ask the question to maybe provide some additional clarification. In my experience, DRIs and they typically travel with a transportation analysis. I presume that was the case in 1990, 91, whenever this application was first heard. So at that point, there was a projection of traffic in this area that was established and dictated some of the components that would evolve over time. I think this is the 9th revision to the documents. I'm not sure which document, but I think it's at least map H. Has there been an escalation in trips associated with the project, or has it been consistent where the trips, for example, single families generate a specific trip number where what we're talking about today, self-storage, generates a different trip based on accepted standards? So has it been consistent, the projection of traffic? Has it been consistent through the years?
I'm going to try to answer that as best I can. Ms. Leiter handed me, okay, she's going to get to the number that was in the original approval.
Okay.
And my recollection was that it was approved for a much, much larger number of units. And it was, and we'll get that number for you in just a minute, and a lot more commercial was done. And it was in two phases, or two or more phases, that it was supposed to be done. And through the process, when Taylor Morrison mitigated all of their impacts, they did it for phase one and have never, has no plans to go beyond what was the original phase one numbers. So when the mitigation was done for the number of trips that were being planned for this development, we have, since that time period, when the $3.5 million or whatever it was paid to the county, we have been very careful to assure that the number of trips does not increase. Because if it did, then we'd have to redo our CLOS, we'd have to redo our LDA, we'd have to redo everything. So we have kept the number of trips consistent. So if we did, for example, if we went from multifamily to single family generates more trips than the same number of units as multifamily. So if we did that change, we would do fewer multifamily than fewer single family than the multifamily we exchange for. We've been very, very careful. We've worked with your staff on that to assure that any changes that happened, we keep the trips below what was studied, what was planned for, and what we mitigated for. We've been very, very careful to do that with your staff. And back when this was done, there was a land use equivalency matrix that was put in play that said, as long as you do the exchanges per this matrix, then you're not doing more trips. And that's what we have done for as long as I've been working with them. I did not work on it in the original 1991, so that's why I don't know your numbers off the top of my head. And I know they're working to get those numbers for you, but it was a much larger product. I recall that I did help them get their agreement with the county to do a prop share project to mitigate all their impacts, and that was for the phase one development.
And I think that goes back to the question I asked earlier in the initial presentation. That's the reasoning behind the land exchange or land use exchange, the matrix, is to ensure that you don't increase the number of trips associated with a project, or, as you said, you'll lose your CLOS and
that's correct.
Violate obligations, agreements, I guess is probably the more appropriate way, agreements that have already been established with the county.
That's correct.
Mr. Conner.
Yes,
For
ma'am.
the records, the original approval include 3,400 residential units, 445,000 square feet of commercial, 906,000 square feet of office space, plus 397,000 square feet of office and commercial center. Right now, the residential units are 2,900. That means
Okay.
it's less than for what the original approved. And the square footage reached 416. And only one item before was 445,000.
Okay, all right. I think I've heard this application a couple times, and that was my recollection that it was much more. So, all right.
It's gone down a lot.
Yeah, not this application, but this project. Mr. Rutledge.
Yeah, Mr. Grimes, so a couple of things come to my mind when we're looking at this. One of them is that there's obviously in 30 years big changes in the operational structure of, saying, a hotel, and that's one of the problems with kind of definitions. My experience, and I guess my question really for traffic is, based on the new configuration of hotels, which are multi-uses without a lot of public space. So the comment about, convention center space and all that, all the hotels we know of are reducing their square footage. So they're not having restaurants, they're not having retail shops, they're maximizing the reception and dining areas. So there's a lot less design features and traffic drivers. Is that a study that IT now kind of embraces and says, hey, hotels don't generate what they generated when they have 350 rooms with convention space?
I'm going to let Steve answer that, but I do want to remind you that what he has said is that we are using the absolute latest FDOT numbers to assure that we're comparing traffic generation rates. And the FDOT regularly looks at what's happening out there in the world to make sure that the rates they are telling you to use are actual rates that are happening out there. Now, go ahead.
Okay, sure. So to answer the question, and it's ITE that we look at, Institute of Transportation Engineers.
Yes, sir.
And so you are correct. They have come up with a multitude of different types of hotels, whether it's a hotel, whether it's a business hotel, which is what we're seeing now, which don't have the meeting space, don't have the restaurants. What we used here was a standard hotel. That's a worst case from a trip generation standpoint.
Okay.
The reality is, which mostly what we're seeing today are more the business type hotels, it has much less traffic than a typical hotel. But we used a worst case scenario in just a standard hotel.
Okay. And I had one other question relates to that, and that's the transition from, like office retail to storage. And my understanding that the codes see them dramatically different for parking requirements and traffic generation counts. Can you give me just a sense of the difference between 50,000 feet of warehouse versus 50,000 feet of retail for traffic proportions?
Sure. To give you an idea, the mini warehouse at 56,000 square feet generates 33 PM peak hour trips.
Okay.
So fairly low. The hotel, I take that back. I'm sorry. The mini warehouse is 23. If you look at the retail, and I'm trying to do math in my head here, but it is at 165,000 is over 811 trips.
So someone would easily say it's 4 times more intense. At worst, that doesn't count restaurants that are differential, right?
Correct. This is using just standard retail
Just an
shopping
estimate.
center. Right. And then if you look at office at 147,000, it's 229 trips. So again, significantly more trips than you would see than a mini warehouse type use.
And so just in my mind, what I'm trying to understand is making the decision to use these agreed upon uses versus other agreed upon uses is going to reduce the impounds of traffic at high peak times.
Correct.
Is that
The
reasonable?
reality is if you look at let's say a per acre, this is a certain
So,
size.
yes, give us-
What you can fit on an acre for retail versus mini warehouse, that mini warehouse is going to be significantly less traffic. And the same thing with a hotel versus a retail per acre. Retail has more trip generation rate than a hotel would. So these will be a significant decrease over what could be there.
And do storage units typically have different peak hours? I know that they don't, or is that understandable? I don't know if it is.
Generally speaking, they will have slightly different, but you can see that the numbers are so low that their peak hour, it doesn't really matter. What we look at typically from an analysis standpoint is we look at the AM and PM peak hours, street peak hour, not necessarily the hour of, especially for a mini warehouse.
Yeah.
But it will be slightly different.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Mr. Henry, the process that you go through to get these trips accepted by the county, I think there was some concern that the information might have been old or out of date. How do you address the information that is presumed to be on the road? Does it account for, in addition to the actual cars on the road, does it presume trips that are in plans that have been approved, even if they're not part of the community?
Well, so for this particular project, because it was already approved and already has a CLOS, what we were looking at from the standpoint is, does it generate any more, what we're changing, does it generate any more traffic than what has already been approved and evaluated for the project? And so that's what we're looking at. We're not necessarily going back out every time you change it, doing a whole new traffic analysis. So what we looked at was and we looked at today's rates. So we looked at the most current ITE trip generation manual, which is the 11th edition, to look at that, to make sure we're looking at the most up-to-date data as far as trip generation, to make sure we're not exceeding it based on today's rates.
Right.
And,
But-
Mr. Chairman, if I could
Yes.
help answer that. For new projects that come in, I think that's kind of where you're going.
Yeah.
What you look at is, and Steve, you can correct me if I'm wrong, you look at the traffic counts that the county has, that they keep up to date on a regular basis on all the roads, and then they have you look at all approved developments and the traffic that they are generating to put on the road. And then they have you put your traffic on the road to see what is going to be happening. So that is the way the county does their studies and the way they do it for any new projects or anything. It's how we would have done it back when we did this one years ago.
Right. And what I'm trying to verify, or at least get clarification on, is that you didn't start cold and go out and count the cars that you see on a Tuesday or something like that, and then presume that you're adding the other traffic into that mix. That the analysis, again, presumes other future trips that are maybe not yet on the road to be included. And again, understanding that this was, the original application was early 90s, so the traffic associated with what we're talking about today, even though the car's on the road, there are other applications that maybe come in adjacent, across the street, whatever, already presume the volume of traffic associated with this
Correct. I can tell
community.
you that yeah, when this originally was done, this traffic, along with any other approved projects, were added to that. But I can also tell you that, and we're doing many of them in the area, that we have to add the traffic associated with this project and any other project that's approved to our analysis. So it's a cumulative process as far as when a project gets approved, it gets added to that analysis.
Mr. Rutledge, you-
So just one other point of clarification. So the gatekeeper for volume of traffic on the road, you've come through that and said, we're not adding more traffic than we were entitled to or that was planned for.
Correct.
Everybody else has to come to the gatekeeper, whoever that at the county is, and says, I want to add this traffic, knowing you've done what you're going to do and what they propose to do, and everybody uses this model, which is deemed to be acceptable. I've had my own arguments about the ITE, but that's the standard we're using, and you've met it. The people bringing more traffic to their area, not planned for, have to address it then, correct?
Yes, correct.
All right, I get it.
Question?
Mr. Roth.
Can you tell me what level of service the Moccasin Wallow will be when done? A, B, C, D?
Once the 4-laning is done,
Yeah.
it depends on the year. We haven't done that analysis to be able to tell you at this point, but it depends on the year that it's
Thank you.
done.
Do we have any idea what year we're talking about?
Well, the year that it's 4-laned, again, we haven't done that analysis. I'd be speculating on what that might be.
Maybe if we can bring up somebody from
Yeah,
staff, Mr. Wahid, with regard, also, can you explain the proposed improvements? I think we've heard rumor about improvements on Moccasin Wallow, but maybe if you could provide some detail, and then maybe post-construction, if there's a projection of level of service, if you could share that, please.
Good morning, Mary Wahid, Transportation Planning, and have been sworn.
Thank you.
So, first off, I think it would be helpful to frame the application. So they are coming for a GDP modification. So, and with that, there is a level of analysis that's warranted to go with the project. So what they've done, and this has been said repeatedly, is they try to rebalance their entitlement. And these entitlements have been mitigated accordingly with the traffic study that was done previously. So in terms of concurrency-related improvement, they are good. So what they are doing is, based on market condition and demand, they are trying to reallocate their entitlements as best fits. So with that, it doesn't mean that the traffic will not change. It will change, but the net effect external to this project will remain unchanged. So they are good with that one. As they progress with FSP and PSP, they go through a second layer of scrutiny, which is operational analysis, and they have to check whether they have to provide some kind of site-related turn lanes and so on. So this is just to frame the project. I was not trying to be evasive, but for Moccasin Wallow, at this current situation, there is a project, the design is complete to 4-lane Moccasin Wallow, and there was also one reference to this from the citizen about a traffic study, and I recall that I exchanged some emails regarding the study that was done in 2018. So when you design or you project traffic volumes for a roadway design, you try to include all projects that have been approved or are about to be approved, and at the same time, you add a layer of contingency for future projected projects. So there is an element of growth that's included. So you tend to err on the side of caution and go conservative with the design in terms of traffic. So with the 4-laning, the level of service of Moccasin Wallow is expected to be a level of service D. But considering the growth trend in the county, Moccasin Wallow is being designed as a 4-lane with the 6-lane right-of-way. But for the foreseeable future, the 4-lane will be sufficient. This is a matter of right sizing, not to over-design for financial and economic reasons. And at 4 lanes, it's expected to work as level of service D.
In our lifetime?
So the construction.
How old are you?
2 years, 4 years?
Oh, yeah, so the construction is expected to begin soon, and completion is 2024. That's the latest estimate I get.
So it's fully, it's funded. I mean, that's usually the main.
Correct, yes.
Yeah, the kind of the hurdle that has to be cleared, so it's already funded, so, okay. With regard to the improvements that are being proposed on Moccasin Wallow, you made reference to capacity. Those are generally capacity-related improvements. Are there any operational elements associated with the proposed improvements?
So there needs to be some form of operational kind of improvement that will improve access to related to some project size. So some kind of lumping of turn lanes and so on that go to major development will be included. My details are fuzzy,
Yeah.
but there's definitely going to be some.
That's really not a fair question because that involves a lot of stuff. But typically, you would expect that a publicly funded project and a project that is likely funded with the transportation impact fees, portions of it, would include things that benefit the adjacent communities, like a longer turn lane or additional turn lanes,
Correct.
or things like that.
Correct, and there could be some opportunities to collaborate with the developers to kind of lump some of this project with the CIP project, so it's a benefit for all parties.
Right. There was mention of closing a segment of the median on the first road. I'm sorry, Gillette Drive. Is that part of the Moccasin Wallow improvements?
So I didn't see the exhibits that were being talked about, so I cannot.
It's the closest one to the interchange, and what I was contemplating or thinking that there's it's
roads.
And is that a product of a requirement from DOT related to the Moccasin Wallow improvements?
Well, there is a spacing criteria, but I don't know that it's DOT, but certainly the county has looked at
Okay.
it. And you can't put a signal that close to the interstate ramps, so the next thing is they go to a directional median opening.
Okay, all right. But I think there's also things that were mentioned, signalization and of additional roadways. Those are all contemplated or maybe even a product of the improvements, the improvements along Moccasin Wallow that the county's currently working through. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Right. Mr. Rutledge.
Thanks for being here and taking these questions. I think the other thing I I always appreciate is when there's questions about the traffic that people want to know in detail. Because I think if you understand what we can do, which is raise questions, if that gets you the opportunity to speak directly with you and then prepare whatever comments you have for the commission, you'll be more educated, more able to communicate and know a little bit better maybe the things you want to ask for, the things you are thinking about. But I appreciate your insight.
Mike, now that you're done talking.
Thank you.
All right. Are there, oh, I'm sorry, Mr.
Is there any
Dillon.
improvements to Gillette Drive in the
Gillette
future?
Drive?
I said, is there
What?
any improvements to Gillette Drive in the future?
Not that I know of, yeah.
Maybe that needs to be directed at the applicant. Is Gillette Drive even a public road or is it a private road?
My understanding, Steve Henry again, it is a public road, and that, as a part of the development, we'll have to meet the county standards for that road.
So
To the extent that it is not standard, we will have to be standard when we access that road.
So maybe when the application for development is submitted, at that point, it would be looked at to see if it meets the county standard?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and then if it doesn't?
Then the developer will be required to bring it up to county standards as a part of the development.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask one last question?
Mr. Roth, yes.
So since 1990, I believe this development was approved for 3,400, is that correct? Or did it rise between 1990 and current by DRI approval? Did I lose you? Looks like I lost you. Okay, originally, what was this approved for? How many houses? That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Entered into the records before, was approved for 3,400 residential units.
6,000?
3,000.
3,000.
3,000. 444,000 square feet of commercial space, 960,000 square feet of office space, and 395,000 square feet of commercial center and offices.
Thank you.
All right, any additional questions for staff or the applicant? We've kind of been jumping back and forth. Okay. So with that, what I would like to do is go ahead and get the staff closing comments, and then we'll get the applicant's closing comments and a rebuttal, and then we'll close the public hearing.
Hi, thank you, Marshall Robinson, and I have been sworn. In addition to everything else that was said, I'd just like to clarify for the record, this is not a zone change. This is a modification to an existing plan. And I'd also like to say that along the mixed-use, future land use designation that's shown on Map H and the GDP, there are a variety of mixed uses that are shown or entitled for that location within the development site. The need to bring the project in to modify the GDP is to account for the development standards that would accommodate those already permitted uses. Before today, we didn't have development standards for hotels, we didn't have development standards for many warehouses, even though they were already contemplated and baked into the cake of the approval back in whenever it was, that introduced those uses and already vetted those uses as compatible and appropriate. And then one thing I don't think that we touched on is the reduction in parking. There was a part of the request, it was approved in parcel I at 1.8, I think it was 1.8 parking spaces. And that is a typical reduction in parking through the specific approval process throughout Manatee County and very many of our planned developments for residential. And the analysis that was provided was commensurate to the same type of analysis that have received previous approvals for the same type of reduction for the same type of development. And then I would also mention that in the mixed use, future land use category, again, there are a variety of uses. There are residential uses that have been approved and platted in that mixed use designation of the GDP and the Map H. South of those residences have always had non-residential entitlements. And then the last point I'd like to make that I don't believe was brought up is on that offset with the matrix, where they reconcile the differences in traffic over the proposed uses versus the already approved uses. That offset with the drawdown of one use and then the addition of another use based on the multiplier of the conversion rate, I would like to add that we worked with the applicant, and the applicant did a good job to make sure that not only they drew down just a minimum to put them at the requested new uses, they drew down a surplus of their non-residential entitlements to ensure that by the time that they did get to FSP, that they would not be rubbed up against any CLOS issues, and that they would also ensure that they're not providing any net increase in their trips. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, would the applicant team like to make a closing comment? And I don't know if you need to rebut anything that's been said, but please feel free.
Well, we've had a lot of discussion, so I do want to say a couple of things, but I'll keep it brief. First, I want to address, I thank Marshall for what he explained. I wanted to make sure you understand when he said there was a parking reduction, that was a previous one. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about today. The hotel, the mini warehouse, the commercial, the office, anything that comes in on that site will have to meet your current parking requirements for that to assure that there is sufficient parking. We are not asking for any reduction in that. And I know Marshall said that, but I wasn't sure it was very clear that what he was talking about, there was one approval of that. And by the way, on that one, I just saw on your calendar, on your agenda, that you've got that coming up to make that 1.8 the standard now, as opposed to having to do it as a reduction. I do want to point out a couple of things. When we sat down to do this, Taylor Morrison directed and was very, very insistent on assuring that we did not ask for any uses that weren't already approved. And secondly, that we didn't ask for any height that was not already allowed on that site. And thirdly, that we did not do anything that would create more traffic than the traffic we already have approved. And I appreciate what Marshall said, is that we actually went overboard on that to be extra conservative, because we did not want to create something that wasn't already really there. As I think Commissioner Connolly said, same look, same form, slightly different use in the height. And so we wanted to be very careful with that. But the reason we're here, and I want to stress this, is that we are finding, and I see it in a lot of developments I'm working with, one is that many warehouses, I expect someday that a mini warehouse will be considered an amenity to a residential development. They are in such demand because people are doing a bit of downsizing. And we see that there's some movement to houses that aren't as big, and they want to have a place to store things. The other thing that I'm seeing in a lot of developments, and we're seeing the request here, is that when you get this number of residential units, and especially when you're located at a really good place like this, is that hotels are something that is being demanded. We find that residents are saying, wow, you know, I have my grandparents coming down from, from up north, and I really don't have room for them. It would be great to have a place for them to stay. And we are seeing that. And I understand we have 180 people that signed a petition. I don't know that we talked to them all to go through all of that. But, we have a couple of thousand people there. And we're trying to react to what the market is requesting, but do it in a way that was very responsible to assure that we're not doing any additional height than was already approved, no new traffic, and no new uses. So we would like to ask that you recommend approval of this. I gotta say, I understand concerns that some of the residents raised, but they are things that, like the height issue, the traffic issue, that was years ago. And one final thing, I did check, the proportionate share agreement that mitigated all the impacts was done in 2018. And so that's when all of that traffic was brought up to date, all those things were looked at, and we assured now that we're still in compliance with that. Thank you for your consideration.
Very good, thank you. All right, with that, I'm going to close the public hearing and open it up to discussion, deliberation. Thoughts?
I want to say that, the challenge you have is when you live in an area and you see green stuff go away and buildings come, it's not what you want. But I think just what Marshall said is where you get development rights that were in place and you can compress them to deliver a more contemporary product like the new hotel designs and what I think is warehouses. I have to say that I'm shocked by them, but they are things people need and they're everywhere. I think this is a good solution, and I appreciate the concerns people have. I think if I could crystallize it, I'd say that the road issues ought to be pursued at a different axiom because this group has its rights, but everything else that hasn't been there, they ought to prove up that that's appropriate. So I'm going to vote in favor of it. I like the transition to new product, and I like taking old things and making sure they meet the new codes, because I think you're going to be constrained by the newer standards for water, traffic, all the things that didn't happen 30 years ago. So I'm going to be in favor of it, despite I think you made all good points about concerns that you have.
Any other thoughts? All right, I agree, Mr. Rutledge. One of the things that I think makes this should alleviate some of the concern with the residents is if this doesn't go forward, the applicant could still build a 65-foot office building, and the traffic would be much worse. I think. Yeah, I think some of the numbers were like 100 times worse on the average daily trips. One of the other things, I've been doing this long enough where I've seen the information that's presented in the application is the upper end, and it's typically not what gets constructed. Many times it is, but there's a presumption of trying to provide flexibility to the process, so an applicant will ask for way more than they'll ever do. So this isn't an application for development, it's the authorization to move forward with that process. So when it goes in front of the staff for development, the final site plan or the construction plans, it could look very different and it could be much less onerous or to the neighbors, it should be less scary. But that being said, this site has always been intended for development. I think it's just the communication or the neighbors not being aware of that has probably been what's been reflected with many of the concerns today. So with that, any other thoughts, or if not, the chair will entertain a motion, and if we could, we need to take these one at a time with, we'll open it up for a motion on item number 6.
I'll make a motion if I can read this. Based on the staff report, evidence presented, comments made, public hearing, and findings, the request to be consistent with the Manatee County Comprehensive Land Plan and Land Development Code, Section 380 Florida statutes. I recommend approval of this conditions and adopt it as provided.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All right, chair's going to call the matter to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Chair votes aye. Motion passes 6-0. Item number 7, chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. DeLisle.
I move to recommend approval of the Manatee County zoning ordinance number PDMU 9101GR9 and approval of the revised general development plan with stipulations.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second by Mr. Rutledge. Any additional discussion? All right, hearing none, the chair is going to call the matter to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Chair votes aye. Motion passes 6-0. And with that, I'm going to call a 10-minute recess. I know we're getting close to the noon hour, but I need some water.
Very good.
see how, I hope I can read my PowerPoint.
Sorry that was loud. I'm just trying to get everybody's attention. We'll give everybody a moment to get back to their seats. Yep. So let's see. All right, we're making progress on the agenda. We're up to item number 9, I believe. So, missing Mr. Delesline.
He's in the hallway, he's right.
Okay, all right. Sorry, Mr. Line. There we go. Very good. All right. All right. With that, we're going to go ahead and move on to item number 9. I'll talk real slow. Oh, Ms. Knapp is going to introduce item number 9. Very
I can read it into the record for you. Item number 9 is LDCT 22-02, Ordinance 22-26. It's a Land Development Code text amendment, county initiated, regarding agritourism. It's a legislative item, and the presenter today will be Bill O'Shea. This is amending the Manatee County Land Development Code by adding agritourism to Chapter 2, Section 200, definitions, adding an exemption related to agritourism to Chapter 5, standards for accessory and specific uses and structures, Section 521.10, tents, and adding a new agritourism section to Chapter 5, standards for accessory and specific uses and structures, specifically 521.12, agritourism, and providing for other amendments as may be necessary for internal consistency.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. O'Shea, how are you?
Good, Mr. Chair. Good morning again. Bill O'Shea for staff. So we're here. You're probably wondering what we're doing back here again, because we've already discussed this one time, and I'll get into the history in just a second in my PowerPoint. So agritourism was first mentioned in the statutes in 2007, and it was essentially to allow farmers to open their farms to visitors and provide a secondary income stream related to their specific agricultural activity. The statute has been revised several times, once to address liability, so farmers are no longer liable if anybody gets hurt on their farm when participating in an activity and there's a specific sign that the state requires them to post throughout the property. It was amended later to prohibit local governments from enacting or enforcing regulations to prevent agritourism. And then it was again amended to add local concerns regarding substantial off-site impacts, although substantial is not defined. And then the agritourism activity definition was modified to allow additional activities not directly related to agritourism, so including civic and ceremonial activities such as weddings. So now it includes activities that don't necessarily have to relate to agritourism or agriculture. And there were some provisions added recently regarding the construction of new buildings that are essentially non-farm. So the Florida statute defines agricultural-related activities that are consistent with the bona fide farm. This is the agritourism is defined as an agricultural-related activity consistent with the bona fide farm. A bona fide farm is determined on an annual basis by the property appraiser. It essentially designates with a specific land use code as to whether or not it has an exemption or not. Agritourism allows members of the general public to engage in recreational, entertainment, or educational activities. It includes farming, ranching, historical, cultural, civic, ceremonial, training and exhibition, and harvest your own activities. What it does not include is the construction of new or additional structures or facilities intended to house, shelter, transport, or otherwise accommodate the general public. It does allow you to use farm buildings, but cannot you cannot build and use non-farm related buildings for agritourism. And again, it does prohibit local governments from adoption or enforcing local regulations that prohibit, restricts, or regulates agritourism on bona fide farms. But it does allow local government to address substantial off-site impacts or emergencies that relate to public health, safety, and welfare, such as traffic control, and operational and safety issues. It also provides for access routes to the site and ingress and flow around the site to provide EMS, fire, and law enforcement services. This looks like a repeat. I apologize. I think I have a duplicate slide. So we can go past, oh, the only point on this slide that I don't think was under the other ones is the Florida Right to Farm Act protects reasonable agricultural and complementary agritourism activities from nuisances and other similar lawsuits. So in addition to the liability, it also provides them with a level of protection that if you're generally doing agritourism or agricultural related activities, there is an expectation for a certain amount of noise, odor, associated with your typical agricultural uses. And because you're doing agritourism, it's not going to be regulated any differently. So, examples of agritourism would be like educational tours. It could be on production of crops and livestock or food and beverage processing. It includes participation in the production of crops, animals, foods, and beverages. It's a pick-your-own sales stands or stands with produce. Cultural tourism, including historical farms, historical villages, museums of folk art and agriculture. Accommodation, so you could stay on the farm, and it really allows more for primitive camping, not for glamping. And therapy, through either plant or animal assistance, aromatherapy, apitherapy, or goat yoga. It also includes food and beverages, so there could be an agritourism activity where the farmer invites somebody to have dinner with the family in the farmhouse, or they could be doing an activity out in the field and provide picnic meals for part of that event. It can be recreation and sports, so it can be walks, hikes, horseback riding, sports requiring larger spaces, hunting or fishing. And it could be for entertainment purposes, such as park and garden visits, agritourist excursions and outings, petting farms, a corn maze, or a hay ride. And of course, the latest addition was weddings to the list. So why would the county be interested in regulating? And basically, the answer is to address those substantial off-site impacts. So here you have two examples of agritourism activities. You have your pick-your-own farm on the left, which has a relatively low attendance, and you have a concert on the right that can be a lot of people that arrive and leave a site in a very short period of time. And then again, as you can see, the pick-your-own farm is relatively unattended, where that concert event could have impacts on the local roadways and response times for EMS, fire, law enforcement, not only to those attending the agritourism event, but to those people who live in proximity of that agritourism activity. So here we are with the history. So the original proposal relied on a special permit to regulate off-site impacts generated if 1,000 or more attendees per day threshold was tripped. And under that process, there would be one public hearing required, so there would be the opportunity for the public to comment and offer input into the process. On May 12th, Planning Commission recommended denial. June 2nd, we went to the board for the first reading. There were concerns by both the board and the public over the proposed text amendment, and the item was recommended for transmittal, but on the adoption hearing on June 16th, the board made a motion to bring back language to regulate as a temporary use permit and to conduct public outreach. So on July 29th, 2022, we held a virtual workshop with the agricultural community. Over 1,000 flyers were mailed out to potential agritourism property owners in advance of the workshop, and that was, again, we determined that through the property appraiser by using those future land use codes to pull up potential agritourism properties. 10 staff members and 13 participants were in attendance, and the meeting was recorded so that it could be shared with those who could not gain access live during the meeting. An interactive poll was included in the presentation where attendees could respond to questions. The results of the poll indicated that additional regulations were not wanted or needed. To qualify that, due to the limited participation in the flyer being only mailed out to agriculturally exempt properties, these results may not accurately reflect the wishes of both the agricultural community and surrounding residents. So the parcels, when we think about agritourism, I think a lot of people think something way out east. But that's not necessarily the case. So I wanted to show you some of the parcels and their locations throughout the county where an agritourism activity could take place. So as you can see here, we do have some properties very close to Sarasota Bay off of 75th Street, and then there's some out in Cortez. And then you could see off of 301, there's a few opportunities on this slide. Actually, there's quite a few opportunities on 301. And then in North County, you can see there are a lot of places where agritourism can occur, both in the western part of Palmetto and out east. Whoops, sorry. And then closer out towards Sneed Island, there are some opportunities, in fact, on Sneed Island, and some, around the 41 corridor. There are some right off the exchange of State Road 64 and 75, and some other opportunities as well. A little bit further to the east. And as you can see, there's some opportunities off of State Road 70, both east and west of the interstate. So it's important, I think, from the perspective that we look at the locations of these and not make the assumption that they cannot have major substantial off-site impacts, because depending on where they're located, that may or may not necessarily be true. So the request today is for approval of an LDC text amendment to regulate substantial off-site impacts generated from agritourism for activities that attract 1,000 or more attendees per day through a temporary use permit. And so the proposed temporary use permit will require on-site parking, the agritourism operator to obtain all other applicable permits before commencing the activity, the posting of the warning sign, the harassment of wildlife, prohibits the harassment of wildlife, prohibits construction of new or additional non-farm structures or buildings, compliance with Florida Fire Prevention Code, and then there are some exemptions from temporary use permit criteria that really relates to the on-site activity that we cannot look at, so it provides exemptions from those sections. The positive aspects of the application, it provides the county with a means of enforcement should an agritourism activity get out of control. Without any regulations on the books, I don't think the county would be very successful in doing any type of enforcement. And the temporary use permit process occurs relatively quickly and at a minimal cost to the agritourism operator. It ensures that public health, safety, and welfare issues are adequately addressed for larger events, including residents living within proximity of an agritourism event. And basically, I think we already went over this, but it's fair to say, I think that agritourism activities west of 75 would most likely impact traffic, operation, safety standards more than those that are far east. And with this, it would allow traffic control plans, off-duty law enforcement, and on-site parking staff to be arranged ahead of the event to facilitate the movement of traffic and to provide adequate access and routes for EMS, fire, and law enforcement. The negative aspects is the regulations may be perceived as additional unnecessary regulation. It will require agritourism operators of larger events to plan further ahead, and the temporary use process does not provide a means for the public to be involved in that approval process. It's staff's opinion that this, the land development text amendment as proposed meets the applicable provisions of the comprehensive plan and land development code. With that, I'll take any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Mr. O'Shea, there were references to Florida statute. Does the Florida statute have any, I think it was, at least a portion of it, I think was characterized as agritourism protection. Is that the way it was described?
Yes, it actually, the statute is in place to provide that there aren't any roadblocks for farmers to use their property for agritourism activities. I think that was what the intent was at first.
I think I misstated. I think it's agricultural protection, not agritourism protection, so.
Well, I guess it could be a branch or an arm of it. If somebody's not doing really well in their farm operation, currently they can supplement their income with an additional activity or additional activities.
Okay. And there was a mention of a public hearing. Is that with an established board, the BOCC County Commission, or is it with the hearing officer?
Well, that was with the process that did not go forward.
Okay.
Under the special permit. With what's proposed today, there would be no public hearing
So
required.
the special permit, is there an established process already in place? Because potentially there are issues that would come up with something like this that you could say would be similar to like a traveling carnival or a state fair or something like that where it's not focused on agriculture. I presume though something like that would also have to have a some type of special permit. Is that?
Well, for the tents over a certain size would be regulated by fire, and there are capacity limits on the use of the farm buildings for agritourism. So, but it's all tied to fire protection.
Okay. So that's on site. Off site, the stuff I was thinking more like traffic control and stuff like that. There's already standards in place. This wouldn't be the creation of a new process, is it?
I think it is.
Okay. It just seems like there would be an opportunity to.
I mean, I think that most temporary uses, we look at access points, but I don't think that any of them go to the extreme of regulating traffic. Because there's nothing, I don't think, in any of the temporary use criteria that would require traffic control, or at least I'm not thinking of anything off the top of my head.
I can't think of anything I've witnessed in Manatee County, but I've seen other places, like if there's a fair or something like that, they many times will put up the mobile signs or something like that. But I was just wondering if there was experience or a process in place that would help manage that. So,
I think
Mr. Smock, yeah.
the biggest one that comes to mind for me is the fact that we just gained the medieval fair. In fact, it's coming up in
Right.
November.
Right.
And that's.
Yeah, I was kind of questioning that, but that'll probably be a good question for staff if that would be something that would qualify, because you,
We've got Dankin,
Yeah.
working farms, we've got the animal rescues, we've got, those are established kind of day-to-day in and outs. But the medieval fair seems to be, and I only say that because I'm kind of a medieval fair junkie. So-
yes, ma'am.
I wanted to piggyback on Mr. O'Shea's response to you. Section 520B on this existing code for temporary uses says the use should not create hazardous, vehicular, or pedestrian traffic conditions.
Ms. Shank, can you hit your mic?
I don't know how to turn it on. That create traffic conditions in excess of capacity of the streets. Parking, driveway layout, temporary on-site traffic signage, handicapped accessibility, and vehicular access should be subject to approval by the department director.
Okay.
And we carefully went through all the existing criteria, A through J, and I just read you B, in the temporary use code section, and went through them and took out everything that would absolutely impact the ability to do the agritourism, that we solely limited criteria, followed them down more narrowly to follow the statute, which only allows the county to look at substantial off-site impacts caused by their agritourism activity, not off-site impacts caused by existing farm operations, that's above and beyond that.
Yeah.
And it only applies to 1,000 attendees or more, which is based on sample regulation from another jurisdiction that seemed to be a reasonable threshold.
Yeah, I was, the threshold, I was thinking if somebody has, like, in my family, my grandfather had a strawberry stand, and it was a U-Pick place, I remember as I remember as a kid, people coming in, so that's,
It wasn't 1,000 people a day.
no, it wasn't 1,000
Yeah,
people.
I mean, you have
so-
to keep this in mind. This is trying to keep us only where we reasonably anticipate the potential for off-site impacts.
Yeah, okay, all right.
And
And then,
Mr. Chair, I'm
Yes.
sorry, I was incorrect, as Sarah had pointed out, on the temporary use permit, but it's my understanding, Nicole had mentioned to me that when temporary use permits come in, fire, law enforcement, and EMS do look at the plans and have a part of that approval process.
okay, all right, very good. And then Mr. Smock brought up medieval fair, and that's an example we've seen in the paper, and it's a lot of discussion, but just to boil it down to the most basic thing, is that the type of use? It doesn't seem, it seems to be an activity occurring on an agricultural land, not necessarily something that you could say is directly related to agriculture.
There's animals involved.
Right, and it is designed for those much bigger activities that, and like I was showing you in the event, somebody hosted a concert, that could have a huge impact versus an activity that occurs over the course of 12 hours.
Right.
So it really depends on the activity, but yes, it is those larger activities that we're trying to make sure do not disrupt, the ability for the county to address health, safety, welfare issues while the activity is going on.
Okay,
Additionally, it's the agricultural exemption that they need to have to be considered a bona fide farm. And what I did not point out when we're looking at the slides on the parcels is a lot of those are not even in agriculturally zoned districts, but they still have the exemption.
right, okay, so who grants the exemptions?
And that is the property appraiser.
Okay,
So they have to go through this exercise on an annual basis.
so as long as they can present their operation, their organization, the property as an agricultural property that the,
As an active farm.
okay, all right, Mr. Roth.
So if you have an exemption for cattle, for tax purposes, which is usually given by the appraiser, would that be qualifying them for the
Yes,
permit?
and actually, if you notice, especially in planned developments, they do have the ability to continue with their agricultural use until they develop it. So you see that commonly in the western part of the county where there's still cattle's grazing, and that's how they maintain their exemption.
But a potbelly pig wouldn't qualify?
As long as it wasn't one, that's a domestic animal, but more than one would be farm animals.
This is Potbelly Pig.
So,
how many other counties, so I was thinking of other counties that have our kind of farm-centric kind of experience. Our history is farming in Manatee County. So if I look at Sarasota, Lee, Port Charlotte, Colliers, do they all have this event programming constraint? Did you get the standards from someplace else? Did you dream this up? I mean.
We did,
No offense, I
there
didn't mean that
was
disrespectful.
two or three other jurisdictions. We were working with a consultant on this who came forward with a special permit earlier in the year. So there were 2 or 3 that they found during their research. One was Lee County, and I can't offhand remember the other 2.
Highlands?
Collier, Lee,
Highland.
and one of them did use the 1,000 attendees, and the other ones were more specific to the type of activity and not actually the number.
I could understand where there would be a very limited number. The agricultural communities along the coast have tremendous growth. You go inland, DeSoto County, Hardy County, Highlands County, they probably really don't regulate. They don't have a mechanism to regulate. So we're probably on that that border.
Right. I didn't ask about Hillsborough and Pinellas because that's a different environment.
Yeah.
And I didn't ask about Sarasota because they live in a different world. So my, code-wise, of course. But I have to tell you, I just struggle with it. It's going to get so complicated, and it's got so many constraints and approvals. And I just think, how many of these have we had that we're setting up this whole structure and this whole reporting? It just seems burdensome to me.
Mr. Chair, if I may address
Yes,
that for a
ma'am.
minute. Here's the situation. You only have a state statute, and it's an issue out there. Staff is tasked with interpreting what? What are the standards for review? Anything we do is subject to legal challenge. Everything. They cite the statute. We need to have standards that pare it down. What exactly are we looking at? The traffic, the fire, the tent, does it meet building code?
Right.
And I think you have staff present here who processes temporary use permits, and they've told me it's a very simple process.
Yeah.
It's the least burdensome permit we have in the whole county, as far as I can tell.
Right.
And I think staff, someone there can testify to that if I'm speaking wrong.
And
This is a complicated permit, takes 9 months to get. Can someone give some advice here?
And I do remember my previous concerns were that it was overly burdensome or onerous processes that might be put in place. And I think if there's a metric where Ms. Knapp, maybe you can speak to the temporary permit process.
Nicole Knapp, for the record, Comprehensive Planning Division Manager, and I have been sworn. I can answer Ms. Shank's question, but I also have Marie Wahid in the back who can speak to what the intent of the operational analysis that we're looking for. And it doesn't mean necessarily a traffic study that takes 8 months and $5,000 to make or $10,000. But the temporary use process is, we see those a couple months in advance, and the ones that do it year after year after year, they submit the same permit, in September for their Christmas tree sales in December or November. And it's $270 if I remember the exact amount. And it does get routed to all the divisions, but it's very routine on what public safety or EMS asks them each year, so they get in the habit. Once they do it once, it's very simple.
So you did use an example I hadn't thought of previously, the Christmas tree sales. That could very well be on agricultural land, and I don't know of any Christmas tree farmers here, but, let's just pretend there are some where that would qualify. Would they have to submit for a temporary use, or if they don't have more than 1,000?
Correct. If
Okay,
there's not
so-
1,000 a day, then they don't even meet the criteria to apply for the permit.
Okay, all right, thank you. And to your point, or your reference to Mr. Wahid, would the idea simply be a maintenance of traffic would have to be provided and reviewed?
Mary White, Transportation Planning, and I've been sworn. Yes, so the threshold, the 1,000 threshold is just to give some kind of break point where it becomes, where there will be some starting off of some operational issues. Still, the 1,000 would not warrant any significant or difficult traffic study, but it gives us the opportunity to see what where this project is located, what are the potential impacts, and what could be the mitigating factors, like, as you said, maintenance of traffic, just to make sure everything is working properly.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, are there any additional questions? Mr. Roth?
This is not a question. This is a tempest in a teapot. It is imperative that we do this, because otherwise you will be overrun by folks who just want to willy-nilly put stuff on their property, create traffic problems, and safety hazards. This avoids all of those situations. We live in an area where people could do this willy-nilly without some approval. We're not asking to handcuff them. We're saying, let's do it. Here's the approval process. Go through it, meet all the codes, you're done. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything additional?
Mr. Chair, I did want to make a couple additional points. So one, I think, came off of one of the comments from Mr. Rutledge. So have we had any problems up till now? Well, not that we're aware of. And the county's not going to be sending code enforcement officers out east to look for these types of activities. It's probably not going to be an issue unless we get complaints. The second point is that what is considered exempt under agritourism would not have been exempt before 2007 for most of the uses on agricultural property. They would have had to come in with some kind of a site plan to do some of these activities. So that's the second thing. It's expanding the uses beyond what you normally would associate with agricultural activities and eliminate the county's ability to regulate it. And the third point being is, even though we think of out east being someplace really far out, it's not that far out, and development pressures continue to push east. So even out east, at some point, it could become a conflict with the existing development.
And Mr.
Okay.
Chair, we
Yes, ma'am.
have gotten complaints from citizens about agritourism activities. And code enforcement has been involved.
Right.
They submit requests for legal service. What are we going to tell them? We have no standards in the code to look at. We have to have standards, and they can be, make it 5,000 tennies. I don't really care what the numbers that trigger it. I don't really care the detail of the traffic study. We need to find the use, and we need to have some parameters.
Okay, thank you. All right, additional questions? If not, we'll go to public comment. Okay. All right, we'll go to public comment. I have one speaker card, Ms. Nicole Poot. Good afternoon. Not quite yet.
And I do, and I'm so sorry, I just have enough for the board.
We can share.
Share, I think there's 6
We're environmentally.
copies.
And if you could state your name and your county of residence. Thank you, sir.
Well, good afternoon now, almost. My name is Nicole Pote, and I'm an attorney with Lewis, Longman, and Walker. County of residence is Pinellas County, and I'm here on behalf of 2 of our clients, Hunsader Farms and Mallorini Inc., who host the Medieval Festival.
Right.
And while there's been great discussion by the board on this topic, the ordinance as presented today, with the revisions that have been provided, continues to pose a significant burden on agritourism operators in the county. And it remains inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. Many of the comments put forth by the Planning Commission previously and the Board of County Commissioners and the public have not been addressed, resulting in an ordinance that's been presented today that over-regulates a field that is preempted to the state. And specifically with respect to the arbitrary 1,000-person attendance parameter, the requirement for paved road access, the need for a traffic study, and that's not specified that it's some kind of, lesser traffic study than what was presented earlier today in the code. And frankly, the on-site parking requirement could be another major issue. There's also this concern, going back to the traffic study, there's no exemption for traffic impacts on state roads, which the county can't regulate. The Florida Department of Transportation has a process for these kinds of events. They provide permits for them, and so that should be sufficient to address county concerns for those areas. Traffic studies, formal traffic studies, of course, are incredibly expensive and entirely unnecessary unless the county can demonstrate an identifiable substantial offsite impact that needs to be addressed. So, in addition, the regulation continues to attack potential impacts that simply have not been shown to exist instead of what the statute permits, which is to address substantial offsite impacts. And because of this, we still maintain that this ordinance, as presented, is overly burdensome. It's over-regulation. And while I appreciate that perhaps a regulation is necessary, the one that was presented today in the agenda package is too far-reaching and does not comport with Florida statute. Thank you.
I had a question for Ms. Boot.
Yes,
Would you
ma'am.
be willing to oppose a regulation, submit it? Or would you be willing to draft a regulation, submit it? What is reasonable? Because I've heard you over a year and a half now saying we can't regulate, it's not reasonable. First time today, you said maybe some regulation would be possible. Can you possibly write one for us or give us examples of what you want us to look at?
I mean, we'd be happy to, sit
Appreciate
down.
the input. I mean, all you do is give us criticism, but you don't tell us what is it you want.
We want something that comports.
I know you want no regulation, but if you said regulations are reasonable, give us an example.
Well, something that actually looks at what the substantial offsite impacts are. Everything that's been presented by the county thus far on this topic, it directly impacts, agritourism operators that have, one of which has been in effect since the 70s. I mean, Hunsader Farms U-Pick operations might bring in more than 1,000 people, and now they're required to go through this onerous
But there's been
process.
issues with that site too. We've got RLSs on that property. I'm not saying they're doing anything illegal or anything. I'm just saying, there's a lot of citizen concern on these uses. Like Bill O'Shea said, people are moving out there. Whether you want them there or not, things are changing out east. So any constructive criticism you can give us, I'm not saying you have to do it right now.
I do
Appreciate it.
have some questions for Ms. Booth, though. You made a comment regarding parking. So you made the exception that state roads are exempt from regulations by the county. I believe something to that effect, that there would be the ability to park on a state road. Is that?
I'm sorry if that got lost in translation. I wasn't talking about parking on the state road. I was talking about the permitting process. So, for example, State Road 70, one of the events that we have, you have to get a general use permit.
Right. So you already have to get a permit through the state.
Yes, you have to get a permit through the state, and that's where, sometimes, and in the context of the medieval fair, you see those big signs and everything.
The billboards, the
And
mobile billboards.
that's coming from a state permit. You submit for,
Does the state give the right to the county to have the same process? Doesn't the statute grant the county equal responsibilities?
over its own roads, but the state
So
is.
if you had an event that was on a state road that accessed or was near a state road, that you would go through the state. So
You-
the county wouldn't regulate that. I don't
Right,
think anybody would
exactly.
presume they would.
This-
If it's on the county road, wouldn't you presume the county would have the same oversight?
Perhaps, I'm not sure if the code has any kind of permitting process for traffic impacts on a temporary basis.
Right.
For county roads. And what I was suggesting is that there isn't, the ordinance that was presented doesn't have an exception for if you have a state permit. So you can't bring in your state permit and say, hey, this has already been regulated, because the ordinance doesn't provide for that. The ordinance specifically states that you need to do a traffic study.
Is that what it says, traffic study? I don't have it
I think,
open.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
When the speaker's done, our transportation staff might be able to address
Okay.
the general use permit for
All right.
FDOT and what they look at and what we look at.
Yeah, okay, all right, and kind of dovetailing that to parking on-site parking, it would seem there are three options. You can park on-site, you can park on a neighbor's property, and you can park in the right-of-way. So of those, if you're conducting an event, it seems like the least onerous of those would be to park on the site, unless, of course, a neighbor agreed to it.
But what if you have your own parking site that's off-site? And that provides parking for your event, and you have some kind of shuttle service that takes you from the parking lot to your agritourism event, and maybe that parking lot is permitted, you know, I'm not saying that that's agritourism, but maybe you have that.
Wouldn't that be information that you would present in a temporary use permit?
It might be, but the way that this ordinance reads is that it's a requirement that parking be provided on site.
But Ms. Pooh, if you give a sample language on that point, that'd be helpful.
Yeah.
It's right, paragraph D.
And Ms. Shank,
That
we're
was-
happy to work with your office if that's helpful.
When he comes to go through Mr. O'Shea, you know, he's available.
Those are the things that I think were a little confusing in what you stated. I think trying to understand what the concerns are. I understand many of the folks who might have to deal with this ordinance or regulation are probably not going to be experienced with going through county processes or understanding the rules and regulations associated with transportation requirements, things like that. I understand that they may not have experienced that, but I think there needs to be a regulation. I'm just thinking of, events that might cause issues like that. I think you've admitted that there needs to be, well, I don't know if you did. You said there could be a regulation that would be
She admitted it.
appropriate.
I got a note on that. I could replay that tape.
But I think it's, trying to find out what's the most appropriate. I agree that you don't want to have somebody who has a U-Pick strawberry stand have to submit a temporary use permit or have where usually those people are on site. It's usually adjacent to a right-of-way or something like that. But yeah, you don't want to have them go through a traffic study. I think there are, for full disclosure, I'm a licensed engineer, so I'm not a traffic guy, but I deal a lot with it. And I know a lot of Manatee County's regulations defer to DOT. So if the concern is related to the process that the county might go through, you could parallel it to the DOT process. So I think there's a workable solution, but I think there needs to be some type of solution. So let me climb off the soapbox.
So I appreciate that you made two mentions of names that now that are in the record that operate very successfully. I think the Fall Festival at Hunsinger, the U-Pick during the season are fantastic things for the area. I mean, I think we do that very well in our community, and I thank those professionals and people who've been doing it a long time. I do kind of struggle for them who are doing a good job and say, well, we have to put these constraints on them because something might happen. And listen, I did concerts, I did big events at universities where we had 30,000 people, and it's a complicated process. I just feel like this is putting shackles on a chihuahua. You know what I mean? I just feel like I'm not opposed to having some standards, Ms. Shack, and I agree there's some level. This still seems like a pretty heavy burden. It's like throwing somebody a life vest that's with lead weights. It just seems like too much to me. I appreciate the thoughts. I do think we should have professional advice from outsiders who have a different perspective and see where we come to. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I appreciate we're not cross-examining you. We
yes,
just
you
appreciate the input and the dialogue because it helps. This is a very convoluted issue, and we appreciate the feedback. Yes, ma'am.
In our packet, there was a letter from the Florida Agricultural Tourism that made the suggestion that there be a task force or an advisory committee to maybe get together and to discuss opportunities and challenges.
And I really think that's part of the problem. While the county has had these workshops, they haven't been particularly well attended. The one that we had in July was difficult to get into. But also, it feels as though none of the comments from those workshops, and there's been two of them, have been incorporated into the draft ordinance that gets proposed before the Planning Commission. And from our perspective, you know, when you're presented with a document that has a number of wills, shalls, musts, you know, it's concerning to say, okay, well, these are the requirements for issuance, and there hasn't been a very open or good dialogue between how to meet the county's needs or how to meet folks, you know, residential neighboring property owners and the needs of the agricultural community. And you have a Florida statute that is pro-agritourism and allowing bona fide farm operators to have these events to supplement their income, et cetera. We've said, you know, some of these events are very popular, they're great for the county, so working together. So with respect to the comments by the Agritourism Association, yes, there actually is a requirement in the statute that, you know, these groups get together so that to the extent a regulation is determined to be required, that it isn't overly burdensome and that it only looks at and addresses not potential substantial offsite impacts, but addresses substantial offsite impacts that are actually occurring in the county.
And, Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Point out, we're looking at the land use staff here, and they have 1 or 2 items on this agenda. And this is a broader question.
Okay.
It goes more to the county administrator. Does the county administration want to assign a staff person to set all this up?
Okay.
These are land use folks, and we're under a deadline. We were
Yes,
told to
ma'am.
get this done before the next meeting of affairs, basically what it is.
Okay.
So we're meeting Ms. Poot's deadline here, and that's why it says adoption October 6th. That's why staff's been pushing this all summer.
Okay.
Letting other things wait and treating this as a top priority.
Right.
So it's like, you know, these are bigger issues, they're important issues, but perhaps they're a county administrator, county commission issue, not just the land use staff doing the LDC.
Very good. Thank you. And with that, thank you, Ms. Poot. I believe we have a caller on the line. Okay.
Yes, so caller 408, please state your name for the record and county of residency.
Gone.
Maybe we answered their question.
8, please press star 6 to unmute.
Here's something.
Nobody home.
Well, we'll try one more.
Hello?
time. Oh, there we go.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. if
Okay,
you-
hold on a moment.
All right.
Okay, am I unmuted?
Yes, ma'am. If you could, please state your name and your county of residence, please.
Yes, Carol Ann Phelps. I'm sorry, my phone and Mayaca. Carol Ann Phelps, Mayaca City.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, number one, thank you very much for hearing out the concerns of the people that are living out here. I appreciate that you've given a great presentation on how many agritourism businesses that we have in Manatee County, how widespread they are, because as we know, Manatee County, one of our historical significance, agriculture is a very important part of our economy here. I believe in what we've been saying about this is that we do recognize that with development, with some of the other events that have come up, yes, maybe there is a need for regulation. But as you were just, the situation was just addressed, we don't really feel that we've been given the opportunity to have a cohesive group of all of these agritourism interests. I myself live in an agricultural area. I live in a rural area. I was getting notices on these things, but I'm not in the agritourism business. As I followed this along, there were many people in the agritourism business out here that had no notification. They had no idea of anything of this was going on. So our criteria for that notification was a little bit flawed, and this could be why we have our participation issue. I believe that it's a good thing for us to do things to protect our agricultural community, our agritourism community, but this particular measure is not well done at this time to address what those issues are. Now, I do realize that we have the medieval fair coming up. Yes, there were issues with it, but it wasn't to do with people out here do want the agritourism industries. It's an incredible opportunity for us. It's a different type of tourism for our communities when we're having burdens on our barrier islands with parking issues and things. But we, the rural citizens that are mainly out here, these industries, we want an opportunity not to put in more regulations. We're supposed to be a less government, right? We're supposed to be fiscally conservative, right? So I think it would behoove us all to give us an opportunity to self-regulate, to form those groups. Maybe we need to have special districts that protect the agritourism industry in Manatee County, because it is a very viable and it's a very vital part of our community. So we would like to just make the opinion that can we look at this in a little bit better light with having the involvement of all the agritourism industries and in a transparent and educational way, so we could come up with maybe not just a plan that answers for today, but something that does give us some protections and some opportunities in the future.
Very good.
And I do understand the expedience with the medieval fair, but that wasn't the problem. So let's not put a Band-Aid on things and work hard at it, okay? Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. All right. With that, Mr. Grimes, you'd like to make a point or comment?
Yes, this is Caleb Grimes, Manatee County. I do want to make some comments. I have some clients, I have some friends that do agritourism, and frankly, the things that they do don't rise to the 1,000 units, 1,000 people attending in a day. So they're really generally not getting involved with this. But I wanted to look at it for a couple of reasons, is that these kind of things sometimes then end up getting spread to more. So I want to look at them with that in mind. And when this first came up, I looked at this quite some time ago, and I saw that the legislature, they were trying to accomplish two things. The first is protect and encourage the ability of people to keep their agricultural land and keep it agricultural. And by giving them an opportunity to do something where they can make a little extra money means, okay, maybe I can afford to keep my place here and keep it in agriculture. And the second item was to, for example, with the weddings, was one of those that you could have weddings, was you're bringing groups of 100, maybe 200 people out to an agricultural setting that they can then appreciate the agricultural setting and then maybe be more supportive of agriculture and agricultural use in the future. So that's kind of what was in mind as I read it and went behind the scenes to look at some of the statements that were there. So I think it's a very important thing that we do continue to encourage agritourism as it is defined in the statutes. And there are some things that sometimes happen that, well, is that really agritourism or not? Well, those are going to be hard to deal with. But I do appreciate the idea of coming up with some reasonable regulations to address that part of the statute that says the county may look at substantial off-site impacts. And as Bill explained, substantial is not defined, so it is something that could give rise to challenges. And then Ms. Shank said, well, wait a minute, do you have any ideas or suggestions on the legislation? And I do want to suggest a couple of things that maybe you want to look at. Because the statute says you can look at substantial off-site impacts in your 521.12C, Ms. Shank, you say, will not cause substantial off-site impacts on the surrounding properties and then you add language, and not cause a negative impact on the health, safety, and welfare of the public. That's an admirable thing to do, but it's not specifically in the statute. So I would suggest it opens the door to someone having a foot in the door to challenge something. I also would suggest that although they are in the statute for what you can do with agritourism, they don't address off-site impacts per se, is F, G, and H. They are reciting what's in the statute, but it's not getting to addressing the off-site impacts. That's just reciting what someone has to do in the statute. So I would suggest that maybe those aren't appropriate. As far as J goes, it talks about looking at all the standards in 520, but then focusing on these. I would suggest that if these are the ones we've pulled that are off-site impacts, that we don't leave it open for somebody that may not be Bill and Nicole in the future to start pulling other things in and looking at, that we just say, these are the items that you will look at, as opposed to all of them in 520 focusing on these. I would just say, these are the ones that you would look at. A couple of them in there then that I would suggest is that in number 2, it says, will not result in traffic in excess of the capacity of streets serving the use. That is essentially concurrency. And I can see a situation where we have level of service C out on a road way, out east, where for a very limited period of time, it has more traffic on it than technically level of service C is allowed to have, but it has gone through the process and is well controlled. You have the people out there directing, you have the parking off-site, you get people in and out, and it's well done. So I think that when you talk about looking at traffic in excess of capacity of the street serving the use, you are talking in essence about concurrency, and it opens the door to look at a lot more things. I would also, because I think Mary knows what he wants to look at, to say a traffic study has certain implications that we look at today and it looks at things like how many trips go out to the 5% and what is, I think we need to define what that traffic study is so that people like the ones that we're talking about here know what that means. And that we're not getting caught up in having to do a methodology and we're having to do we're looking at traffic control, for example, and that's what we should say in there. Also, and again, it doesn't apply to my people, but just a comment, is that we say it has to have access from a paved road. There's a lot of places out east that the roads aren't paved, and you could still control. You could, for example, you might want to run one of those water trucks down to prevent dust. But the fact that it's unpaved is not something that creates an off-site impact if you do the things with your study to do it. So those are just some suggestions I have to make it maybe work well and work, like Nicole says, that we do these quickly and easily. I worry about the traffic study and some of those things. And again, and also I do want to point out one thing with these numbers that you saw of the participants in the workshop. I, for one, and I'm usually pretty good at this, tried to get on that workshop. And I had trouble getting on, and then it told me I couldn't get on. And so I think there were probably more people who would have participated could they have. And I don't mean that critically because, this kind of stuff happens. But I think there were probably more people that wanted to get on that workshop than were there. And I do appreciate everything staff has been doing to this, working on this, because it is not a simple issue. And there you go. Those are my comments.
Very, very good.
Ms.
Thank
Shank, was that, I hope it's helpful.
I have the same comments, but I don't know what to say other than traffic
Yeah.
study,
Yeah, and so that's why, I was just, you asked for comments on the actual draft, and I thought that would be a
Yeah.
reasonable thing to do.
Okay, thanks.
The hearing turned into a workshop, so. So, all right, very good. Again, is there anybody else in the audience who wishes to come forward? Seeing no one come forward, we're going to close the public comment portion. And I would like to state that I agree with, I think, almost all of Mr. Grimes' comments. They seem appropriate. So I think, that being said, I do think this is something that needs a little bit of work, but I think it's also important to move it forward. I'm sure staff is diligently taking notes, and I think, again, we're a recommending board. I think the recommendation is that we do need some type of mechanism in place to maybe not regulate is an appropriate word, but monitor some of the activities that would be potentially identified as agritourism. That's just my thought.
I'd just like to say, as a longtime participant in the Bean and Pepper Jamboree in Pompano as a young boy, I really value some of these things that happen. And I support the staff almost 100%. I almost never disrespect the expertise and experience and hard work. And I don't intend to do that here. But I have to say, having been on the, I'll say, a farmer's side of a lot of situations, there are a lot of things that they do and know how to do and do well, and they're not sitting in the same seat we are. So I appreciate very much the comments that you all have made. I do think there ought to be a more collective, and if the state statute calls for it, I don't know that we wouldn't have a collective of thinking on this. In just this short time with two pretty knowledgeable and skilled people, we've thought of things that are worth thinking about. So I'm not going to be in support of this yet because I don't think we're there yet. Again, I appreciate that the two attorneys did this without charge, and I appreciate that. Further study and free work would be appreciated. So I want you to know, Mr. O'Shea, it's nothing against that, and I never want to be on the wrong side of Ms. Shank, but I just don't think we're there yet with what we have, and so I'm not going to recommend it. And the people that have come forward and do a good job in our county should not be without voice. And so I'm not going to be a supporter of it.
Very good. I'm sure the attorneys appreciate you comping there.
I just want to make sure they're not billing me.
All right.
I'd
Yes.
also just like to say, the idea of putting a deadline on something for the sake of a single event, it sounds like they've already have to apply for a state permit for this event for the medieval fair.
For the traffic.
For the traffic study. So, and again, I've been going to the medieval fair for the last 10 or 15 years, and I've seen what it was in Sarasota, and I saw what it was last year, and by far it was a much better event last year than it's ever been when it was in Sarasota, as far as organization and room and safety issues and cleanliness and all the things that they're doing. Everything they did right. I was impressed. I was thoroughly impressed with it. So, I mean, the idea of having to rush through to get something in place just for a single event that didn't have any problems that I saw. I mean, maybe I was there 2 days, so I might have missed something.
Yeah.
But to rush essentially local legislation through or ordinances through for a single event, I don't like that. I'm not a fan, and I like the idea of actually having, the workshops with the ag people were great, but having workshops with people that can actually write ordinances is a much more useful workshop than anything. So I'm not going to be supporting this today my own self. So
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just want to clarify.
Yes,
It's
ma'am.
like almost year number 2 on working on this, or, 'cause I just this isn't rushed. I just want to clarify. I understand your position. When I heard these comments, this is fine tuning, folks. And I don't think it has to do with consistency with the comp plan or not. I mean, I think if a planning commission member was inclined to find consistency with the comp plan, they could still do so and have these changes made. I mean, I've submitted some of these changes already, but they stayed in, but I just make comments, but.
I think Mr. Smock just goes to the medieval fair so he can wear leather pants in the daylight
I like the way
instead of at night. Mr. Roth?
Could I ask, I think this is an important thing to do. It's not just nonsense. There's a lot of stuff that has to be brought into this. The safety issues concern me the most. I think our attorneys have done a good job of telling us what needs to be put into this. My concern is getting it done before I disappear from the earth. So the question is, can we get this pulled together by the end of the year by having all of the parties involved, getting the input, and have somebody write the thing before the end of the year so we can see it again, say, December the 2nd Thursday?
I can address that. Again, Nicole Knapp for the record. So we're here as a directive from the board. It's a direct motion to create the regulation as a temporary use, so that's what we did. We've had public comment. We feel we've addressed public comment to the best of our ability, considering what we're limited under the Florida statute. Our intent is to take this to the board for October 6th adoption, but in the meantime, we can look at some of the comments made by Ms. Pote and Mr. Grimes and tweak it. I mean, we read it and we think we understand, and then when you get other eyes,
Excellent.
it draws attention to what maybe could be fixed.
Okay.
I would like for Ms. Marie to step forward if he could, because some of the comments that are being made about this state permit doesn't address what you think it addresses.
Hello?
Very wide again, yes. So there were some comments regarding the traffic study off-site impacts, and I just want to provide some clarification. So after the July meeting, we heard some of the concerns that the participant expressed, and we went back and fine-tuned that specific section 521.12b, where we try to find the middle ground between being very prescriptive and being too broad. So there is the 1,000 visitors threshold, and what we did was we offered the agrotourism facility that get to this threshold to come and contact transportation planning staff to see what kind of study or analysis would be appropriate. So if you take a look at 521.12b, it goes saying that there's going to be some form of analysis required because we need to make sure that the operational analysis or the operations of this facility is okay. But being so diverse, this agrotourism, it's very hard to kind of propose a blanket requirement of a traffic study or traffic analysis, but they can come to us for a free methodology, and depending on the site, location, type of activity, or expected trip generation, hours of operations, we can fine-tune what's appropriate to ensure there is no adverse off-site impacts. So this has been a revision from that side, and at the same time there was some mention about state facilities, but it's hard to consider state facility in disjunction with other county thoroughfares, and addressing this in terms of holistic approach would be a better way to move forward. And I think I agree with what Mr. Grimes said about the traffic study and the methodologies required. This is not the same as concurrency. That's why we are trying to be very, we are trying to find the middle ground. This is not concurrency per se, but there needs to be some form of analysis to have that level of comfort to say with 1,000 visitors or above. That's the minimum threshold. This can go up to any number. And with that, we can see what level of measures or mitigating factors can be introduced with the activity.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I
Yes,
just
ma'am.
want to add that none of these comments I've heard from staff or the public change the ordinance title. So it still could be advertised. Secondly, if whoever makes the motion rightly feels in their own mind they don't want any regulation, that's what the motion should say. I don't want to have any regulation of this use. It shouldn't say inconsistent with the comp plan, because that puts us in a legal bind. Because we're expecting lawsuits out of this when it comes. We are. So it puts us in a legal bind, handicap going to lawsuit. If you found an inconsistent with the comp plan, really all you mean is you don't want to regulate the use. So I guess I'm suggesting a third alternative motion. If
Okay.
you want to make a motion not to regulate the use, tell the board that, if there's
Okay.
a majority who wants to do that. But the plan commission's role, if you're inclined to look at a regulation, is to view consistent with the comp plan and LDC requirements.
Okay. All right. Is any additional testimony needed before we close that and go to,
Can we make an amendment?
Let's discuss that separate and apart. We have staff that I think is going to make some closing comments unless we need any additional information from them.
I just,
Yeah.
so I had one other question about traffic. So again, one of the problems is when you set a number like 1,000, and I've been out to Huntsingers and some of the U-Picks. So when you say 1,000, you divide it by a 10-hour day, if they work 7 to 7, it's 1.6 cars a minute. So when you break it down, if you say now, traffic studies will tell you peak hour traffics, because that's really the problem. And so one of the problems with this statement and the traffic review, study, analysis, is that you don't have ITE, which now I say correctly thanks to the previous thing. But you understand the concern is like, and then you're going to be the arbitrator for traffic, which, listen, you're probably way smart about traffic. How much expertise do you have on event programming? And that's kind of part of the problem I have. When somebody's in charge of a program, and this is a program management, they have to have expertise in programs, not just traffic or fire protection or police. And so my concern is when you set up this structure and say, the county is going to give you authority to do this, and just pass it around through different departments and say, okay, we figured it out. One department says, hey, it's no good. Is that adequate to say you don't get a permit? And it's not you. It's the idea of saying we're experts in programming and traffic, utilization, safety, all the things that go. I've driven down tons of farm roads, got no paving, still here. So I'm just a little concerned that we haven't analyzed it well enough, or I'm not comfortable enough with the analysis to be sure we have addressed all that. And no disrespect, Mr. O'Shea, I'm sure you've done a great job, honestly. I just think there's even more to it that is not directed by some event occurring, in my opinion.
So to answer that, and this is my professional opinion, this is not very prescriptive or what kind of analysis they need to do. So there is that 1,000 number we need, but based on that, depending on the hours of operation, you cannot go into specifics about what kind of agrotourism is in this in the LDC. But what we are trying to say is what's the level of comfort or what are the thresholds where we may potentially have issues. And there is that option where the expert in that activity will approach us, and depending on how they lay out their activity, we may be comfortable, or we may require very minor or just a narrative to explain this is how it's going to operate, this is my hours of operation, average number of occupancy per vehicle is 2, so I will be this many cars per day. And I just said this is not the pure concurrency kind of traffic study that we're going to try to look at. That's the different purpose. But depending on the number of visitors that they expect, we can fine-tune what would be the appropriate analysis or burden of proof that everything is going to operate smoothly.
Again, having run a circus in my parking lot, I can tell you, you can't guess. I'm just saying, it's like, I appreciate it, but as a manager and operator of a business of 1 million square feet, I couldn't have imagined what that was about, and my guidance wasn't very helpful. And so, no offense to you, but I didn't find I had the capacity to exercise good judgment for those decisions, and that's my concern. Who's going to make that decision? Just traffic, just police, just fire, just building code? I mean, so anyway, listen, I've said enough. Thanks. I think there's no disrespect, please.
All right, with that, we'll go to staff closing comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few comments on the process and the public hearing. I'm sorry, the public participation. As Sarah said, this has been going on for almost 2 years. We did have an in-person meeting out in Mayaca, closer to the people in East County at one point to discuss it. That wasn't well attended. We did reach out with the virtual meeting. That, and as Carol Feltz had said, I can't understand how nobody out there got it. We sent it out to over 1,000 people and only got 15 back as undeliverable. So I'm assuming that those people were not agriculturally exempt properties, but the board had directed us to have a conversation with the agricultural community. You know, people are very busy these days. We tried to be accommodating. The virtual meeting, as you could see, there's agritourism opportunities all over the county. So in my opinion, the best way to get information would be to have that virtual meeting so that people weren't driving an hour if they really wanted to participate. We did have some problems with entry into that meeting. We did indicate in our advertisement that if we kind of thought, okay, there could be something wrong, so we kind of warned against that and to contact us directly after the meeting if they had issues getting into the meeting. We had very few requests after the meeting to have us submit to them the tape that was where you could hear what was discussed at the meeting and so on and so forth. So we spent a lot of time, a lot of staff time putting those flyers together and getting them out into the community, and they went out 2 weeks before. So, you know, we gave ample time for people to get it on their calendars. We scheduled it at 7 o'clock, thinking we want everybody to be home from work. But the bottom line is, you know, people are busy and they pick and choose what they want to attend. So I don't know how we get around the public input issue, because it always seems to be an issue. But we did seriously try to reach out and have that conversation with the agricultural community in July, and did not really receive any additional comments between the special permit and the temporary use permit that's proposed for you today.
Very good, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
yes,
I can't
ma'am.
speak for the traffic individual, but it might be helpful if the staff can come up with a application form for this temporary use permit that says what they're asking for traffic, or what they're asking for location, site plan. Look at the FDOT rule. They say, here's your, here's what you're submitting.
Right.
And that demystifies this traffic study. Maybe we can call it something else. I can't change it right now. I don't want to take your time. But I'm
Yep.
just saying, there's ways to work through this.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Roth?
I think you did an admirable job of trying to put this together with the agri-group concerns. I don't think they're really interested in having anybody regulate anything, which is obvious by not even having 1% return, which is considered reasonable for any retail nonsense. The suggestions that have been made by the attorneys are wonderful. If you have two clients who are really concerned about this, get to them and tell them, let's put something together. Here's what I suggest. These are the best proposals we can put together, and get off the stick, because this is going to happen. I can't see not having something like this exist, however difficult it may be for the agri-group. It's safety that is concerning, and it's also common sense. That's all we're looking for, common sense. We're not looking to put roadblocks in this. We're trying to make it happen. Let's make it happen. Thank you.
Very good. Anything further? I'm going to close the public comment. We'll debate it and consider a motion. So, all right, going to close public comment and just open it up for discussion. I think we have a skeleton to work from. I think there needs to be some modifications that would be sent to the board. Specifically, I don't see a compelling reason why there has to be a paved road for access. At some point, if it's an agritourism type of operation, at some point you're going to go off pavement, very likely. So I think the roadways, there are plenty of roadways that trucks travel daily that I think are sufficient. The other thing is traffic. I think a traffic study might be overblown. It might be something more. I think the presumption is there are going to be a lot of people there. So you need to manage how those people get in and get out. If at some point, you have to have folks invest with a flashlight or something like that, that's the kind. Yeah, that needs to be what's presented at the time of application, not necessarily a question if there's going to be a lot of cars. I think the presumption needs to be there will be a lot of cars, and then manage how you get those people in and out with, as Mr. Ross said, safely. So those are the two things I think that could be addressed that would make this a more appealing. The other thing I did just a quick word search looking at the different words in the ordinance, and I saw something related to a site plan. So I think one of the concerns with the agritourism folks, the industry, is that there's going to be burdensome requirements that they're going to have to hire consultants to kind of work through, to draft a plan, to do a traffic study. I think those are the things that if the ordinance were modified where it can be something more simple, where it's a coordination as opposed to a regulation or a monitoring, it might be more workable. It might be less burdensome for those. Those are just a few things I saw that.
Can I make just one other comment that had my experience, and this is not a reflection of this community or this area. It wasn't done here. But one of the things that happened when we submitted for our permit to have the circus, the only way we could have it is if we had community professional policemen on time and a half, and fire protection. They had to have marshals at every access point. And so you can financially constrain them, because if you're the police or the fire department, the only one that really are trained and experts at doing traffic and fire protection and safety are them. Because that's kind of true. And yet every stadium has people standing out there taking tickets and parking them, and they do it all the time. And so I'm just saying to you that there are a lot more things in this than just the 5 things they've said. As soon as someone says, and I've been closed down by the fire department, they say, oh, it's not safe. We have to have a fire watch here, and we have to have, police. You can't have security. You can't have independent. The racetrack in Daytona uses independent people from the area that they give gifts to. So I think we're being a little naive to think it's just dirt roads. But I don't want us to say we can't do it, but I don't think we've got it yet.
I think I don't think we're trying to regulate on site. That's I think omitted by statute, though.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole point. It's the off-site stuff that we have the ability to provide some feedback on. Ms.
And
Shanks?
Mr. Chair, I was going to say, the record of these proceedings, all of your comments
Yes, ma'am.
Mallory, staff's aware when they're being recorded. They'll be sent to the board. Bobby Roy does an excellent summary.
Right.
When this goes up there. So you can just qualify your motion, whichever it is, to address the issues raised by the PC members at the meeting. You don't have to list 15 things out. We understand.
Right. And Ms. Shanka, am I correct to state that the statute limits regulating the agritourism to off-site, and you can't dictate what they have to do on-site?
Yeah, it's.
Well,
the
let me
substantial
open
off-site
public,
impact.
let me open the public hearing again, so we have, protect the process. So I'll open the public hearing.
For the record,
Yes.
on that comprehensive plan. So the Florida statute does not exempt us from, or limit us from evaluating and addressing substantial off-site impacts. So correct, we're not looking to tell them how to cue their people through their activities or where they should put any of their operations on-site. It's the off-site impacts that we're allowed to evaluate.
The thing is that getting the information to the county.
Right.
Just to say they're doing a number of different booths, there's only one booth or one activity that could be hazardous.
Right.
If EMS knows that, when they go out there, they will know where to go. If that's the one has fire involved or oxygen could blow up or whatever. There's more fires out in the world than we really realize. And there's just been 2 the last month or so here.
Yeah.
I think that it gives the emergency providers the knowledge of what's going on where. That's all we're looking for is information.
Right, and I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment again, and thank you for the input. But I think to kind of add to this discussion, I don't think this is unique. We're talking about agritourism, but it's very similar to like the county fair. When the county fair happens, they have to get people in and out, or just similar events like that. So this is very specifically addressed to agritourism, and there are specific statutes that protect the agricultural industry. So I think we're trying to find a medium between the two, the agritourism, agriculture, and the typical event. So with that, Any other thoughts, or Chair will entertain a motion?
Mr. Chair, I don't know if you have to, oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Yep. So with that, again, the Chair will entertain a motion. Anybody have an idea what they would like to present? Anyone? Anyone? I'll hand off the gavel then.
I could offer a motion if you're looking positively on it, because I'm biased, and then you can change it. It would be the motion in the staff report that finds the proposed LDC text amendment consistent with the comprehensive plan in accordance with the criteria for LDC text amendments in section 341 of the LDC. It says as conditioned herein. Instead of saying that, I would say subject to being amended to incorporate comments made by the plan commission members at the hearing. I know it's a little general, but I'm just throwing that out. And you can fine tune that.
Sounds good to me.
All right. Ms. Keba, you accept?
I accept
Or the motion as read by Ms. Schenk?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Roth, you seconded? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Again, I'll open it up for discussion or deliberation. Anything additional? All right.
I just don't know if code enforcement just doesn't take care of most of this anyway, and the sheriff drives by and there's traffic blocked, that
Right.
they take care of that.
I think according to some of the concerns raised by Ms. Schenk, there's not an ordinance in place, probably other than nuisance or something like that. So I think this is, again, a mechanism of monitoring is the way I would see it.
I just go back that we've all just said that it's not quite what we want. We've all just heard some professionals give us some advice. I don't know why we would move it along just saying, well, we hope it's going to get righted when we leave.
Well, it's
Let's
going,
move forward whether we accept it or not.
yeah, it's going to the board.
But I'm not going to vote to say we support moving it forward. Again, I don't want to.
Would, if it were amended, would you, that's, I think where we're,
I'm not going to say, blanketly say it's okay. We've been through this for 2 years and we're not there yet. So
Yeah.
I'm not saying that we'll get it dissolved this week.
right.
No offense to anybody involved, so.
All right. Any other opinions or discussion or points?
I'm in the same position to just, with broad statement of, if they go through and make these amendments, then I'm all for it. You know, I have no idea what those amendments might actually turn out to be, so.
Okay.
You know, I'm happy to vote against it and let it move forward and let someone else make that final decision.
All right, very good. All right, with that, Chair's going to call the matter to vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 All right, Chair votes aye. All those against, same sign.
Aye.
Well,
Deathmatch.
6 and 6. So,
Tie vote,
Tie
just
vote.
no action.
No
but It'll still
action.
go forward. But
Yeah.
And you have the record of your comments.
okay, so again, no action. So with that, we're going to have a recess for lunch. We'll come back at 2 o'clock. We'll see you then. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Wet Willie from Manatee County Water Conservation. And let's face it, high water bills stink. P.U. Trust me, if I had a nose, I'd be pinching it right now. Did you know that you may be eligible for a rebate of up to $100 per toilet if you're replacing a toilet that was installed prior to 1995 and you receive your water directly from Manatee County or from the cities of Anna Maria, Bradenton Beach, and Holmes Beach? Get more information on how to save money by replacing your old toilet with a new, high-efficiency or ultra-low-flow unit at mymanatee.org/wetwillie. And quit flushing your money down the toilet!
Listed as the gold standard of government leadership awards, the Blue Pencil and Gold Screen Awards feature 51 categories in which communicators can submit work reflecting the range of tactics employed by government to deliver information to the public. More than 90 local, county, state, tribal, and federal agencies were recognized for excellence in government communications during the ceremony that took place in Louisville. Of the recognition presented that night, Manatee County received 2 first-place awards. Previous winners of these awards include the National Park Service, the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, the USDA, the U.S. Army, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the United States Postal Service, and the Internal Revenue Service. We certainly hope we didn't make any enemies by winning these awards. Bringing home a first for her attention to detail and excellent artistic abilities was Amanda Henk-Schenklepor. Amanda designed the 2022 Only in Manatee calendar that you probably have proudly hanging in your home or office. You might not see Amanda a lot, but her impact is visually represented every day in almost everything that we put out to the public. Her creativity, coupled with her keen eye and sharp wit, are welcomed assets to the information outreach team. Oh yeah, and she loves otters. Winning first place for his work on the 2021 Employee of the Year video was Casey Zempel. Casey had the honor of highlighting the important work and huge impact that transit operator Patricia Adams has on our county every day. Casey can often be seen flying the county drone, gathering footage for future productions, providing voiceovers for award recap videos, and brainstorming new ideas with his incredible colleagues. These 2 awards represent the best Manatee County has to offer and reinforces the information outreach team's goal to inform, sometimes entertain, and constantly remind citizens why they love where they live.
Hi, I'm County Administrator Scott Hopes with an easy way to get around and get out and see Manatee County. Come on, let's go! From enjoying the boundless beauty of nature with a quick ride to Robinson Preserve, to cooling off at the Lincoln Aquatic Center, our MCAT buses will get you there safely and efficiently. From world-class pickleball at GT Bray and fishing from the Palmasola Causeway to checking out some light summer reading at the library, the bus will get you there. From free trolleys on the island that will get you to our world-famous beaches to regular routes serving the world's fastest-growing airport. Manatee County Area Transit is a great way to get around and get out and see Manatee County this summer. Thanks, Pat. Same time next week.
Being the helping hands of Manatee County is a big responsibility. A responsibility that requires compassion through understanding. And with that understanding comes an opportunity for Manatee County Community and Veteran Services to improve the lives of the young at heart, and everyone in between. This impact starts where helping hands are typically needed, at childhood. The Human Services Division not only works to transform young lives into well-educated, economically secure, productive, and healthy adults, but also enables seniors to remain in their homes, and more importantly, remain engaged and active in their community. Extending a hand to those who have sacrificed so much is where the Veteran Services Division reaches out to offer guidance, while offering transitional housing solutions to those who need it. From our Library Systems Division that offers expanded, lifelong enrichment opportunities, to empowering citizens through engagement in the Neighborhood Connections, Community Development, and Probation Divisions, Manatee County Community and Veteran Services is poised to handle this most important responsibility. to be the helping hands that guide us all to a more engaging, understanding, and compassionate future. Building with the community. It's not just an empty phrase or catchy tagline. These are the words Manatee County's Development Services Department lives by in one of the fastest growing, uniquely beautiful, and evolving counties in the country. Hundreds of times each day, Development Services works with you, the property owners and contractors, to strategically move your project and our county forward. From our planning division, where we conduct zoning and addressing, environmental reviewing and public hearings, to our building division, where ideas take shape. It's where Manatee County taxpayers realize they have someone they can depend on during the permitting and inspection process, floodplain management, and code enhancement. It's where managing the county's long-term land use vision meets neighborhood-level engagement. By creating more efficient processes through technological advances, we have our own vision too, to create a better experience and more responsive service for you. After all, as Manatee County continues to progress, so do we. Manatee County's Development Services Department, building with the community.
Manatee County Animal Services has always done a great job of promoting responsible pet ownership within our family of facilities. And now that family is growing. On this paw-inspiring edition of Manatee on the Move. Hello, I'm Carol Whitmore, and I'm proud to represent all of Manatee County as one of your at-large county commissioners. On December 14th of last year, Manatee County Commissioners unanimously approved an agreement with the Bishop Parker Foundation to donate this $18 million Bishop Animal Shelter. This gift includes the old shelter building that was built in 1958, the new 25,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility that was built just 2 years ago, and nearly 15 acres of land. To say that we're excited is an understatement. Manatee County plans on honoring this gift by incorporating it into our current facilities, initially as an animal intake site. This will assure that incoming pets are medically cleared before joining our adoptable companion animals. This change will see our surgical operations move to the Bishop State-of-the-Art Treatment Center that will serve as our primary location for things like x-rays, surgical procedures, and as a place for injured animals to be assessed, diagnosed, and healed. The addition of the Bishop gift will also give both facilities room to breathe for some upcoming and much-needed improvements. For now, pet adoptions will take place at the Palmetto facility as we determine what areas of the Bishop can be utilized for that need in the future. The Bishops have long recognized Manatee County Animal Services as a champion of animal welfare with a high save rate, and this gift is a testament to that. We welcome the Bishop Parker Foundation's donation of this facility and see it as a turning point in Manatee County's ability to continue to provide every healthy and treatable animal the chance to find a loving and deserving home.
Hello, I'm Wet Willie from Manatee County Water Conservation. And let's face it, high water bills stink. P.U. Trust me, if I had a nose, I'd be pinching it right now. Did you know that you may be eligible for a rebate of up to $100 per toilet if you're replacing a toilet that was installed prior to 1995 and you receive your water directly from Manatee County or from the cities of Anna Maria, Bradenton Beach, and Holmes Beach? Get more information on how to save money by replacing your old toilet with a new, high-efficiency or ultra-low-flow unit at mymanatee.org/wetwillie. And quit flushing your money down the toilet!
Listed as the gold standard of government leadership awards, the Blue Pencil and Gold Screen Awards feature 51 categories in which communicators can submit work reflecting the range of tactics employed by government to deliver information to the public. More than 90 local, county, state, tribal, and federal agencies were recognized for excellence in government communications during the ceremony that took place in Louisville. Of the recognition presented that night, Manatee County received 2 first-place awards. Previous winners of these awards include the National Park Service, the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, the USDA honor of highlighting the important work and huge impact that transit operator Patricia Adams has on our county every day. Casey can often be seen flying the county drone, gathering footage for future productions, providing voiceovers for award recap videos, and brainstorming new ideas with his incredible colleagues. These 2 awards represent the best Manatee County has to offer, and reinforces the information outreach team's goal to inform, sometimes entertain, and constantly remind citizens why they love where they live.
Hi, I'm County Administrator Scott Hopes with an easy way to get around and get out and see Manatee County. Come on, let's go! From enjoying the boundless beauty of nature with a quick ride to Robinson Preserve to cooling off at the Lincoln Aquatic Center, our MCAT buses will get you there safely and efficiently. From world-class pickleball at GT Bray and fishing from the Palmasola Causeway to checking out some light summer reading at the library, the bus will get you there. From free trolleys on the island that will get you to our world-famous beaches to regular routes serving the world's fastest growing airport. Manatee County Area Transit is a great way to get around and get out and see Manatee County this summer. Thanks, Pat. Same time next week.
Being the helping hands of Manatee County is a big responsibility. A responsibility that requires compassion through understanding. And with that understanding comes an opportunity for Manatee County Community and Veteran Services to improve the lives of the young at heart, and everyone in between. This impact starts where helping hands are typically needed, at childhood. The Human Services Division not only works to transform young lives into well-educated, economically secure, productive, and healthy adults, but also enables seniors to remain in their homes, and more importantly, remain engaged and active in their community. Extending a hand to those who have sacrificed so much is where the Veteran Services Division reaches out to offer guidance, while offering transitional housing solutions to those who need it. From our Library Systems Division that offers expanded, lifelong enrichment opportunities, to empowering citizens through engagement in the Neighborhood Connections, Community Development, and Probation Divisions, Manatee County Community and Veteran Services is poised to handle this most important responsibility: to be the helping hands that guide us all to a more engaging, understanding, and compassionate future. Building with the community. It's not just an empty phrase or catchy tagline. These are the words Manatee County's Development Services Department lives by in one of the fastest growing, uniquely beautiful, and evolving counties in the country. Hundreds of times each day, Development Services works with you, the property owners and contractors, to strategically move your project and our county forward. From our planning division, where we conduct zoning and addressing, environmental reviewing and public hearings, to our building division, where ideas take shape. It's where Manatee County taxpayers realize they have someone they can depend on during the permitting and inspection process, floodplain management, and code enhancement. It's where managing the county's long-term land use vision meets neighborhood-level engagement. By creating more efficient processes through technological advances, we have our own vision too, to create a better experience and more responsive service for you. After all, as Manatee County continues to progress, so do we. Manatee County's Development Services Department, building with the community.
Manatee County Animal Services has always done a great job of promoting responsible pet ownership within our family of facilities. And now that family is growing. On this paw-inspiring edition of Manatee on the Move. Hello, I'm Carol Whitmore, and I'm proud to represent all of Manatee County as one of your at-large county commissioners. On December 14th of last year, Manatee County Commissioners unanimously approved an agreement with the Bishop Parker Foundation to donate this $18 million Bishop Animal Shelter. This gift includes the old shelter building that was built in 1958, the new 25,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility that was built just 2 years ago, and nearly 15 acres of land. To say that we're excited is an understatement. Manatee County plans on honoring this gift by incorporating it into our current facilities, initially as an animal intake site. This will assure that incoming pets are medically cleared before joining our adoptable companion animals. This change will see our surgical operations move to the Bishop State-of-the-Art Treatment Center that will serve as our primary location for things like x-rays, surgical procedures, and as a place for injured animals to be assessed, diagnosed, and healed. The addition of the Bishop gift will also give both facilities room to breathe for some upcoming and much-needed improvements. For now, pet adoptions will take place at the Palmetto facility as we determine what areas of the Bishop can be utilized for that need in the future. The Bishops have long recognized Manatee County Animal Services as a champion of animal welfare with a high save rate, and this gift is a testament to that. We welcome the Bishop Parker Foundation's donation of this facility and see it as a turning point in Manatee County's ability to continue to provide every healthy and treatable animal the chance to find a loving and deserving home.
Hello, I'm Wet Willie from Manatee County Water Conservation. And let's face it, high water bills stink. P.U. Trust me, if I had a nose, I'd be pinching it right now. Did you know that you may be eligible for a rebate of up to $100 per toilet if you're replacing a toilet that was installed prior to 1995 and you receive your water directly from Manatee County or from the cities of Anna Maria, Bradenton Beach, and Holmes Beach? Get more information on how to save money by replacing your old toilet with a new, high-efficiency or ultra-low-flow unit at mymanatee.org/wetwillie. And quit flushing your money down the toilet!
Listed as the gold standard of government leadership awards, the Blue Pencil and Gold Screen Awards feature 51 categories in which communicators can submit work reflecting the range of tactics employed by government to deliver information to the public. More than 90 local, county, state, tribal, and federal agencies were recognized for excellence in government communications during the ceremony that took place in Louisville. Of the recognition presented that night, Manatee County received 2 first-place awards. Previous winners of these awards include the National Park Service, the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, the USDA, the U.S. Army, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the United States Postal Service, and the Internal Revenue Service. We certainly hope we didn't make any enemies by winning these awards. Bringing home a first for her attention to detail and excellent artistic abilities was Amanda Henk-Schenklepor. Amanda designed the 2022 Only in Manatee calendar that you probably have proudly hanging in your home or office. You might not see Amanda a lot, but her impact is visually represented every day in almost everything that we put out to the public. Her creativity, coupled with her keen eye and sharp wit, are welcomed assets to the information outreach team. Oh yeah, and she loves otters. Winning first place for his work on the 2021 Employee of the Year video was Casey Zempel. Casey had the honor of highlighting the important work and huge impact that transit operator Patricia Adams has on our county every day. Casey can often be seen flying the county drone, gathering footage for future productions, providing voiceovers for award recap videos, and brainstorming new ideas with his incredible colleagues. These 2 awards represent the best Manatee County has to offer and reinforces the information outreach team's goal to inform, sometimes entertain, and constantly remind citizens why they love where they live.
Hi, I'm County Administrator Scott Hopes with an easy way to get around and get out and see Manatee County. Come on, let's go! From enjoying the boundless beauty of nature with a quick ride to Robinson Preserve to cooling off at the Lincoln Aquatic Center, our MCAT buses will get you there safely and efficiently. From world-class pickleball at GT Bray and fishing from the Palmasola Causeway to checking out some light summer reading at the library, the bus will get you there. From free trolleys on the island that will get you to our world-famous beaches to regular routes serving the world's fastest-growing airport. Manatee County Area Transit is a great way to get around and get out and see Manatee County this summer. Thanks, Pat. Same time next week.
Being the helping hands of Manatee County is a big responsibility. A responsibility that requires compassion through understanding. And with that understanding comes an opportunity for Manatee County Community and Veteran Services to improve the lives of the young at heart, and everyone in between. This impact starts where helping hands are typically needed, at childhood. The Human Services Division not only works to transform young lives into well-educated, economically secure, productive, and healthy adults, but also enables seniors to remain in their homes, and more importantly, remain engaged and active in their community. Extending a hand to those who have sacrificed so much is where the Veteran Services Division reaches out to offer guidance, while offering transitional housing solutions to those who need it. From our Library Systems Division that offers expanded, lifelong enrichment opportunities, to empowering citizens through engagement in the Neighborhood Connections, Community Development, and Probation Divisions, Manatee County Community and Veteran Services is poised to handle this most important responsibility. to be the helping hands that guide us all to a more engaging, understanding, and compassionate future. Building with the community. It's not just an empty phrase or catchy tagline. These are the words Manatee County's Development Services Department lives by in one of the fastest growing, uniquely beautiful, and evolving counties in the country. Hundreds of times each day, Development Services works with you, the property owners and contractors, to strategically move your project and our county forward. From our planning division, where we conduct zoning and addressing, environmental reviewing and public hearings, to our building division, where ideas take shape. It's where Manatee County taxpayers realize they have someone they can depend on during the permitting and inspection process, floodplain management, and code enhancement. It's where managing the county's long-term land use vision meets neighborhood-level engagement. By creating more efficient processes through technological advances, we have our own vision too, to create a better experience and more responsive service for you. After all, as Manatee County continues to progress, so do we. Manatee County's Development Services Department, building with the community.
Manatee County Animal Services has always done a great job of promoting responsible pet ownership within our family of facilities. And now that family is growing. On this paw-inspiring edition of Manatee on the Move. Hello, I'm Carol Whitmore, and I'm proud to represent all of Manatee County as one of your at-large county commissioners. On December 14th of last year, Manatee County Commissioners unanimously approved an agreement with the Bishop Parker Foundation to donate this $18 million Bishop Animal Shelter. This gift includes the old shelter building that was built in 1958, the new 25,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility that was built just 2 years ago, and nearly 15 acres of land. To say that we're excited is an understatement. Manatee County plans on honoring this gift by incorporating it into our current facilities, initially as an animal intake site. This will assure that incoming pets are medically cleared before joining our adoptable companion animals. This change will see our surgical operations move to the Bishop State-of-the-Art Treatment Center that will serve as our primary location for things like x-rays, surgical procedures, and as a place for injured animals to be assessed, diagnosed, and healed. The addition of the Bishop gift will also give both facilities room to breathe for some upcoming and much-needed improvements. For now, pet adoptions will take place at the Palmetto facility as we determine what areas of the Bishop can be utilized for that need in the future. The Bishops have long recognized Manatee County Animal Services as a champion of animal welfare with a high save rate, and this gift is a testament to that. We welcome the Bishop Parker Foundation's donation of this facility and see it as a turning point in Manatee County's ability to continue to provide every healthy and treatable animal the chance to find a loving and deserving home.
Hello, I'm Wet Willie from Manatee County Water Conservation. And let's face it, high water bills stink. P.U. Trust me, if I had a nose, I'd be pinching it right now. Did you know that you may be eligible for a rebate of up to $100 per toilet if you're replacing a toilet that was installed prior to 1995 and you receive your water directly from Manatee County or from the cities of Anna Maria, Bradenton Beach, and Holmes Beach? Get more information on how to save money by replacing your old toilet with a new, high-efficiency or ultra-low-flow unit at mymanatee.org/wetwillie. And quit flushing your money down the toilet!
Listed as the gold standard of government leadership awards, the Blue Pencil and Gold Screen Awards feature 51 categories in which communicators can submit work reflecting the range of tactics employed by government to deliver information to the public. More than 90 local, county, state, tribal, and federal agencies were recognized for excellence in government communications during the ceremony that took place in Louisville. Of the recognition presented that night, Manatee County received 2 first-place awards. Previous winners of these awards include the National Park Service, the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, the USDA, the U.S. Army, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the United States Postal Service, and the Internal Revenue Service. We certainly hope we didn't make any enemies by winning these awards. Bringing home a first for her attention to detail and excellent artistic abilities was Amanda Henk-Schenklepor. Amanda designed the 2022 Only in Manatee calendar that you probably have proudly hanging in your home or office. You might not see Amanda a lot, but her impact is visually represented every day in almost everything that we put out to the public. Her creativity, coupled with her keen eye and sharp wit, are welcomed assets to the information outreach team. Oh yeah, and she loves otters. Winning first place for his work on the 2021 Employee of the Year video was Casey Zempel. Casey had the honor of highlighting the important work and huge impact that transit operator Patricia Adams has on our county every day. Casey can often be seen flying the county drone, gathering footage for future productions, providing voiceovers for award recap videos, and brainstorming new ideas with his incredible colleagues. These 2 awards represent the best Manatee County has to offer and reinforces the information outreach team's goal to inform, sometimes entertain, and constantly remind citizens why they love where they live.
Hi, I'm County Administrator Scott Hopes with an easy way to get around and get out and see Manatee County. Come on, let's go! From enjoying the boundless beauty of nature with a quick ride to Robinson Preserve to cooling off at the Lincoln Aquatic Center, our MCAT buses will get you there safely and efficiently. From world-class pickleball at GT Bray and fishing from the Palmasola Causeway to checking out some light summer reading at the library, the bus will get you there. From free trolleys on the island that will get you to our world-famous beaches to regular routes serving the world's fastest growing airport. Manatee County Area Transit is a great way to get around and get out and see Manatee County this summer. Thanks, Pat. Same time next week.
Being the helping hands of Manatee County is a big responsibility. A responsibility that requires compassion through understanding. And with that understanding comes an opportunity for Manatee County Community and Veteran Services to improve the lives of the young at heart, and everyone in between. This impact starts where helping hands are typically needed, at childhood. The Human Services Division not only works to transform young lives into well-educated, economically secure, productive, and healthy adults, but also enables seniors to remain in their homes, and more importantly, remain engaged and active in their community. Extending a hand to those who have sacrificed so much is where the Veteran Services Division reaches out to offer guidance, while offering transitional housing solutions to those who need it. From our Library Systems Division that offers expanded, lifelong enrichment opportunities, to empowering citizens through engagement in the Neighborhood Connections, Community Development, and Probation Divisions, Manatee County Community and Veteran Services is poised to handle this most important responsibility. to be the helping hands that guide us all to a more engaging, understanding, and compassionate future.
Apartments,
No,
the retail box?
oh, sorry about that. Should have gave you a warning. All right, we're going to call the meeting back to order. I believe we're up to item number 9, is that right?
10, I believe.
Okay, 10. Let's do item 9 again.
Do 9 twice.
Yeah. Ms. Lidar, can you read item number 10 into the record?
Item number 10, Land Development, LDCT 2206, Ordinance 22-62, County Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment, Standard Zoning Limited District, and is a legislative case, and Mr. Charles Andrew is the case manager, and is amending the Land Development Code, Section 342.3, to revise the section title from Review Criteria for Zoning Map Amendments to Types of Amendments of the Official Zoning Atlas, to define the type of amendments to the Official Zoning Atlas, and to establish the Standard Zoning Limited District as a type of amendment option of the Official Zoning Atlas. Amending Section 342.4 to revise section title for additional requirement for amendments to plan development zoning districts, to review criteria for all zoning map amendments, and to retitle and renumbering. Amending Section 342.5 to revise section reference from 342.4 to 342.5 for additional requirements for amendments to plan development zoning district, and amending zoning 342.6 to revise the section reference for additional requirement for rezoning to the MPI district.
Very good. Sorry, very good. Good afternoon, Mr. Andrews.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Charles Andrews, Principal Planner, AICP, with the Comprehensive Planning Division of Development Services, and I have a PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you.
So this is for the Standard Zoning Limited Land Development Code Text Amendment. Some background on the information, or on the request, rather. Given recent concerns that were raised by the Board of County Commissioners with approving rezonings to a standard district, such as the Euclidean District, which permit land uses with potential compatibility-related issues, such as certain land uses in the general commercial or GC zoning district. Staff compiled a report or findings to present to the board for next steps and direction, and looking at providing an option to the development community for a standard zoning district that would have limitations placed on it. The Board of County Commissioners held a special meeting on April 19th, 2022, for staff to present their report and findings for a standard zoning limited district option. As a result of the presentation, the board made a formal motion for staff to proceed with an LDCT, or Land Development Code Text Amendment, to add this as an option for applicants. There we go. So an overview, or just a general overview here. So what is a standard zoning limited district? So it'd be such as a Euclidean standard zoning district, such as an RSF1 or GC, HM, so any residential, commercial, or industrial standard zoning district with limitations placed upon it in which it amends certain characteristics of a site that may otherwise generate potential adverse impacts to adjacent property owners. Some examples of this would include, but not be limited to, land uses, buffering and screening, vehicular access, hours of operation, etc. Some of the benefits of a standard zoning limited district is that it's not site plan controlled like a planned development. So right now, as the applicant, if an applicant filed for a planned development like a PDR, they're controlled by that site plan. So this would just be a standard zoning district that would not have a site plan with it. There would just be those limitations listed in an ordinance or a document such as that. It's a more cost-feasible alternative than rezoning to PD because you don't need a civil engineered site plan to go with it. It have a faster review turnaround and schedule for a public hearing. It would provide assurances and a more predictable result than rezoning to a standard zoning district. So for example, if we rezone to a GC, it would have any of those land uses, alcoholic beverage establishment, restaurant, those kind of things that may have adverse impacts on adjacent property owners. So those could be limited with this limitation option here for the standard zoning district. Other jurisdictions here, when we were doing our research on this, one jurisdiction came to mind here. It was Hillsborough County, and they had this as an option with their land development code.
established back in 2005. They provided a more affordable, faster, and predictable alternative for applicants in rezoning to PD, and this has been in effect since '05. A few examples here, don't know if you can read that, but some of these limitations that were provided in our research from Hillsborough County talks about limitations on the land use, buffering and screening. It may prohibit certain uses, such as fast food restaurant, those kind of things that may have those adverse impacts. Number 3 talks about additional buffering and screening to provide that shielding or that buffer from adjacent property owners. Operating hours, outdoor speakers, those kind of things. Second example, just providing things that would be limited to only a certain use, certain maximum square footage potential too. Manatee County, an example, I believe this came to the Planning Commission back in April. It went to the board in May. It was the Fidelity Bank rezoning, that was Z-21-09. And this was a rezone from PRM to NCM. This was approved 6-1 at the March 3rd, 2022 BOCC land use hearing. It's a perfect example of where a standard zoning limited district could have been utilized to fully address the concerns of adjacent property owners, which included such things as a limitation on land uses for pharmacy only, restriction on hours of operation, enhanced buffering and screening to existing residences, and a restriction on vehicular access such as 52nd Ave East Terrace West. So here's a aerial of the site that we were talking about here. So this is something that could look, these are some limitations this is what it would look like with limitations on it rather. So there's that item. So in conclusion, the request is consistent with Manatee County Comprehensive Plan in accordance with the Land Development Code, and the request is for approval of LDCT-22-06 to establish the standard zoning limited district. Mayor, if you have any questions.
Very good. Any questions for staff?
Yeah.
Mr. Roth?
In that picture, there was a swimming pool next to it. Is that a single-family residence?
There we go. So Commissioner Roth, this is
That's the trailer park.
this is the trailer park, right? So there's the existing trailer park to the north and to the east, and that's their amenity center.
No. To the east, is that a swimming pool?
Yes, sir.
It is.
Yes. It's part of the mobile home park.
I got it.
Yeah, okay, for the amenity center.
Very good. Any additional questions for staff?
No, sir.
Are these going to be available for every Euclidean geometry, Euclidean zoning?
Yes, Commissioner, this would be available to any standard district that would be under section, it's chapter 4, section 401, I believe,
Okay.
that lists all those different, everything from the RSF to GC, HM, any Euclidean district.
Okay. All right, very good. Mr. Roth?
So I have 20 acres in the middle of nowhere on I-75, and it's currently zoned multi-use. I don't have to rezone that in any other way?
So when you're saying mixed use, so are you referring to the MX? There's a mixed use Euclidean district. So,
To dovetail to Mr. Roth's question, does this give you additional rights, or does it limit the rights that are already under it?
okay, so if the property, for example, was going, so where you were talking about, out there you said I-75 in that general area, if you had 20 acres and you were looking to zone to MX, there'd be, obviously, you would go to rezone to MX, and if there was adjacent property owners, basically it would be more of you're working closer with the applicant to work out any limitations on uses or
Well, I know
buffering
what
and
the
screening.
current uses are limited to. So the question is, if I want to do the current uses, I could just keep it as a, whatever you're calling this?
So he would already have the zoning entitlements in place if it was a mixed use, if it was an MX zoning district. So that, yeah, so this limitation, it's only if you were rezoning, and then during that process, we were looking at limitations on it with compatibility concerns.
So if you're changing the zoning and
Yes, sir.
you go to GC, I don't know what's in GC, but let's just presume there's a fast food. And all the neighbors come out and they say, we don't want fast food because you haven't disclosed what it is. You can abate their concerns by eliminating that as a use in the authorizing ordinance. So the idea is that you take the Euclidean zoning and you restrict it more and more. So you remove those things that are more concerning or more the neighbors might be more
Adverse
resistant
impacts.
to. Okay.
Right, that's correct, Chairman.
Okay, all right.
So with the example, like with the Fidelity Bank, Fidelity Bank rezone that came before the board in May, there were concerns about, okay, if you're changing this to NCM, for example, you could have certain uses, maybe like a restaurant or that kind of thing, and people had concerns regarding excess noise or lighting, that kind of thing. So one thing that the applicant had said in the hearing was, well, I could just limit this to a pharmacy, and they said, well, no, unless you change it to PDC, for example.
Okay.
But they just wanted to change it to the NCM. So under that umbrella, there'd be these, this plethora or myriad of uses that you could have. So they just wanted to limit it as a kind of a comfort thing. And this is applicant-driven, as a side note here. So it'd be something that we would work closely with the applicant on, just to make sure we're addressing any compatibility concerns, because like I was saying, it's not site plan controlled. This is you're going to, for example, GC, and you would have a list of limitations. So maybe someone had a concern about buffering and screening on the north, so you'd have additional, because there's still regulations under the buffering and screening matrix in our code under Chapter 7, but if you wanted to provide additional improvements to alleviate any concerns, that's what this is really playing on.
I'm getting confused.
Yes.
Let me see if I can give you a real-life example. 20 acres on I-75, backs on Talina Road, future uses MU, MF, doesn't matter. Guy wants to, currently, you could change the zoning, if you wished, to multifamily, minimum of 12 to 15. Are you saying all I got to do now is just plan for a general, whatever it's called? What is your new zoning called?
This would basically, so what this would have is it would have an L designation to it. So it would have it'd be like an MX or a GC, like a /L that would point to the limitations.
Standard zoning, limited district, I got it.
Yes, sir.
So typically the intent here is a PD typically requires more information, like a preliminary site plan, where you have to outline or detail additional information, where a Euclidean zoning is more simple. You just say, I'm meeting the standards of the code. This gives you an opportunity to, this is something in between. It allows you to change the certain elements of that standard, either increasing it if it's buffering or something like that, or you're limiting the uses. Is that?
So it would actually take maybe one step a little further than the code, because the code may say, and a GC allows for restaurants, and they say, okay, well, we've talked to people, they don't want a restaurant, so we'll have the GCL, which would just limit, fast food. Maybe fast food is a restricted use on this property as part of the rezoning, but you'd still meet all the requirements of the code.
Right.
You just wouldn't have a site plan, and once again, it's driven by the applicant. So we would say, okay, well, let's work with you on this and say, okay, this is the one use that residents said we don't want, but we want a Euclidean district.
Right. So it would usually be something like you have to be going through a zoning, so you're not going to get any additional uses that are allowed. If it's not allowed in the Euclidean, you can't add it to this.
Correct.
You could maybe, like, for example, if it's heavy industrial and you have a specific use that has to be in heavy industrial.
And Commissioner, if I may.
The neighbors say, I don't want a firework factory there, so you.
And Commissioner, if I may, basically, like with a PD, for example, they offer, like the applicant will proffer up uses. So this would essentially be a Euclidean district that doesn't have a site plan, that would have a list of uses that would be, it'd be restricted only to these uses, or when it permits certain uses, like a bar or a restaurant or something along those lines.
Yes, Mr. Roth.
All right, so in my zoning on this property right now.
Yes, sir.
I can do 12 to 15, it's currently allowed. You're saying I can do that without a site plan? These are apartments now that we're putting in. How much quicker can I do this rather than the current 3 to 4 months?
So if I can clarify,
Please.
Nicole Knapp for the record, you'll still eventually have to go through the site plan process. What we're saying is it won't be through the plan development process. Sometimes we get at a pre-application stage people that want to rezone their property to a straight Euclidean zoning, GC. But it's surrounded by residential, and we know there's going to be compatibility issues somewhere along the way. And there's 45 uses that are maybe allowed in GC. This allows the applicant to proffer up, because we brought up concerns, we'll limit X, Y, and Z. They can't add more, but they could limit
Okay.
a couple
how-
uses that would be more
How much faster
concerning.
than 3 to 4 months are we talking about? Is this making it that much quicker or just adding another?
They still
use?
go through a rezoning, because that's why they're here before us. It's just that they're feeling it's more palatable by offering up self-imposed restrictions on a few uses, for example, or additional buffering or something. And then eventually you'll go through the final site plan process administratively.
From the day I get through with the preliminary, how much longer or shorter is this process going to be?
It's only quicker than PD, which is some people's, their only path right now to deal with compatibility is to go plan development. This allows them to go to a straight Euclidean rezoning, which in general is much faster than going PD.
Why would I have to go PD if the future use says I can do apartments?
Sometimes they're asking for specific approvals because they never bring forward a plan that meets all the code requirements, or they want an increase in density.
And real quick, Commissioner Roth, as one thing my colleague had brought up to light here is that it's a cheaper option for affordable housing. So rather than like an affordable housing project would be PDR, for example, rather than going through the PD process where you have a site plan that's required and then there'd be modifications, because then as staff would look at a PD, for example, you're looking at that site plan. This would not have that. It would only have like an RMF 12 or something /L that would speak to, okay, maybe there's buffering and screening, we'll give you more of this, if, that kind of thing, if you're doing
You're not
multifamily.
telling me how much shorter it is.
So typically, it'd be, I'd say it'd be,
It's the same process.
it's the same process. The only thing is,
3 to 4 months after preliminary.
It's not tied. I'm not understanding the connection to preliminary site plan. With a rezone, there's no site plan.
And
With a straight Euclidean rezone, we don't look at a site plan.
So if I bring you a proposal for 300 units to go on my 20 acres, how many months is this going to take me to change? Roughly.
Depends if you need a
Assuming I dot all
rezoning or
the
not.
Ts and Is.
Yeah, it depends if you can achieve everything through the
I'll hire
current zoning.
and Commissioner Roth, real quick, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but there isn't a site plan attached to this. So a preliminary site plan, so it would be a rezoning to RMF 12 and /L. It wouldn't have a site plan. We would look at it down the road when it got to site development, that stage. But at the rezoning stage, it's not through the PD process, just a Euclidean. It's no different than rezoning to HM or GC or RMF or anything like that.
Give me a time limit. That's what all my guys want to know. How long is it going to take?
I think it might be helpful if it's for a specific piece of property, if you give staff additional details, maybe after the meeting, they could provide some
Done.
guidance.
Thank
So,
you.
thank you.
And as just an aside, sorry, what we've seen with pre-apps that have come in for this is it's largely infill. It's those smaller projects where you have maybe a mom and pop or someone, and they just say, we don't want to do a PDC, excuse me. PDC is killing us because the civil engineer site plan and the additional time, we have to submit a site plan. Now you folks have to look at it, and you're never going to get through the first review of that without comments. So by this saying, we're going to do this, we'll give you an extra buffer, we're going to limit, no, it won't be any bars or anything like that, and then it's more palatable. So we've seen this on a lot of infill requests.
Blaming the engineers, I don't know.
How much cheaper?
You don't have to do a preliminary site plan.
Correct, so it save you
that's
cost on
whatever
that.
Whatever
Right.
that pesky engineer is going to charge you for that.
His words, not mine, yes.
All right, very good. So with that, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. If there's anybody in the audience who wishes to come forward, anyone? Nope, seeing no one come forward, we're going to close it. Nobody's on the line, I presume? Very good. All right, with that, any additional questions? All right, hearing none. All right, Chair's going to open it up for motion.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. DeLisline.
I move to recommend adoption of Manatee County Ordinance 2262 LDCT 2206, amending Manatee County Land Development Code.
Very good. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Smock. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. Chair's going to call the matter to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Chair votes aye. Motion passes 6-0. All All right, item number 11, half-dwelling units. Where have we heard this before?
Number 11 is LDCT-22-10, Ordinance 2267, County-Initiated Lot Development Code Text Amendment, Half Dwelling Units and Multifamily Parking Radio. It's a legislative case, and the case manager is Mr. Bill O'Shea. And is amending the Land Development Code by adding the definition of half dwelling unit on Chapter 2, and by adding Section H to Chapter 5, Standard of Accessory and Specific Use and Structure in Section 53147, to allow density to be calculated using a half dwelling unit in a multifamily project located in an urban service area. Modify parking requirements on Chapter 10, Transportation Management, by reducing the parking radio for multifamily development from 2 spaces by unit to 1.8 spaces by unit, including guest parking, and by requiring 1 space by unit for the half-dwelling units, including guest parking.
Very good, thank you. Mr. O'Shea?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Bill O'Shea, Principal Planner with Development Services. So we're here to discuss Land Development Code text amendments to define and begin utilizing a half-dwelling unit and for the multifamily parking ratio. So on April 19th, 2022, during a special meeting, the board heard from staff the topic of introducing half-dwelling units into the Land Development Code. The topic also included a discussion of reduction in the multifamily parking ratio, and the board passed a motion to proceed with those amendments. So approval of this county-initiated text amendment will define a half a dwelling unit. It will modify Section 531.47 residential uses to allow a half-dwelling unit to be utilized for density calculations only on projects in the urban service area, and to modify Table 10-2 parking ratios to reduce the multifamily ratio from 2 spaces per dwelling unit plus 1 per 10 units for guest parking to 1.8 parking spaces per dwelling unit, and/or if someone is using the half-dwelling unit, 1 space per half-dwelling unit. The positive aspects of this is it provides developers the ability to construct 2 units of up to 750 square feet and count them as 1 unit. And smaller units, whether affordable or not, should be more affordable. But this would be another tool in the affordable housing developers' toolbox in developing more affordable housing in Manatee County. The negative results is it may not result in lower impact fees. So there's a couple things that are unknown at this time. The school board and the county are going through impact fee studies. Initial findings would suggest that units under 750 square feet, that appears to be about the cutoff, may be eligible for reduced impact fees, but those studies are ongoing and have not been completed, so we'll have to see how that will work out. Should also be noted that this will not affect the transportation planning review in terms of a half-dwelling unit will count as a dwelling unit as far as determining whether or not a second means of access is required or not, and it will not be treated any differently than a full dwelling unit for trip generation and those types of purposes. That concludes my presentation. In staff's opinion, the request appears to be consistent with both the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
One question, the half-dwelling unit will be by right if this is adopted, is that correct?
Correct. Only in the urban service area.
But only in the urban service area?
Correct. As currently proposed.
Okay. Proposed in this?
In the proposed amendment that you have before you today, it's for the urban service area only.
Okay. All right. And then the other question, is the intent to with regard to the investigation related to the impact fees, is the intent to potentially have an additional benefit that a half unit might be more cost effective with regard to having a reduced impact fee?
I can answer that. Nicole Knapp for the record. So we're going, like Bill said, we're going through studies right now, both the school district and the county, not only looking at half dwelling units, but smaller dwelling units as a whole. Anything that could be determined to help mitigate affordable housing, even if they're not meeting a definition of affordable.
Right.
So that includes ADUs. Right now, we've suspended the collection of fees, building permit fees and impact fees on ADUs, or not building permit fees, impact fees, because they're deemed an accessory use, like an extension of your home. And because they also weren't currently part of the latest study, so they weren't identified in our fee structure. So we are looking at all these things that potentially, but the key is there's like a trigger or a breaking point, and that seems to be about 750 to 800 square feet, which makes sense when we poll other communities, why they all seem to hover around that 750 or 800 square feet for ADUs or smaller units. Has a lot to do with where the data breaks. So just because it's half the size of someone's home doesn't mean the impacts are half. It's not proportionate. So they're looking at all that now to see at what point will we assess a fee, and will that fee be less, and what that rate would be.
Okay.
We're both proceeding with our impact fee studies currently, projecting to have workshops in the winter and bring forth before the board in the spring.
All right. Very good. I think it would be important, I think it would be beneficial because any cost that's added to the development of a unit is going to be reflected in a price. So as Mr. O'Shea said, anything that's small is generally more affordable. So I think it's a good idea. I would also think it would be a good idea to expand this outside of just the urban service, I'm sorry, not the urban service boundary, the urban corridor, because I think there could be benefit out in other zoning districts.
Mr. Chair, actually, this is the urban service area, so it's pretty much that, it's a much larger area than just the urban corridors.
I think you said urban service, that's probably why I tried to say it, but I heard urban corridor. So, okay. No, very good. I think that addresses that one question or concern, so, very good. So, any additional questions for staff, Ms.?
I have
Ms. Mann?
one. Will this discourage larger, like, family units, like 2 and 3 bedroom, that might be affordable for families in favor of smaller units for individuals?
I don't think so. I mean, I think the intent here is to provide a smaller unit for perhaps 1 or 2 people at a much lower cost than renting like a larger 1-bedroom apartment. But they'll still be, we're still seeing 2 and 3 bedroom affordable units coming in. This just allows the developer the ability to have more units on his property than he can currently.
Right, so you could have 2 or 3 people sharing a 2 or 3 bedroom apartment, which would actually be cheaper than a small.
Correct, and I think that there'll be a mix in most apartment complexes. This is again for multifamily, not for single family. So my guess is there'd be a mix of unit types in any given apartment complex that could include half-dwelling units.
Okay, thanks.
Very good. Anything additional for staff? Very good. All right, we're going to go ahead and open this up for public comment. If there's anybody in the audience who wishes to come forward and make a statement or ask a question regarding this application. Okay, seeing no one come forward, any additional questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, any closing comments?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I think this is a good idea. It just, I think it's, again, smaller units, more affordable units, so it's a mechanism to provide that. I would hope that through the analysis of the impact fees, that there's an additional benefit for doing a smaller unit also. So with that, any other questions or discussion? If not, Chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. DeLezline.
I move recommended adoption of Manatee County Ordinance 2267 LDCT 2210
Very good. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Roth. Any discussion? Chair will call the matter to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Chair votes aye. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I think we're up to item number 11, right?
Yes.
Nope, item 12.
12. We open together item number 12 and number 13 and related one to another one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Item number 12, PA-2201, Ordinance 2217, State Road 64, Patel, Small Scale Comprehensive Plan Amendment, is a legislative case, and the case manager is Mr. Charles Andrew. It's a privately initiated map amendment to the future land use map to designate a specific real property located more or less 715 feet east of the intersection of State Road 64 East and Lorraine Road, commonly known as 14840, 14910, and 14930, State Road 64 East, Bradenton, from US 3 Urban Fringe, 3 dwelling units per acre, future land use classification to Res 9, residential 9 dwelling units per acre, future land use classification, and the site include 23.14 acres. And item number 13 is PDMU-2203CG, State Road 64, Shreya LWR Investment LLC, and it's a quasi-judicial case, and the case manager is Mr. Marshall Robinson. And it's a rezone of more or less 23.15 acres located on the south side of State Road 64 East, east of Lorraine Road, and commonly known as 14930, 14840, and 14910 State Road 64 East Bradenton, from A, General Agriculture, and GC, General Commercial, to the PDMU Mixed Use, and approving a general development plan for a maximum of 350 multifamily residential units on more or less 18.14 acres, and a maximum of 30,000 square feet of retail and commercial uses on 5.05 acres, and also approving a schedule of permitted and prohibited uses and voluntary proffered by the applicant, and attaches as Exhibit B.
Very good, thank you.
The applicant, I think, is represented by Mr. Rudasil.
Very good. I believe quasi-judicial, yeah, both these items are quasi-judicial, so for the
Well,
planning.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
a bit of a conundrum. 12 is legislative.
Oh, 12, I'm sorry, I looked at 14, sorry.
Testimony on the small-scale amendment first, and then testimony on the quasi-judicial, and vote on the small-scale first, and then vote on the quasi-judicial.
Okay, thank you. So with that, for the planning commission, related to the quasi-judicial component of this, have there been any ex parte communications regarding this application? Okay, thank you. Mr. Rudisil, did you catch all that?
I did. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. I'm Scott Rudisil, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant. If we could, there we go, look at that. All right, I'm going to start by briefly introducing our project team here that is strewn about the chambers since they have room to stretch out. We have Tony Tanico and Dwayne Settles with Eastern Meridian Group. They're here on behalf of the property owner, State Road 64 MU LLC. Philip DeMaria and Jared Schneider are our planners on the project. Jared's here presenting today. We have Clint Cuffle. He is our civil engineer with WRA. And Steve Henry, our traffic engineer with Links and Associates.
Mr. Rudisil, can you pause one moment?
Sure.
Ms. Schenk, I didn't realize I had a conflict on this one until Mr. Rudisil shared the graphic, so
Oh, okay.
I'm going to have to recuse myself from this
Does
application.
that mean you're trying to leave the meeting early and you're skipping out?
So,
Back, okay.
yeah,
All
so
right,
with that, I'm going to depart.
Chair, Kevin.
Yeah, I'm going to depart the meeting, and I'm going to hand over the ceremony gavel to Ms. Keever.
Continue, please.
All right, thank you. So before I turn it over to Jared, as was mentioned, this is there are two components to the request today. And so we're going to briefly introduce them. This is the plan amendment is a request to go from UF3 to the Res 9 future land use category. And the other request, as was mentioned, is to go from general commercial and general agricultural zoning to a plan development mixed use. And so kind of the gist of this request is you have a site that's got fairly significant commercial entitlements with the general commercial zoning. And so we're going through this process with the plan amendment and then the rezone. And as part of that rezone, they're going to be giving up substantial commercial entitlements to try and bring in some more residential to the site, do a mixed use project instead of just commercial. So that's kind of the gist of the request. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jared.
Thanks very much, Scott. Jared Schneider again with Kimley Horn. Scott did a good job of really teeing it up. What we're looking at is urban fringe to residential 9 with this comp plan amendment. And then also we'll be talking about the zoning piece where it's general commercial today and general agriculture with a rezone to plan development mixed use. So this site's approximately 23 acres, and really what we're looking at here is something similar to what we're showing. This is kind of an inspirational image of what we're talking about, a mixed-use project, as Scott mentioned, that's a walkable project with residential and commercial. So what we're going to do on this slide, these are really the project attributes, and I'm going to run through these throughout the presentation. We've organized the presentation to follow these attributes. So what we're talking about is looking at compatibility around the area. There's a number with development trends in the surrounding uses, it's very similar. And then we've got the activity node. We've talked about smart growth and the right product in this area. So that's where the mixed use comes in. And then with this project, we're looking at less intensity than what's currently entitled today. And it brings an alternative option of housing. A lot of the development in the area is single family, so we're looking at multifamily in the area. And it's also consistent with some of the past planning work and how will we grow and limiting the urban sprawl in the area as well. And focused on where infrastructure already is and improvements. So this again kind of tees up the rest of the presentation, so I'll walk through some of these in more detail. Before we do that, to talk a little bit about back up what is an activity center. First, we want to walk through that, and that's obviously this is kind of a typical view of what an activity center looks like. You see kind of the uses connected with side streets. You've got commercial and residential in there, all kind of focused in a compact manner. And so that's what we're talking about with utilizing the activity node at State Road 64 in Lorain. All right, so this kind of hits on the consistency with the comprehensive plan and the activity node objectives and policies. And really, again, it's trying to guide new mixed-use developments to intersections of major roadways, trying to avoid the strip commercial. And I'll get into that in a little bit more detail. Scott teed it up today. There's 300,000 square feet you could do of commercial in the area, but we're really kind of focusing in a node that maximizes that walkability. And the key of that is like that image we just showed, with the side streets, it really looks at maintaining vehicular capacity of the public roadway network. All right, so this will kind of navigate us to the actual site here. We've got essentially the activity node in purple there. That's the 1,500 feet from State Road 64 in Lorain. And then the project site is in red there. So as we mentioned today, it's Urban Fringe 3, and we're looking at the Res 9. And really with the image here, what we're talking about is it looks at that mixed use AC1 and really extending from the south. What's already down there is a mixed use activity center. On the current zoning, what we really wanted to talk about here, and we'll get into this later, is today, it's important just to note that this isn't an increase in density. What we're looking at is more of a mix of uses. So you've got a huge amount of commercial that you can do today. And really it's more in line with what the activity node is looking at, a range of uses. I think what this image also shows is the other PDMU that is nearby to the west. All right, so this image really on the left, we wanted to show this is what you could have with today with entitlements, 300,000 square feet of commercial and 84 dwelling units. So what this amendment is talking about is more of a mix of uses. Again, 30,000 square foot commercial on the front end there, that pink area. So that's nearby State Road 64. And then on the backside of the development, that's the 350 dwelling units. So really kind of transitioning down to the surrounding uses. And we really feel like this envisions more of the location of what the activity node is trying to do. So, what this image is showing is the 1970s, 1990s, even through the 2000s, the site has changed. So this is really, it's not virgin land anymore, and so it's changed from the 70s, and we're looking at consistent development patterns and trends, and this is, including infill. So that's what we're showing on the 2022 slide here, but really, again, kind of a mix of uses in that area. So this image shows the approved developments within the area. So it's really consistent with the trends that we've been seeing in this area. The point of urban sprawl is to stop leapfrog development. So that's where that commercial component comes in with this project and really building on kind of the past developments in the area. Okay, so what this slide's showing is similar developments in the area. So we've got other mixed-use activity nodes in the area to the north and the south. And I'll note the densities are spread out across the development, so it's not 27 DU per acre or 23. But again, the point of this is really to show that there's similar improvements throughout the area. All right, so now we're going to hit on another one of the attributes, decreased traffic. So what this image shows on the left, we have, and I know it's cut off a little bit on my screen here, the urban fringe 3 today. So we did a preliminary traffic analysis, and this shows trips in the PM peak hour. And so basically, if we did what we have in the current comp plan, what's entitled, that's around 1,200 trips. With the Res 9, we see a 30% reduction. And then what we're actually looking at with the development, with the rezone, would be a 66% increase from what's in the comp plan today. And that's what with the mix of uses that we're talking about. Okay, so what this talks about is again, how we're consistent with the policies. Future land use policy 2.1.1.4 talks about development in currently undeveloped areas where the public facilities are available. And then we also looked at other housing and compatibility and transportation policies that I won't list all of them, but they're all listed there. And again, I opened up, this is consistent with how will we grow. It's encouraging mixed use density near public infrastructure. There's currently projects in the works, particularly at State Road 64 in Lorraine. And it's limiting urban sprawl by, again, trying to avoid that leapfrog development. So this is kind of our key takeaways. Conclusion, again, I'll just to reiterate the compatibility of the surrounding developments. I showed an image of that and the surrounding similar activity nodes. And so that's where it fulfills objective of the activity nodes. It's less intense than what we could have had in that area, and it transitions the density. I talked a little bit about the commercial development being on the front side and transitioning down to the surrounding areas to the south and the east. And again, it's consistent with the comp plan policies and goals that I showed you. And really, again, focused on neighborhood serving commercial and a mix of uses to limit urban sprawl. And we look forward to talk to you about, get your comments for approval.
Thank you very much. I have one question about access. I know there's just the one primary access point on 64. So the apartments will have to go through the commercial area to get out. And then can you talk a little bit about the secondary that's only for emergency vehicles?
Sure. Okay. Scott, you want to talk about that?
Well, and let me just, if I could, we're going to do the zoning with the site plan will be our next presentation. If you want to, do you want to discuss it now, or do you want to wait to get into it when we?
You can wait.
Okay.
I'm jumping the gun here a little bit. Any
Yeah,
other
we've got a
questions?
much more detailed image that'll
Okay.
show that, as Scott
Okay,
said.
I just noticed that hadn't been brought up. Any other questions from the commission? No. No. Okay, thank you. Staff presentation.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Charles Andrews, Principal Planner, AICP, with the Comprehensive Plan Division, Development Services. I've got a PowerPoint here. The applicant did a great job of presenting the request, and I'm just going to kind of touch on a few points here. So like I said, this is the SR 64 Patel Comprehensive Plan Small Scale Comprehensive Plan Map Amendment. Aerial of the site here, the site's approximately 23.146 acres. It's located 715 feet east of the intersection of State Road 64 East and Lorraine Road. Here's a kind of an eagle view of the site here, the existing conditions on the site off of State Road 64. Like I said, the request is from UF3 Urban Fringe 3 to Res 9, Residential 9. This is the existing future land use map. This is the proposed future land use map going to Res 9. An activity note here, this is in policy A.4 A of the land use operative provisions, and it talks about the 75% rule, which requires that at least 75% of the proposed project's total frontage be provided along the functionally classified roadway, as 89% of the project's frontage is located along State Road 64 East, a functionally classified principal arterial roadway. The project qualifies for a density increase if the applicant chooses to, 1, develop as a mixed-use development at an activity node, or 2, develop at a minimum of 25% of the dwelling units as affordable housing. The existing zoning is A and GC. History on the site here, the property has been zoned A in 1990, and then in 2021, property had A and GC to reflect that rezone of the portion of the site to GC, general commercial. Since 1989, the history of the site here, the future land use designation has been UF3. Surrounding development here, we've got a map showing everything that's been going on. We have Azario to the south, some self-storage adjacent and west of the site. Pending development here, so outlined in red is the subject property. On the northeast corner of State Road 64 East and Lorraine Road, we have a U-Haul of Lakewood Ranch. That came in with, it had a special permit on it, and it had a rezone back in 2019 to GC. There's currently a comprehensive plan map amendment and rezone on the southwest corner for Elan. It's a mixed-use development with commercial and multifamily entitlements. It's currently being processed. And then on the northwest corner, we had a convenience store with gas station and car wash. It's part of a PDC approval project. So as you can see, that activity node is being built out. Public facilities, we have Gillette Elementary, Jane Middle, and then Lakewood Ranch High in the vicinity. The nearest public transit, is provided approximately 5.7 miles west of the site, located at the northwest corner of I-75 and State Road 64 East. There are multiple parks in the area. Within a 5-mile radius, we have Rye Preserve, Premier Sports Complex, and Lake Manatee State Park. Positive aspects of the property. A request to Res 9 appears to be a logical transition given the emerging development trends in the area, specifically as the county goes from agriculture to suburban residential and mixed-use development. Subject property is located within 1,500 feet of a designated activity or commercial node, such as State Road 64 East and Lorraine Road. This encourages greater densities and intensities. The site is located west and within the FDAB or future development area boundary, where development is encouraged and public utilities are available. Some negative aspects is the Res 9 allows for an increase in residential density and intensity. Mitigating factors, detailed analysis of capacity and impacts on public facilities will be required at the time of future development of the site. Any future development of the site shall comply with the Manatee County Land Development Code, including, but not limited to, building setbacks, open space, traffic design, roadway improvements, and stormwater requirements. Adequate buffering, landscaping, and design should provide a transition between the future development of the site and the adjacent agricultural and residential areas. In conclusion, the request appears to be to meet the applicable policies of the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code regulations, and the request is for a transmittal of Plan Amendment PA-22-01, Ordinance 22-17. I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you. Yes.
So the original plan calls for, on the LDC, 9 per acre, is that correct?
Well, it was originally UF3, which is 3 per acre
Okay,
for the future land use.
but am I dividing incorrectly? 350 units on 18 acres? How many does that give us an acre?
Let's see here, which one? So this one, so for the future land use, it'd be 9. So you're saying,
350 divided by 18 acres. How many is that per acre? Is it 19 or am I mistaken?
It's not 9, if that's what you're getting at.
it's just under 20, right?
You want to put 19 per acre?
Right, so it'd just be under that 20. Because it's at an activity node.
It gets an exception because of the location.
Right, it would be meeting the first one here, Commissioner.
Major highway. And at the corner of Lorraine.
Right, it's not directly at the corner of Lorraine, but it's within that node, yes, sir.
The storage facility.
Correct, to the east and
The
adjacent.
traffic light at the corner of Lorraine?
I'm sorry?
Traffic light at the corner of Lorraine and 64.
Yes.
Correct, yes.
One traffic light. Is there an entrance to a, housing development on the north side,
Across from this site?
on 64? North side of 64, at the traffic light. What's on the other side?
Oh,
7-Eleven.
here, 1 minute, where was this? Right here. So Commissioner, across the street from the northwest there of the site, it's a U-Haul of Lakewood Ranch. There's a special permit that was approved, which had a U-Haul facility with mini warehouse, I believe, in the back.
Convenience store going in there as well with gas pumps and car wash?
Yeah. Yes, sir, on the northwest corner.
Okay. And behind that, is there a development? I don't
Yes,
know
there
what
is.
the
It's,
name- Not Mill Creek.
it's Mill Creek Phase 7, yes, sir.
It is.
Yes, sir.
Do we have a traffic study? Or do we not need one at this stage?
I think that would be handled at the rezoning stage, which I believe the applicant would speak to.
My
Which-
opinion here is, I'm looking at a lot of units
But this is
Per
the con,
acre.
oh, go ahead.
in a major traffic area. I've been on this road. I lived there for 10 years. 19 per acre? Really?
And Commissioner Roth, if I may, this is for the comprehensive plan amendment. This is for, looking at the worst-case scenario. But the next step in this, which is what the applicant will talk about, is the rezoning to PDMU. So they'll have the finer details of the site. If you have questions regarding the traffic study, they
Get
can
that
address it
part.
then.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Well, I have, sorry.
I find it disturbing. You don't find it disturbing?
I'm disturbed, so it's a hard question, so. But I do think the question I see here is, kind of going for traffic, because they're changing to residential, despite there's 19, that the commercial use would be highly intensive, and reducing that and increasing residential kind of goes against the traffic concern you have. Isn't that kind of what we determined from the last discussion?
And I can have the applicant speak more to the traffic and the numbers
But I mean,
generated.
you're our planner. I mean, that's what's happening. We're reducing commercial, adding residential,
Adding
that
residential.
as a mitigating factor against traffic as a whole that's available for this site, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, so that's one of the trade-offs I see, is when we get a developer that comes in and says, I'm gonna do less than I have entitlement to, and I'm gonna commit to that, I find that a positive, because it does reduce traffic. There may be a question about whether taxability is important, but for traffic, for sure, that's a benefit, in my mind.
Right, and once again, we're looking at the comprehensive plan amendment right now, and then, like I said, the finer details of traffic access, the secondary means, all those kind of things can be discussed at the rezoning, which would be the next item, which this is kind of going concurrent with.
There's another way of looking at this. 19 units per acre means 19 housing or apartments
Right.
per acre. So we now have 350 units with an average of how many people in each unit and how many cars. You really think that's less commercial? Yeah, if it was a shopping center, it might be a problem, but it's still a problem.
I hear you.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Well, I'll start off, and then we've got our traffic consultant. Yeah, you nailed about the commercial, so that's where today we were talking about that slide. We did a higher level traffic analysis for the comp plan, so you have 300,000 square feet of commercial that could be done and 87 single-family units. So that's where we showed that reduction, because you really are including more of a mix of uses with the neighborhood serving commercial and the multifamily.
Hold on one second. Did you say 87 single-family units could go per acre? I don't think so.
No, 87 total for the site.
Total.
Yeah. But yes, Stephen did a higher level kind of traffic analysis, can speak to that.
Good afternoon, Steve Henry, Links and Associates, and I have been sworn. So we did do, as a part of the plan amendment, we have to do a plan amendment analysis, and what we look at are two things. One is, what is the existing land use category allow, and then what is it proposed, and then we look at both a short-term analysis to look at what could be built in the next 5 years, and then we look at a 2045 analysis. So first off, as far as we did a comparison of trip generation between what the current land use category would allow and what the proposed would allow. And again, we won't go back through all the numbers, but basically we would have a net reduction of about 368 PM peak hour trips for what could be built on the property under the current land use plan versus what we're proposing. So that's number one. Two, then we look at the short term, and we looked at the residential that could be built on the property short term. And we did a what's called just a quick TIS, traffic impact statement, to look at what that is. And there is sufficient capacity on the network to be able to accommodate that. And what we use is the county has their own tables in which they look at existing traffic plus all the reserve trips from other approved projects. So we take the existing plus all the reserved, and then we add our project to it, and there is sufficient capacity. Then in addition to that, we do a long-term analysis, and we look at the 2045 model to see if there's sufficient capacity. And again, in this case, we're actually reducing traffic, but we still looked at that from that standpoint, and even in 2045, there's sufficient capacity. So that's the results of the analysis, which has been reviewed by your staff.
350 units times an average of 2 persons with 2 cars.
Well, what we look at, again, we use the Institute of
What you're looking at. What I'm looking at is what I think is common sense, and you're welcome to correct me if I'm wrong. But I've lived in the area. I know how many people are presumably living in apartments. 350 units, 2 people, 2 cars. At what time of day? Nobody's going to get in or out of there.
But and so what we look at, ITE, which is Institute of Transportation Engineers, has done thousands of studies. There's actually 4 volumes. They've done hundreds of studies on different types of multifamily. And those are the trips that we use. Now, everyone may have 2 cars. They don't all leave at the same time in the morning. They don't all come back at the same time in the afternoon. So they're dispersed throughout the day. But we look at the AM peak hour when we do the operational analysis, and we look at the PM based on actual studies of actual multifamily projects. So that's what the trip generation would look at for on a peak hour basis as to how many that would generate.
Other questions?
I was just, one point. Am I on? Yeah. One point of clarification, of course, is, and I've had my own anxiety about the standards which we use, but because the county has to protect themselves, and Ms. Shank will remind us, is there's got to be some standard. Traffic has to have some standard, and I can argue that traffic in Florida is not the same as some of the other areas that they use for their analysis, and that's okay, but we have to have a standard, and that is the standard the county's accepted, that we've used for planning and zoning, and so you're probably right, but we have a standard which we use, and that's this ITS, and that's what you've responded to, right? You've communicated that.
But I can also respond to that. We have done, back when there were DRIs and we had to do traffic monitoring, we did it for many, many years, 20 years of monitoring. We've never had a DRI that exceeded the trip generation out of ITE. And in fact, when you look at yes, and we have even done studies of land uses, and residential in Florida generally generates less traffic per unit than it's in ITE. And those have been documented not only by us, but by other municipalities that have done their impact fee studies and looked at the trip generation for residential. So those are studies that are out there as far as looking at specific uses and trip generation of specific uses.
Thank you for the studies. Now, my next question is, where in Manatee County now is there an area that has this density,
That'll be a question for our planners.
19 per acre? Scott, somebody.
Yeah, the slide I was showing,
Can we pull ours back up? Get to it while you're.
there's 3 projects we identified in the near vicinity to the south. Scott's pulling it up. Here we go. Yeah, Commissioner, so in the blue, there's actually the 2 in the south and then 1 on the north. So we've got the Residence at the Green, the Oasis at Lakewood Ranch, and the Summer House Lakewood Ranch. Those are all 19 units per acre or above.
$64.70. Okay. Those have been approved?
As far as I know, yes.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. We'll open it up for public comment if anybody's here to speak on this item. Nobody? All right.
Come on, somebody.
Somebody.
Would staff like to get up at me?
Okay, we're going to close the public comment period. Staff, any closing comments?
Charles Andrews with staff. And real quick, Natalie, thank you. If you can bring that up. So real quick, on page 13 of my report, I know Commissioner Roth was asking regarding the density here. Apologize, I didn't have it right on me. Page 13 of my staff report talks about that density, that 19.3 density. So just to let you know, dwelling units per gross, which is in there. And then the second item I just wanted to bring up, perfect, is on the proposed future land use map. If you look at this to the south, there is a future land use designation. It's MU dash, it's AC1, and that allows the 9 per acre. Just to let you know, with what they're asking for, it's in line with that to the south.
No, it's not.
But the thing is, Commissioner, is, 1 minute, where is it? Hold on, let's go this way. There we go. So the activity node, so because they're located within 1,500 feet of the activity node, and apologies for not being clearer with this, is that you can get a 25% bump, you can get an increase if you're mixed-use development at an activity node, which is what the applicant's proposing. So it may say 9, but you can get higher if you're at an activity node, which is what the comprehensive plan encourages with our policy. So I'm here if you have any other further questions.
Any other questions for staff? Or?
Okay, thank you.
All right, the applicant, do you have any further comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very briefly, I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page. What our traffic analysis showed is that what is being proposed is a lower traffic generator than what is currently in place. So I just want to make sure, and that report was accepted by county staff, and they agreed. I was going to echo Charlie's comments about, to Commissioner Ross' question, this is an activity node, so mixed-use projects get a density bonus. That's what gets you up to that number, but the reason it is that high is because the county wants to encourage projects like that within the activity node. So what we're proposing is consistent with the comp plan. We will get into the details of the site plan with our next, we'll have a presentation for that right after this. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, any discussion?
Well, I would just say, as a design model, the intensity to be on 64 within the node is a design model that's positive and beneficial. It keeps people from going in secondary roads that don't have capacity. And I don't think, 300,000 square feet of retail in this location makes any sense when we have hubs by 75 and we have that close node there. So I like the transition. I like the less traffic requirement. And I do think it makes sense and it meets the zoning criteria. So, I feel you, Mr. I get it, but I just don't think there's a premise for us to say it's not approvable.
Anyone else?
Well, I've been on this road many, many days. I think the traffic is going to be totally unbearable. I think you're looking for a problem. I don't think the 4-lane road, if it ever occurs on 64, is going to happen anytime soon. That's my review.
Anyone else? Anyone care to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move to recommend adoption of Plan Amendment PA 2201 Ordinance 2217.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Smock seconded, and we'll take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay.
Nay?
5 in favor, 1 opposed. All right, moving on to number 14.
4 in favor.
4 in favor, sorry.
Absolutely crazy.
4 to 1. All right, moving on to number 13. This one is quasi judicial. Anyone who's going to speak on this, make sure that you've been sworn. And if you can introduce the item.
Do we need Bill back?
No, he's off on this one too.
Madam Chair, the staff didn't introduce the item,
Oh,
so we go
that's
right to
true.
the applicant.
Okay, going to the applicant, thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me, for the record, I'm Scott Rudisell. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. I've been sworn since we're now in a quasi judicial hearing. So let me just advance this because I believe our next presentation is, so we have this. We actually have a number of the same slides. We're going to just blow through those. We're going to get right into the meat of the actual plan, but they're in there for the record. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jared.
Thank you, Scott. Hello again, Jared Schneider with Kimley Horn. I have been sworn. As Scott mentioned, we have a number of the similar slides, so I'm going to run through this pretty quickly. Just again, a reminder on the zoning piece. Today you have general commercial and general agriculture, and what we're looking at with this rezoning is a proposed plan development mixed use, PDMMU. Again, running through the attributes, we talked a little bit about the activity nodes and really that compact development within this area, and limiting the sprawl and more of a kind of a neighborhood serving commercial in this area. So again, this is the project site here in red, and the activity node area is in that purple boundary. So this is where we get into a little bit more detail. This is the site plan. On the north, we're showing the commercial, the neighborhood serving commercial, and then stepping down to the apartments, residential in the back, mixed use. And then what we'll show is more of the nicer concept. And so on the left, we have the programming identified. We had a little bit of conversation on this already, but the general commercial, we're looking at 30,000 square feet as opposed to the 300,000 that you could have on 5 acres. And then that's located right along State Road 64. Again, that's in that pink area. And then the multifamily, 350 units on 18.17 acres and stepping down. On the south, what we're talking about is a large natural buffer to buffer from the residential on the south. And we talked about access. We've got the access point up front in the commercial, and then the emergency access on the west side, on the left there, next to Hideaway Self-Storage Facility. And then on the right, a future potential access point there next to the approved pet resort. So those are the access points. Again, we kind of identified the setbacks as well as the buffer that I already mentioned on the south side. What we're trying to look at here is a diversity of housing uses, a mix of uses. So looking at in the site plan, different square footage, which is different than the single family that's in the area. So trying to provide diversity of housing and options. Again, I'll hit on the compatibility with some of the other projects that we showed within the area. So key takeaways, you saw this already. Again, we're talking about the compatibility. It adheres to the standards in the Land Development Code, particularly as it relates to the activity node standards. There's less intensity than what could be currently developed on those, the commercial and the ag that we have for zoning, and then really trying to transition the density, as I mentioned. There is certain projects in the area, so State Road 64 Lorraine, that intersection is programmed by FDOT to be improved. So that's one project that's nearby. So with that, we'll open it with any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'll just go back to my question about the access, and if that's truly adequate for 350 units plus the 30,000 square feet of commercial. I mean, normally you're supposed to have a secondary access. I realize this one is proposed just for emergency vehicles, but I have some concerns about just the one access point for all of that traffic.
Yeah, and all of others on the team speak as well, but we have that proposed on the east side in addition to the west side of
Right.
of the emergency access.
So on the east side, you'd be going through another property, and that's already been agreed upon.
I'm not sure where that, Scott can,
Yeah, Steve may jump in here, but yes, the access to the east is something that DOT required. They're going to require the same thing of that property owner when they come in and develop their site. So the intent is that you end up having that that connection across there, so that opens up then additional access points for both properties. So it will be the access point directly on 64, the emergency to the west, and then the cross access to the east.
And would the main access point have a signal?
No, we don't anticipate a signal at our primary access point. That roadway is scheduled for improvement. As was mentioned, it's proposed to be a traffic circle at that intersection, so the light will be going away. It's going to be a traffic circle within, I believe that is 2024 is when that's scheduled
At
to.
64, and Lorraine is going to become a circle?
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Nope. All right, staff presentation.
Good afternoon, thank you. Marshall Robinson, I'm a staff planner and I have been sworn. So much has been said about this project, so I'm just going to kind of move around my slides here so I don't waste anybody's time with repeating information. So I don't want to revisit the plan amendment, but I do want to make sure, just for clarification, that we all understand the geographical situation of this subject property. We currently have it in the UF3. And the UF3 today would allow you 3 dwelling units per acre, and it would allow you 0.35 FAR. Now, the FAR is how we get the square footage for intensity of non-residential uses. And the request was to go to the Res 9 from the UF3. And what that would do is that would give you a different set of calculations to consider. If the Res 9 were approved, then you get 9 gross units to the acre, and we're talking about gross here. But, as was mentioned, because the property meets the 75% rule, which is to say that it's 75% of its frontage is within 1,500 feet of the qualifying intersection of the major roadways, they get a bump. They get an increase per the comp plan. And that bump, if the Res 9 was approved, would move them to 20 units per acre for their density. And it would also move their FAR for their non-residential square footage from 0.5 to 1.0, okay? So with that increase, today, the way the property is zoned under the GC, I believe they have about 12 acres of general commercial zone property there. And if you were to apply the UF3 0.5 FAR, you're talking about 261,000 square feet of non-residential uses today by right as is. And so the request, I'm inclined to agree with the applicant's traffic engineer, that the request, if approved, would reduce traffic simply because they're proposing 30,000 square feet of non-residential units. And bear in mind, those uses that are non-residential being proposed are subject to the schedule of uses that were voluntarily proffered by the applicant. So that schedule of uses is not a wholesale permissibility document for all commercial uses. They still have to abide by, as the applicant alluded to, neighborhood serving commercial uses for the Res 9 in the suburban context of the future land use category that it's in. So I do agree that if the request was approved, that transportation and traffic would be reduced because only proposed is 30,000 on 5 acres, as opposed to the 0.35 or the 0.5 that they have as is under the general commercial. Next here, we can see the zoning of the property and the surrounding properties. Subject properties made up of 3 parcels, one of which is GC, and the south properties are ag. Whoops. And here's some of the area characteristics that's already been talked about. These are the requests. I think the clicker's running out of batteries. Here we go. So this identifies the three, or the commercial properties, part of the mixed-use project along the north. The yellow buildings there are the multifamily that are proposed. And you see the primary access that was mentioned earlier. FDOT will regulate and permit that access. It'll have to be reviewed by FDOT. Here we see the west access that's proposed for emergency-only access. And then here we see the east proposed cross-access or inter-neighborhood tie. And I will stop here and talk about this for a second, because the PDMU zoning district, as spelled out in the zoning, in the land development code, and then also in the comp plan for either the UF3 or the Res 9, when we do plan developments, we encourage inter-neighborhood connectivity. Like the commissioner said, that, you know, we want to get less trips out on the main roadway and use secondary roads and try to keep everybody moving. And that's essentially what this will do. And I believe, Scott, we got a letter from the neighbor or FDOT for that inter-neighborhood tie. I think maybe Clint sent it over. So we did get documentation that verified that FDOT was, you know, going to basically require the next door neighbor to the east to share that access there. So that brings this plan development more in line with the intent of how the designation for the land use was written for connectivity. The 350 units there, that's proposed on 18 acres. And again, that's just below the allowable 20 units per acre if approved for the Res 9 future land use category. This is another look. We do have a residential property, single-family residential property adjacent to the south and to the east. And there, I don't know if you can see it on the monitor here, but maybe in your staff report, your site plan, down in that lower bottom right-hand corner or southeast corner, there's a 100-foot setback. We also have a roadway buffer along the road, and then we've got specific approval to do perimeter buffering from 15 feet to 10 feet along the perimeter on the sides. Along the south there, we've got, I think we have a 30-foot easement with a 20-foot buffer, so it kind of yields 50 feet of separation off the south boundary to give some protection to that MUCAC 1 that's located south of the property. So it appears to be well mitigated there for any incompatibilities, and our environmental review section reviewed the project and had no objections. This is an aerial here. It's kind of pointing out a little bit about where the buffers are and giving you some geographical context of the property. And that's all I have. I'd be happy to answer any questions if anybody has any. Yes, sir.
So at the very north part of this property on 64, that's going to be commercial?
Yes, sir, along the road frontage.
Okay, and then behind it will be the apartments?
That's correct.
19 or 20 per acre?
That's correct.
And you're telling me the trips are going to be less?
What I'm telling you is given today, the way the property is zoned and the current future land use designation, their maximum potential for development would create more traffic than what's being proposed here today with the two amendments heard by the commission.
I got it. Next question. Water and sewer? Any problem over there, flooding?
We've got no reports from any of the reviewing agencies over those topics. No objections.
Would the review agent like to tell us?
I'm sorry?
Mr. Gerstenberger.
Mr. Gerstenberger.
Oh, you want to talk to Mr. Gerstenberger, of course.
Just because we miss him.
Yeah, by all means, we wouldn't have a meeting without Tom, for sure. All yours, Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. For the record, Thomas Gerstenberger, Public Works Department, I have been sworn. To answer your question, Mr. Roth, this particular area is within a flood prone area associated with Mill Creek, so the project itself is required to reduce post-development runoff by 50%. There is a drainage system that's running just off the southern boundary of this project that this development would drain into, just along the southern boundary.
The southern boundary being Route 70?
No, the southern boundary of this particular development.
Which is where?
Just along the south boundary of this project, there is a drainage system, so as far as the outflow, I would drain it into that particular system and then into Mill Creek itself. And then as far as addressing your question with respect to water and sewer, there is both water and sewer available along State Road 64 with the close proximity to Lake Manatee Reservoir. There are pretty substantial sized water mains in the area. And then the sewer is provided through a force main system that would ultimately go through Mill Creek subdivision itself.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? We can open it up to public comment if there's anybody here who wants to speak on this application. Nobody here. Seeing nobody. Staff closing comments.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Applicant comments?
We don't have anything, Madam Chair, unless
Okay.
there are questions.
Okay, any questions? All right, I'll open it up for discussion. Any comments from the commission? Anyone care to make a motion?
My computer's frozen.
Anybody?
Ms. Chairman,
Yes. Mr.
Delesline.
Delesline.
I move recommend approval of Manatee County zoning ordinance number PDMU 2203ZG, approval of general development plan with stipulations A1 through A7, B1 through B3, C1 through C4, D1. Adoption of the findings specific approval and granting specific approval for the following alternatives to the Land Development Code. Sections 1, or number 14027D5, reduce the required minimum perimeter buffer width from 15 feet to 10 feet along the southern border. 1001.1.c, allow for a second means of access by emergency access only for projects exceeding 100 units. 1005.3, allow a reduction of parking from 2 spaces per dwelling to 1.8 spaces per unit, subject to the pending map amendment to the comprehensive plan. PA 2201 ordinance 2217 become effective.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, and we'll take a vote. Everyone in favor of the approval as stated?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed?
Opposed.
1. 4 to 1.
4 to 1, right?
All right, moving on to the last. Yes.
And number 12?
Yes, we did 12 and 13.
12, 13.
We did them separately, yep. It was same vote.
Same vote.
Sorry. And number 14 is PDMU-2202CG, Project Innovation, Manatee County owner, is a quasi-judicial case. It's a rezone of more or less 159.49 acre front suburban agriculture A1 zoning district to the planned development mixed use and approving a general development plan for up to 810,500 square feet of commercial office uses, 810,500 square feet of light industrial warehouse and distribution uses, and 638 dwelling units. And the 159.49 acre site is located more or less 1 mile east of I-75 and 700 feet south of State Road 64 on the east side of Lina Road at 1707 Lina Road, Bradenton, and is asking for approval of a schedule of permitted and prohibited uses as voluntarily proffered by the applicant. Representing the Manatee County is Mr. Kelly Klepper for Kinley Horn, and I think that they need to be sworn in.
Yes. Anybody else who needs to be sworn in, who intends to speak on this item?
I have a group here.
Where have they?
You swear or affirm that all the facts and statements, factual representations that you're going to present to this board are truthful and accurate? And will you please come to the podium, state your name, county residence, and date you've been sworn?
Okay, let me just ask if there have been any ex parte communications?
No.
Commissioners, okay. Applicant presentation, welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Planning Commissioners. For the record, Kelly Klepper with Kimley Horn, and I have been sworn. Sorry to make you do that 3 times today now. But, so we are here on behalf of Manatee County, working with county staff with the, what I'll call Phase 2 of the project innovation, which is, in this case, a rezoning with a general development plan. So, let's see. Yep, it works. With me today is Ms. Monet Moore, one of our lead planners, has been working closely with county staff. Our utility, stormwater, and engineering representative, Mr. Ryan Hoppy, and traffic and transportation with Mr. Bob Agrusa. So as we've kind of identified and as was initiated and introduced by Rosina, this is a county-initiated rezone from A1 agricultural suburban to the, or excuse me, suburban agriculture to the PDMU, so a planned development mixed use with a general development plan for up to just over 800,000 square feet of commercial and office uses, an additional 800,000 square feet of light industrial warehouse and distribution, as well as the third leg of that mixed use, which is a residential component upwards of about 638 units. The rezoning and the GDP address the entire 159 acres. And as you all heard previously at one of the previous Planning Commission hearings, there was a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment for about 98 acres that encompassed the eastern portions of the property itself. That has been transmitted to the state. Comments have come back, and actually there's no comments or objections that we've been made aware of. And this is scheduled, subject to today's hearing as well, to be heard by the Board of County Commissioners on September the 22nd. So specific to today is a rezoning, as we said, to the PDMU with the GDP. It is for the entirety of the site. The property in question, as you're probably aware, is the southeast quadrant of Lena Road and State Route 64. Immediately to the northwest of us, of course, is Heritage Harbor, the Costco development. Immediately west is also the convenience store, the new Intercoastal Medical Office. To the north and northeast of us is ongoing residential, commercial highway-oriented uses, as well as a number of professional office and other types of uses as well. Immediately to our east and south, of course, is county-owned property, which is comprised of the solid waste facility. So when we start looking at the property itself, there again, to the south and to the east is county-owned. You can see that it has basically been used for agricultural purposes over a number of years. As you start to kind of look through not only the zoning maps, but also from a comprehensive plan perspective, and as we discussed at the last hearing with the comprehensive plan amendment, this area has been seeing and witnessing a tremendous amount of development through the mixed-use process, utilizing a PDMU approach. This is, in essence, a infill type of property when we start talking about the amount and the type and the location, especially with the extensions of Lena Road and the other capital improvement projects that are being proposed and identified within the county's capital improvements plan, both for access from a transportation perspective as well as other infrastructure. So the future land use map, just to kind of refresh your memory, this was there again, that PLN 2201-0055 is for the eastern portions of the property, so basically the eastern 2/3 of the property that has been proposed for mixed use. And that is a continuation of the mixed use, which is immediately to not only our west, but also to our northeast. There we go. As part of the GDP, of course, we have a series of maps and graphics. This one depicts the existing conditions that we have on the property, including the amount of wetlands that have been identified on the property, the areas and amount of property that are identified as temperate hardwoods, as well as the public infrastructure that we have, both water, wastewater, as well as reclaimed within this area. One of the things that we've also identified in the series, of course, is the county's capital improvements plans, which identified those improvements that are not necessarily required for this type of project, which also includes the extension of Lena Road further to the south, connecting up to 70 and 44, but just as a part of the overall, we'll say, master planning and advanced development within this portion of the county. So on the GDP, this specific page, we actually have identified not only the external roadways and improvements, but also the access points, our required buffers, preservation areas, as well as our maximum levels of development that, if approved, would be supported and/or permitted through this process. We have done and actually undertaken through Mr. Agrusa and with county staff, Mary Wahid is here, as well as some other folks, a fairly detailed traffic impact analysis on the development that you see here. And as part of the reason, as we did our comprehensive plan amendment, we did utilize the D5 provisions. That was a site-specific comprehensive plan text amendment limiting the amount of development so that it would be consistent with the levels of service that we have within this area, and therefore being able to effectively accommodate the growth and development that we're identifying. From a traffic and transportation standpoint, there again, there is the CIP project that is listed, and that is actually an east-west crossing road that will provide additional access to the properties to the north as well as the northeast. Environmental components, you can see on here the soil types that we have. There are a few minor listed species that you see along the bottom, and we've been working directly with county environmental staff. And of course, any development or redevelopment of this property will have to follow not only the county, but also Florida Fish and Wildlife and any other agencies from a permitting perspective. And the location and the type of the wetlands and water bodies are identified. We've been working there again with staff on the preservation and identification of those. And if there is any on-site mitigation, those areas are also identified. From a positive aspects of the property, this is a logical extension and transition from the existing PDMUs that are located to the northwest, west, and also to the northeast. This that will serve as a transition, also providing some additional redevelopment opportunities as well as buffers between the county's facilities to the east and also to the south. And it's also, if approved, would be consistent with not only the relevant portions of the comprehensive plan and the land development code that we've identified and are provided in the staff report, but it's also going to help diversify the county's economic and employment base by providing additional lands for commercial, for industrial, for office types of uses in an area where there is existing infrastructure and/or close proximity to other similar types of uses. The one negative, and there again, we've identified this just as a negative, however, portions of this are, of course, being addressed, is that the current intersection with Lena Road and 64 is currently operating at or below the county's adopted level of service. And the county, of course, is working on that as we speak with a number of other entities. Mitigating factors, there again, the capital improvements project that's been identified to help distribute the traffic. There's also the improvements to Lena Road, which will provide additional connections south along Lena to State Route 70 as well as to 44th Avenue. And then there's also, as part of this, we are completing some additional cross connections that will, there again, will distribute the traffic. The other things that we've identified within the staff report but not identified here, of course, are we've addressed the floodplain, we've addressed the stormwater, we have also addressed the native habitats that are on site so that those areas are either preserved and or mitigated for consistent with the county's comprehensive plan and land development code. Just a brief, quick item with respect to compatibility there. Again, that's the maximum amount of development that we are proposing. We have identified within both the staff report as well as the GDP, the building height compatibility section of the land development code, ensuring that if buildings are located within close proximity to a adjacent property, that those areas are either meeting and or exceeding both the building setbacks as well as the height limitations. And of course, we are meeting, without asking for any modifications or waivers, the county's requirements for buffering and screening, including along the roadways themselves. There are a series of stipulations because this is a planned development mixed use that go along with this, as well as the GDP. I'm not going to go through all of these, but you'll see the items on the next 4 slides, including the design and the land use, references to the utility and the infrastructure. An emphasis on stormwater. Of course, that is a big item, especially in this portion of the county. And all of this, of course, has been reviewed and confirmed with county staff. And then also our environmental features, which has been confirmed with environmental staff moving forward as well. So before you today is the ask that we receive a positive recommendation for the rezoning based off of the information and the evidence and analysis that we have provided. And there again, would be happy to answer any questions, but they're again asking for your positive recommendation to move forward to the Board of County Commissioners. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. I don't have any questions. Does anybody else?
I do. So I haven't been here that long, but I have rarely seen any piece of property come back with so many species of birds of at least interest, from the bald eagle to the American crystal, which I had to look up, but basically a small hawk, and the scrub jays. And I'm just curious, you know, the county, which sets all these standards for everybody else to comply and maintain and protect, how do you feel about your addressing these concerns by saying you didn't see any?
So we did not see any, staff did. So when we had our environmental staff going out there and looking at this site previously, they did not observe those conditions. However, because staff has identified those, of course, staff is the eyes and ears of the county, then of course we accept those findings. And as such, any permitting that's required through the county itself or through the state and or regional agencies has to be complied with. And there again, we're not asking for any waivers or, as I like to joke, the get out of jail free cards for this.
You know, it's funny, I always am curious when contracted specialists go out and look for animals, they never find them. And funny, our staff went out there, unprofessional and trained, and they find them. Just curious to me, but my point really is this. I'd be very disappointed if in a county program, we don't do everything possible at the highest level, and not just to meet with code. I get what you're saying. You won't get arrested for doing this. But I don't think that's the standard for you. I don't mean you personally, but for you, the representative of this group. Because when I see this listing, and I know what we're doing at all these other places, this is a piece of property that we have some control over. We have some directive. And I would be very excited to hear you say that you'll do everything possible to address the conditions, the birds, the sanctuaries that are for these particular groups that are represented there, because it's shocking. I've never, since I've been here, maybe close to 8 years, I've never seen a list like this.
So a couple of things. So part of it is the time of I'll say the time of the year and the time of day when the experts go out. You know, who did our folks go out with versus who went out there from the county more recently? And I will say, just knowing and talking with county environmental staff, you're probably going to see a lot more of this type of list moving forward, just because of the quality of environmental staff that you have here now, especially when it comes to listed species. So there again, I'm not shocked that we saw this list, and I would not be shocked to see this moving forward, and then even more so. I'm not going to sit here and speak on behalf of the county to say we shall do this. I think it's, you know, one, we've identified through the analysis and everything that we've identified here, one, that the environmental staff that provided this comment was not part of the initial environmental staff that went out to view the site. So we did do a parallel type of review so that there was that clear separation between review agencies. Secondly, with as much scrutiny as that is on these types of habitats and species these days, you know, I think the county, of course, is wanting to put their best foot forward and basically saying we're not exempt from these types of standards. So, a long way of saying, my understanding is they will be complying. You know, pretty much have to at this point.
Again, I have always had great respect for our staff. We always have, I think, the best people. We change them out a little bit, but I just, when I see this and I realize, you know, and I've been on the other side where I hired people and I said, I don't want to find any local Florida brown rats, right? You know, I mean, they just, so I want to hear you say to me that representing the county, this is clearly identified. You're clearly going to work at your highest level to show other developers and submitters what they should be doing as a standard.
So, in all honesty, I'm going to defer. Is Rob still here? Or, I'm going to defer to staff so that your paid staff can actually say, yes, we will. because these are the folks that you see 200-plus days a year coming up to this podium.
Gary Race, I'm Section Manager for Environmental Planning, and I have been sworn. Basically, you know, this is kind of early stage of this. They want to rezone, get the site set up. A lot of the stuff that you're questioning really becomes an issue when we have a site plan, when the development, they're saying, this is what we're going to do. And that's when, and I've presented stuff to you before where staff basically is dependent a lot on what the consultants, the information that they give us. You know, there's an assumption, like with engineers, with, you know, landscape architects and all that, that they are doing their professional duties to let us know what they see out there. As far as when you see something, if I had any critical thoughts on how we do surveys and stuff, is that you've got a consultant that goes out to a site and goes through, maybe they do it over several days, and they say, you know, I didn't see this. Gopher tortoises are easy because even if you don't see the tortoise, you see the hole. And anybody who's done any kind of biology can recognize a gopher tortoise burrow and whether or not it's active. You know, will you see the, you know, seasonal migrating kestrel? If you go in January or something, you know, you can miss the stuff. To really do a good assessment of what's on a property, you'd go out every week for a year, so you see the whole cycle. We don't have that opportunity, unfortunately. So again, we depend on, you know, any anecdotal information, and then as far as the permitting for it, we basically defer to the state agencies. It's up to, we help to make sure the applicants are doing their due diligence to identify things. When they find something or when they suspect there's something, we say, you got to talk to Fish and Wildlife Commission. And they're the ones that regulate what kind of permitting is required.
So, Mike, not to waste the rest of our day, but it just seems, you know, when we see the number of bald eagles that we see around here and the migrating, the hawks and all the birds that do are migratory birds, it just seems that if we scrape all this and pour asphalt all over top of it, they've got to find another spot, right? I mean, I'm not saying you have to preserve it right there, but my thought is.
And the dilemma we get is, which property owners do you deny the ability to develop their property so the rest of us can enjoy the species that may use it? That's why, you know, the county tries to preserve the areas they can. You know, eventually we're going to get where those are the only things left. You have the sandhill cranes walking through Lakewood Ranch. Well, it's not because they like Lakewood Ranch, it's because that used to be the pastures they always went to.
Yeah.
And they will persist for a while. Bald eagles, you know, I grew up with, you could only find them in longleaf pine trees, the biggest one there, and now we've seen them, they're in radio towers or whatever, you know, so cell towers. They're adapting, you know, because they have to, because the big trees are few and far between. So you try to protect enough area that they can persist, but who's kidding who? We're developing a lot of the areas that's habitat, and as things change, water levels, whatever, you know, global climate changes, you know, we're going to eliminate their ability to shift and to still have habitat, because we're going to say, we're going to protect this area, but then maybe that area is no longer suitable somewhere down the line.
Well, listen, thanks for the attention to these things, because I think without you, we're at the risk of being overrun with opinions. So appreciate the insight, and be vigilant.
Yeah, you know, most environmental staff, the people that work for me, you know, they are very committed to it and very much believe in it. And we're not always happy with the development that we see, but code allows it, you know, so.
Okay, thanks for coming up.
Great, thank you very much. Any other questions? Public comment, is there anybody here who would like to speak on this item? Seeing no one, any closing comments?
No, ma'am, other than thank you, Mr. Rutledge, for, of course, bringing that to everybody. And seriously, when I say that, because, as a resident of Manatee County for the last 17 years, I see the bald eagle living in the radio tower. I see him wherever, and it is something that we need to, of course, protect.
Thanks. Nothing personal, as they like to say.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any discussion? Motion?
I'll move to approve it. Based upon the staff report, evidence provided, comments made, public hearing, and the findings requested to be consistent with the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan, Manatee County Land Planning Code, and the stipulation herein, I move to recommend adoption of the Manatee County Zoning Ordinance Number PDMU-22-02, Paren 7, Paren G, and approval of the General Development Plan with stipulations A.1-A.2, B.1, C1, C3, and D1-D6, subject to comprehensive plan amendment, PA 2202, ordinance number 22-20, becoming effective. How did I do, Ms. Shank?
Fine.
Thanks.
Perfect. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, and we'll take a vote. All those in favor of approval?
Aye.
Aye. Chair votes aye as well. Is there any nay? No. Okay. All right. I think we're done.
Yes.
All right. So we'll adjourn. and
Yeah, adjourn.
I get to hit the gavel.
Good work.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone.